be going there and waiting on the other one. Okay. I have no idea what mods we got. Right, because the last time I played, we were doing the RimWorld Hot Potato, so I got to turn stuff on. So there's Don't Stop the Music. It was Random Research was broken. Semi-random research is working. We'll turn that on. Why are you angry? Oh, you need harmony. So that's a dependency. So auto-sort those. We need P music. That's absolutely required. OST unlocker is just nice. So all this is music, 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 random research, and then just your base things. Let's see. I'm not going to be doing vanilla expanded stuff. We're not doing any of that. We're not going to be doing this. The exploration mode was an interesting thing. I don't think I'd ever use it again. I liked the Fog of War idea a lot. I thought that was really cool. The performance implications of it was, oh my god, awful. Oh wait, was it... Oh, that's right. I stopped using Don't Stop the Music, and I used Music Manager. They do kind of the same thing. But Don't Stop the Music hadn't been updated. We have the no starting research. I'm going to grab that one as well. The level up's just kind of fun, silly. We don't need that. Lethal Darkness is a fun, interesting one. Geological landform, since Odyssey came out, kind of serves no purpose. Celsius and Fahrenheit, so that people, regardless of what they go... camera. Okay, so I think I got everything set up here. And that's because the last time I played RimWorld was the RimWorld Hot Potato in November. What was bad about the performance caused by Fog of War itself? Yeah, so every time the Fog of War updated, so you moved forward, if you know how sometimes when the world generates a new event, the game kind of hangs for a second, it would do that every single tile you moved. So if you send out a caravan, it goes... freeze, 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 and it gets pretty obnoxious. And it just has to do with how it's working. So, I am debating... Yeah, so we chose the Lost Tribe. So, what's going to happen here is I'm going to be choosing down here. It says Basic Lost Tribe. And the only thing you need to know about that... Oh, wait. That's fine. That's... Ooh, wait. I'm trying to remember... I want to say the Basic Lost Tribe, there was a bug with this mod where your tribal people's kids don't count as tribal, so they can't use the same research stuff. I vaguely remember that being a problem, which does suck. But that's only if we're having them pray to the tree, and I don't think we're going to worry about that. Hey, Alana, can we get a shout out for Alana Rama? An absolutely fantastic content creator, someone I highly recommend checking out. So good times over there. Yeah, we'll just do that. Okay, so we'll do Strive to Survive, Commitment Mode. I leave the anomaly settings just on their default. I prefer Cassandra, because Randy just goes for Randy naps way too often. And one thing I like doing is I like adding all the... because they got rid of some of the other factions here. So like the Rough Outlander... they got rid of. We do the cannibals and the nudists. Yep. Because low-key, I actually like the old factions more than the bio ones here. But yeah. But so definitely check out Alana Rama. Plays a lot of RimWorld among other games, so definitely a good time. But yeah, like the Yatkin Pirates, the Wasteland Pirates, because it was the rough ones could be anyone, right? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, they can't have the Impids. But yeah, as well as things... Yeah, let's get rid of the baseline. Let's just add a bunch of Rough Outlanders. Because I like the Rough Outlanders. Because they're generally not your friend. You've got a lot of xenotypes could show up there, so it is a source of more xenotypes, and it's way, way more interesting. The Yetkin Pirates I don't like, and the Impids I don't like, where it's just the one. The Wasteland Pirates are fine. But like, where it's just the ones that are one kind. The Fierce Neanderthal also look at the same thing. I like it more where they have like the whole variance. Because it also makes it, in my opinion, harder. Because when you have a group of Impids run up, you can just abuse them by the weakness of the Impids. when you're paying attention. But when you got like a big variance, it can really throw you up off guard where people run up and then suddenly one of them breathes fire on you, and you're just like, oh crap, and that kind of thing. I thought there was another faction that could have the Impids as well, but either way, we just added the Rough Outlanders. They'll be hostile to it, or they won't like us to begin with. I can't remember if they start like just a bit negative or really negative. I also don't like any of the factions that are like, they hate us forever. It bothers me. What is the impersonating? I'm sorry, what? I don't understand what the question is there, Nevek. Oh, weakness? So they usually don't wear armor, and they usually they're like more frail than a lot of the other factions. So you can actually do a pretty good number against them by just being aggressive with like high damage weapons and not worrying about like nearly as much of like does it penetrate armor, that kind of thing. So if you get stuff that puts out lots of bullets, they can do a number to the Impids. Now, the thing I'm gonna have to worry about with the tropical swamp is we are starting no research, random research, which means hot tiles are kind of off the table to a certain degree, because if we have a heat wave, I cannot make a passive cooler unless we get lucky on our research, and so we just fall over dead. And that is the one big downside of the no research, random research, is it does make some tiles not playable, where your death is just RNG. So I'm leaning towards we can find boreal swamps. They'll probably be up here a bit farther. Or cold swamp, or whatever they call it. Yeah, because those are tropical swamps. That's full on boreal, so we could find a wetlands around here. You can find, I think they call them temperate swamp. Yeah, temperate swamp. So you can get the temperate swamp. And that's right at a river's end, which is always interesting. Yeah, so we go over here. The glow forest I also like a lot. I'm tempted to do a glow forest, even though people brought up the swamp. Because the glow forest in a lot of ways has a lot of the same problems of the swamp. There's a lot of soil you just can't build on. And plus, you know, who wants a little bit of hallucinogenic mushrooms? Yeah, that should be a relatively manageable temperature. Plateau and lava case. Yeah, it'd be a relatively manageable tile. And it'll be an intersection of a major road and all that. Glow forest. Yep. Permanently dark skies. We will create a new ideology that's fluid, because I like fluid ideology. Have them ideological. Makes sense. Okay. So, to start with, we gotta figure that out. Now, the very neutral kind of non-specific, because a lot of times we get Prolicizer just because game mechanic-wise it's easy to manage with. I actually find the Ritualist to be very fun with random research, no research. As you've probably figured out, I make the research awful on myself. You've probably noticed that a lot. And then the ritual stuff is... the de-aging stuff is a lot of fun. Flesh purity we probably won't deal with unless we're doing a lot of anomaly stuff, because it gets obnoxious when people get all mad about their limbs. Transhumanist doesn't work well with the random research, because you just might not get neural supercharge, and then everyone's angry all the time, and then it's just permanent anger debuffs. I like guilty a lot. My only hesitation with taking guilty is if you turn away people who try and join you, that counts against it. And with the grav ship, we can't really take everybody we can find. And this is where I was talking about the grav ship can be kind of a limiter. So I'm leaning towards Ritualist, which I know I've done a lot. And usually it's a lot of times I'm doing Guilty or Ritualist. And then we do other stuff there. High Life is utterly obnoxious. We can do human primacy for the production specialist. This is an objectively good choice for the grav ship. We'll do ritualist. It's fine. So extremely slow research. Blood feeding letting. Yeah, well, I mean, we don't have a vampire and all that, so we just get the permanent thing of not having a blood whatever. That's fine. That's fine. So we're leaving all that alone. I am going to remove the required garments. This as well as mechanics in RimWorld I find annoying. Is like your characters are gonna dress up that way because they feel like it, and everything else is fine. So we'll just move on with that. All right. Oh, I should start. It's been a while since we played RimWorld. We'll start the queue so you can get pawns named after you. Let's go ahead and pin that to the top. So you just do !join. Alright, so usually the first thing I'll try and do is I like to earn my scars. So we're just first of all going to grab people who do not have any scars. We'll see what we got and figure it out from there. Alright, so at the moment we would have no cooking, construction, or medical in a glow forest, which would be bad. I think you're out of here. Alright. That's a good pawn. So with that, we'd have just research and violence. Why is... Oh, they don't have animals showing down there. That's interesting. Okay, I mean, this person could be a leader. They have industrious, but not... I mean, the artistic, I guess they could do that. This would be a terrible start. Well, you have crafting and mining. So we have literally nothing helping with food or cooking. Oh. Those are some pretty bad ones. So you can't research, you can't haul. You could punch things and socialize. We had a second person who could punch things. They're a crafter. I'm trying to get someone who at least has... I mean, we're getting a lot of good traits over here, but I would like to get at least something there. You know, a jogger with cooking, that's good enough. Alright, so we're just gonna go without plants, medical, or construction. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. And we are gonna name them after people in chat and all that. I'm just going to get them actually into the area. So we weren't super picky on the starts. I didn't go and try and go out of my way to fix the plant situation or anything like that. I did try and choose, you know,
take a sip.
Just people who wouldn't immediately social fight and that weren't already injured. We also didn't check anyone's age ranges or anything like that, so we might have some people who are very young or very old. Alright. So let's go and organize our melee people to the left. There we go. Okay. So, we can go here and just immediately go orders. Allow everything. You'll grab the equa. You'll grab the knife. You grab one bow. You grab the other bow. And you grab the pila. Alright. We're going to start on our list here. So we've got our first pawn, who is incapable of intellectual, artistic, or hauling, which is freaking awful. But you are a tough melee pawn who can socialize. You're probably going to be an animal care if we do that. Otherwise, you're probably going to be our pretend farmer. So that's going to be Willieson. Basically, you're going to be a farmer who really doesn't want to farm. The next one was actually a really good role character, which is a kind super immune sanguine pawn, which is ridiculous. You're almost certainly going to be our crafter down the road. Once we get down to that, that'll be JD 2B0. And then we got our third pawn here, who is industrious and psychically sensitive, with a lot of social, artistic, and animals. We have a lot of animals, people. You're almost certainly going to be our leader, like so far as our religious leader or whatever. That's Earth, Rush, Stony. Oh, I don't have the thing where you set the name. I see the joke there, and there'd be multiple people in the community would have like Warren and that have something to say about it. We actually have some pretty good ones. So you got Nervous, Low Key. Nervous isn't the one I'm like the biggest on. It's what's the one where they get like a massive boost in their ability to work, but then they also have a lower threshold? Neurotic. I really like Neurotic. I see Neurotic as a very strong trait. I know it's got frustrations that come with it. So Fox.gif, you will be most likely our researcher, but you can also craft, so it's 50-50 where you end up there. And we've got a jogger who can mine and cook. These are not a great distribution of skills we have in our people. And the reason I'm saying that is we got a lot of people who I would need them to spend their whole day cooking or their whole day like doing our things, but they're split between there. So it's gonna be a bit of a mess. That's fine. That's normal early game RimWorld. So usually the next thing I'll do is I'll go in here and I will tick all their passions and untick all their lack of passions. And the reason I do this is we then go through... I know, when there's no doctors, everybody's a doctor. And the reason I do it this way is then when we go and switch that over... You can go ahead and pop over here. I need to remember you could click and drag those. So child care and warning are level 2. Okay, so looking at what we've got here, we don't have anyone with plant cut or anything like that. So growing and plant cutting, congratulations. That's gonna be you, Willieson. That's what you do here. You grow, plant cut, and you fish. We next have our crafter. So you'll be my crafter. You'll be my artist. You'll be my researcher. You'll be our mining and construction person. Okay, so we got 2 people doing stuff that they have 0 passion for, as you do. And then the rest is all fine. We'll want basic to be at 2 right now. Any special goals or constraints this run? Not really. We didn't go out of our way to do like a huge challenge run. So we got our bridge going across. We got a river going the other way. Is that an ancient danger I saw up here? No. So just kind of evaluating the map real fast to see what we're going on. We got a bunch of metal and all that over here. We got an ancient danger clearly down there. So that's all fine. The soil is usually very... You can just kind of ignore the soil on this map. If it's not barren, it's pretty good. We do have a geothermal down here right by there. So this wouldn't be a bad place to set up like kind of along the river here. Let's go ahead and down here is going to be where we start. And we're going to start by going to zones. It's been a while since I played some RimWorld, so I'm kind of giving myself a little extra start time to warm up. Now remember, this tile is always dark. So growing other crops isn't going to help. We're also we started in winter just because of what we got going on. So I'm going to need to deal with warmth. Now, I recall that you're not going to be able to support much weight, right? Yeah, so we'll have to build up here. We're going to start by just getting ourselves a we don't want to freeze to death in the night box. Category change? It should be... Oh, you're right. I typed in RimWorld, but I didn't commit it because I was being indecisive. Tribe to space. Run starts now. No. Starting research. Random research, etc. Thank you. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. I don't mind when people ping me, as long as it's like there's something going there to justify it. And yeah, that was fine. Anybody, I'm Rusty. Expect for the 19 handicaps you gave yourself. Always dark, winter start, G's Rual, way to bury the lead. I mean, that's fine. Well, always dark is just because it was the mushroom biome. So to give that a moment to start getting itself sorted. And as the animals, we've got a monkey, a husky, and a cat. Don't be attached to them. Wait. Okay, so semi-random research took... Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so semi-random. So we're going to go click that, so it's truly random. And we get fishing first, which is actually a really strong one to get as your very first research. Especially on a tile like this. So we'll be able to put a fishing spot over here. I don't think we can zone it for fishing until we have that, right? Yeah. So we'll go down here. So we'll have a butcher spot there. Alright, meanwhile, we'll have that all going. We need one of my people to go in mine. Let's stick onto this side of the river first. So for a person who mines and constructs, they can start getting to work over here. Alright. We will want the ideology spot in here. The meditation spot we can put in here just to have one. Oh. That's interesting. So they made it so we can just make natural shrines now. I wonder when that happened. Because I don't even think they had that when Odyssey dropped. Was that some like little hotfix kind of thing? Balance pass, quality of life thing? Because I know you could make there was like a stone thing you could put down, the Psi Focus stone or whatever. Because it used to be you had to have the tree or the other one. Now, like I said, because we are using the semi-random research mod, where it makes the basic, or sorry, no research mod uses the basic tribe, it does cause an issue with the thing where when you have your kids in the colony, it won't count the kids as tribal. It's a bug with the mod. But I'm not planning on going super heavy on the Psycaster. You thought those stones just buff the tree, unless it's a different stone? I could be misremembering. It wasn't, like, low-key, I don't tend to do a lot of the Psycaster stuff as is. So, it's very easily that I could just be not remembering. So dumping stockpile. Right now, just put that back there. For a regular stockpile, put it up here. And go structure, this. So we're working on getting that all built little by little. We'll double time it so it's not taking quite as long. Cool, we have the fallen monolith. Oh, right. You beeline there and immediately grab the corpses. Right. So dumping stockpile up here. Storage clear. Low priority corpses. Just human-like. And then we go down here and we go storage. No human-like corpses. Go to the home zone from up there. And once we get electricity, we will activate Anomaly. So bills add Butcher, creatures do forever. They've almost got this spacing closed, except the animals are pacing back and forth through the wall again and again, preventing it. As they do. Okay. And the intent is to get the grab ship. It won't be a thing we worry about until we have electricity, since we won't be able to do anything with it until then anyways. And it'll ultimately just get stolen. There you go, just deconstructing everything along the road here. That's just free steel, we don't have to put any effort into. Taking apart all the ruins for all their materials. These are things I should not be focusing on. That every time we do it, we end up tying up our people way too long working on crap that doesn't matter. Alright, so work-wise, if we see anyone go idle, then we start adding other things onto the list. Alright, so you got a researcher going. So at this point, we want furniture. We can go ahead and put torch on the wall for being able to see. Bills do until we have 10 meals. Simple meals do forever if the meal is meat. So anytime we have meat, we just immediately cook it, because that'll just extend its lifespan just a little bit. Get us some cooking skill. Alright, there'll be a storage closet. That'll take a hot minute. So yeah, so research is getting done very slowly. We are tribal ritualists, so expect expect all the research to be utterly awful. That is a deliberate design choice. Meanwhile, I hate to break it to you. I'm sorry, Mugger. But while we've got all our mood bonuses at the beginning of the run, we are going to be killing off the pets. It is what it is. I've had runs where I've deliberately kept a bunch of the pets, but, you know. They are something that just runs around and causes things. Like, I could see keeping the cat and the dog, even though the cats in this game try their very best to not live. It's like someone just hated cats when they designed the game, or like, what if cats, no life? Pets are a luxury for later. Yeah, no, it's like, it's almost its own challenge run just if you get a cat at the beginning to keep it alive. Because single animal on the map that will eat other animals will go after the cat. The cat will go after stuff to eat for itself, and then lose and die to like a rat or whatever. Like the cats are very, very, very bad at surviving. Who is our cook again? You are our cook. The construction person. That's right. That's right. Actually, let's leave you off of that, because that gives me a dedicated hauler. Just like a turtle could beat a panther. Well, kind of. Well, that was, no, the clip was we had a guinea pig beat a panther. Like, I was, like, looking around, I found this dead panther, I'm like, I didn't do this, and we looked at it, it was just a list of all these guinea pig injuries, and I was like, this is like, what's wrong with you, panther? How did you get absolutely demolished by a guinea pig? Like, didn't hardly participate levels of got just utterly wrecked. Okay, so let's also go into our policies real fast. So we're gonna need to do a couple things. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. We're definitely not going to be using Glitter World for every minor injury. We're going to go to our food policy, and we're going to say no corpses whatsoever. Rotten meat. I don't know why they have this, because they say allow rotten. I'm not aware of any way we can do it. Someone can use the mods command. I don't know how up to date it is. It might be up to date, because it might just happen to be the same mods I used the last time. I did not update it. I don't have self-dying. I don't have more gene information or floating menus. Okay, so I gotta update that mod command. Yeah, so we're running Harmony Camera Plus, Music Manager, P Music, OST Unlocker, no research, random research or semi-random research, and that's it. None of the other stuff. So I gotta go through and I gotta update that command. It won't be a hard one to update. I can do that real fast while we've got that going on. So mods, edit. Oh, you changed the UI in this to make it so much harder for me. Edit this. Edit if RimWorld. Go to chat command. I normally like running self-dying. I probably should have turned that on. All of the rest of this other one are gone. Okay, so that command should be updated to being correct. So let me get all the windows back in their places. Cool. If it could hold corpses, it could hold rotten corpses. Yes, but this is to eat. This is the things that your characters are willing to eat. So, like, that's the whole thing. Like, for other stuff, sure, absolutely understand. But for eating, it's just kind of one of those things that your character, as far as I'm aware, your character can never eat something rotten. I could be wrong about that, because generally I've never had the need to try. But I'm under the impression that's just not a thing. I think it's because they just took that same UI from one place and moved it to the other. And it's just kind of a carryover. Alright, well, sorry, next animal. You're gonna eat my food. And you're not gonna be contributing anything. So, you know, that's unfortunate. Yeah, so we're out of wood is what's happening here. That is gonna happen a lot. Okay, meanwhile, we'll go to our assignments, manage drugs, social drugs. What am I forgetting with this? There was somewhere here I could set... Oh, that's right. No fungus wood? There is. We just had to set them for it. So no on the addictions for all of those. Like, literally, for addictions, don't. It was you set these, and instead of setting them for recreation, we can pause. I could say you can take it, like, every 3 days, but only if your mood is, like, below 20%. You get the idea. So you go down all the drugs that you're okay with your people recreationally using. And then what I'd do is I'd have, like, for how dangerous I think the drug is, I would adjust it from there. And so the idea would be, when people's moods are getting a little rough, if there's ambrosia, you'd take a hit. If, like, your mood's still bad, you'd go down farther. I actually consider smoke leaf to be pretty terrible. I know a lot of people disagree with it. I find smoke leaf to be utterly awful. And then you limit how often they can do that. You can also do it only if their recreation's below a certain percent. But honestly, I don't see a reason to do that. But, like, very, very genuinely, to me, smoke leaf, other than, like, Lucifer and being committed to it for life, I find smoke leaf to be, like, the worst drug in the game of the recreational ones. Because it just has so many things it impacts. It has its uses. Only drugs sometimes and for emergencies. I usually don't tend to push that. Alright, so we got Earth Rush Stony is the first one who's gone idle. Because there's nothing for you to do over here. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is give you a very low priority on plant cut and mining. And I'm going to go over here and I'm going to say cut down all the trees in the surrounding area. All that stuff. Cool. We've got our first case of food poisoning because we don't have a good cook. That is a message we're going to get a lot. You don't drink personally, but your last RimWorld run had tons of brewing going on, so you had people drinking and having party to keep them happy. No, you can do it. Like, drugs in this game can be very, very effective. Oh, it was the cat that got food poisoning. Don't worry, kitty. We'll take care of you. There, you don't have food poisoning anymore. That means Z has have food poisoning in them. So whoever eats those next is going to get food poisoning. And I could deliberately disallow them and let them rot. Which I think I will do, actually. Because when they cook, the full stack will be contaminated. The kitty ate dog meat. Or no, actually the kitty didn't. I don't know what the kitty ate. If the cat has food poisoning and you eat the cat, do you get food poisoning? No. Because, like, a lot of food poisoning, while it can be stuff like bacterial and all that, in real life, a lot of time it's stuff like food that's spoiled or whatever, is, you know, started going dodgy, wasn't cooked enough, that kind of thing, and then cooking it a second round, you effectively solve the problem. Did you kill the kitty? No, no, no. There's no evidence that the cat died here. I see no evidence that the cat's not around anymore. It's on vacation, went to the farm up north. Usually I don't keep the initial animals. No, no, there's only light leather. There's no cat leather here. It's light leather. You know, that's made out of light. You just go out in the sun and you just process it into leather. That's how drying racks work, right? You just put the hide there so the leather can collect on it from the sun. Let's see. Wait, is that where all these cat ears you see people wearing come from? Yes. I mean, we don't have cat ears on our people, but you know, that is where they ultimately come from. Alright. So meanwhile, before we get too far, we're gonna sign the roll. You're the... Yeah, you're gonna get this. So Earthrush here is going to be our moral guide. Alright. A lot of people are getting a little bit upset. Something about their bonded animals dying and awful barracks and something. I don't know what they're going on about. Okay. So you can have our club. We don't need it. We'll go ahead and we'll let you know what this community is about. Here is some, there's some hallucinogenic mushrooms. Thank you for the cash. Alright. Sounds like typical RimWorld whining. Yes. You can delete that zone. We'll want to move it. Alright, so I made this area kind of weird and cursed. I definitely need to get the common room and an actual barracks up. That is the thing that's gotten me in trouble in the past. So we got that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this will be the common room, and that'll be like the barracks. Because right now I'm just going to try and build up a place that's useful. Obviously putting the wood floor in here is going to have a lot of negative effects and stuff. But, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, and where I've disallowed these meals, that is just a thing where we're disallowing those meals because those meals, one of the parts of the stack was food poisoned. So since I know it's food poison, we're just preventing it from causing us more grief. But it will very likely be a thing, they'll just have to deal with that. Alright, speeding up time a bit more. Work-wise, hunt will be 4 on everyone. And I'm not hunting because I need to. I'm hunting because it'll give us a little bit of combat skill. And we can. So all the local wildlife is forfeit. Okay, we got a mad rat up here. Yeah, we've got rain and all that, so most likely it's going to drop into melee. And done and done. Love to see it. But yeah, so we're being pretty wasteful on our approach for building this building. We are going to be using a lot more wood than necessary. We're going to be putting down floors that probably don't make the most sense. We can lock that door open. We can go over here and furnitures for right now. It also, by having those floors, is going to add a little bit to our wealth that we probably don't want, but you know, when's it ever stopped anything? Yeah, so letting them run around and hunt when they don't have other things going on will help us out a little bit. We could very easily get a couple of research benches stuck down here, and that would probably help as well. Because we got like 2 or 3 research benches, we could have 2 or 3 people researching. I'm not gonna go out of my way to like blast the research ahead. You know, we'll do what we need to, kind of thing. Actually, let's just do it this way. This is a terrible idea. Have at it. So I'll keep getting us little bits of mushroom and psycap and all sorts of stuff, because this is ultimately going to need to be expanded a couple of times. Alright. We'll expand that again. Just to keep that going as best we can. The research is very slowly coming along. But as we have people start leveling up their skills, a lot of this will go faster and all that. Now, we don't have the thing that makes us like mushrooms, so we are kind of tolerating that. Okay, so we got another person. So JD is currently not doing anything. Right, because they're melee. I can get you to help with mining and plant cut as well. To keep all coming in. Alright, so we need to name our faction and we need to name our settlement. The settlement's probably going to be a temporary thing. The faction won't be. And so we're just basically a tribal start that we're going to space. We don't have like a big overarching theme on this one so far. So figure that out going. The settlement, you know, we got going out of here. Bunga Unga in peace. Bunga Unga in space. I feel like with the Bunga Unga, that's going to go a lot more with people expecting it to be a Neanderthal run. Because we're not Neanderthals, we're just tribal. And we are ritualists. Because you know, there's always like the classic, not a cult. But probably a cult. Because we've done that one where it's like, not a cult. And then the settlement is cult headquarters. But, not leaning super hard on that one this way. The faction's the name I actually care about. The Indecisives. The only downside is once I commit to it without mods, there's no real changing any of that. Let's see, we're not a cult, we're an organization that promotes love and understanding. Yeah, no, I remember that. I was like, yep, this is the cult. Oh, Tomb just let me know she's already home. Alright, bear with me, chat. What's gonna happen real fast, I'm gonna step away for just 2 seconds. We've already been, like, cooking the dinner and everything, so I just gotta literally put in a bowl. But I'm gonna welcome my wife home really fast, throw my dinner into a bowl, come right back up, and I'll see what suggestions we come up with in the meantime to get this going, and I'll be back into it, and then we won't have to take a break again for a little while. But thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. What? Why no switch scene? Why no switch scene? Okay, I guess I'm doing this manually today. Alright, I'll be back.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I never tried. The way we'd find out is I just back up the van and say, okay, can you hook up? And it either won't give me the option or will. Why? 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 Game. Why? I'm gonna bust up my gas station.
Refuel your car. Switch, throw the switch to change. I want to put you away. That's probably fine. On the wheels, on the wheels. Yeah, we just turned around. Is that not how you turn around? That is the OSHA approved method of turning your vehicle around. Something has happened in our world. Something is really bad in our world. Oh no. What has happened here? So I'm gonna hit escape. Where are you? Clear all raw resources. Yes. And it's all better like nothing ever happened. Trees are the real enemy. Never trust a tree. They will betray you at your moment of weakness. They will look you in the eyes as you reach forward and say, please help me, and they will spit on your hand and slap it away and watch you fail. And by that I mean a zombie will walk through and grab you and bite you in the face. But, you know, sometimes you got to just talk it up a little. It's like, I am going to ruin someone's day. Just woke. Alright, so the whole town has magic power. She just teleported in through the roof.
Every day I imagine a future where I can be with you. In my head is a pen that will write a poem of me and you.
Oh, you go. Hi.
Well, I found the bomb. I thought that bomb was going to be the treasure chest. I was not anticipating a bomb on a button. That's one of the things that irks me is like I do try and keep right, but like, you know, there'll be someone going slow and you'll start passing them and it's just no. Don't worry about it. I should have just taken the wrong turn. I misread my GPS, and that was the thing. Engine malfunction? I think that's the first time I've had that. For the record, I actually think that might be the hardest collision I've done in this game so far.
Back. The only thing I can do is get multiple. Which we will. So how stressed out do you think you'd be as Jeremiah Wiener in this moment? You're sitting here, trying to relax among the corpse of the things trying to murder you, and listening to this over your shoulder the whole time.
Alright, Terrain, I presented you a nice large target. Excellent.
And now, let's talk about what you've got under there. Holy
Haha! You are impressed by my ceremonial weapons. Each of these weapons have drank their fill of blood in ceremonial combat, or of the blood of those who try to remove them from me. Did I stutter? The blood of those who tried to remove them from me stains these weapons. Haha! You are indeed brave, little one. Brave and stupid. Let the combat commence. Kapla!
Okay. And we're back, and I have to apparently switch scenes manually right now because it seems like Stream Deck is being not working right now. Alright, so what do we catch? Not Space Cult, Cult of Indecisiveness. Gotcha. Yeah. Right. Right, we have the really, really slow research, don't we? Not exactly scientists. The mud pit. Done. Moving on. Yeah, no, that was Little Guardsman was the one where it's like kapla. I actually really enjoyed that game. It was a really, really fun game. It's one I've always meant to go back to and do more playthroughs of, to like, you know, see how it escalates. Because we did a full playthrough of that on stream. I still think my favorite character was the Disney princess. Which I won't spoil her whole shtick. She was probably also the hardest thing to do in the entire game. That I got the most game overs trying to figure out her garbage. Hey, Pillanova. Thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. I hope you're enjoying the streams. Extreme break risk on you because your bonded animal died. You ate raw fungus. Awful barracks. I'm working on it. The downside is because I am putting this flooring down, I'm like taking way longer than I really should be. But as soon as we can get this enclosed, we'll go ahead and get an actual barracks in here. Because once we do that, we'll start getting some mood buffs. But I'm kind of overcommitting on a bunch of things I probably don't need to be worried about. Which has been slowing stuff down. The good news, I've got almost all the floor down, though. And once that does, they'll get that. And like I said, this will become a common room, and that'll become the actual barracks. Then we can start putting down floors, and we can, you know, do all the stuff to make it not awful. Generally speaking, people probably saw at the beginning that I don't choose, like, the absolute hardest settings or anything. That's, because when you do, like, the very, very hardest settings in RimWorld, you have to start, like, super duper wealth managing. And that can be fine if you want to just have it be difficult and be something to overcome. There's certainly something to say there. For me personally, after having done that for a long time, I like being able to make bases that are interesting and all that, and that can be very, very difficult to do when you have to be extremely paranoid about what you're spending your, like, what you're letting the wealth become and all that. Like, even a base like this, big that I'm doing right now for the people we're starting with, would be considered being a bit spendy on the wealth size-wise. Yeah, so you're down just those last couple of tiles. Oh, random research? Yeah, no, it can be. We got lucky and our first research is fishing. So that's at least something. We're tribalist ritualists, so it's gonna be horrifically slow. But at least the first one is something useful. Because we start leaning on the fishing, because we aren't an ideology who likes fungus. Your tribe went 5 years without electricity? That'd be hard to make happen. Because the electricity is a blocking one. The one that got me in trouble, the worst that I had, is I was getting to the point of building the ship, and I did not have complex clothing yet. That was the worst I've seen with it. They're going to prep. Anything you need to worry about you? Not really. Alright, so you should be attacking a time now. There you go. What are you gonna do? He's gonna manage general furniture. And I know I could kite him without taking any injuries, but that's fine. And you're the only one who took a hit, just to bruise the arm. I need those meals to rot. Oh good, just destroy them. Or not, I guess. Because I need those meals to rot because they got food poisoning. That's part of why people are eating raw fungus right now. I could have just upped the meal count to be like 15 or whatever, but I'm being lazy. Okay, so with that, we got the meals done there. We can go over here. And no human corpses. Got a whole lot of you on doctoring, and literally no one wanted to do it, apparently. You're all suck at it, might as well do it on the injuries that don't matter. Alright. Yeah, so once their bonded animal thing drops off, they'll be good. In the meantime, we gotta get the 8 raw food and raw fungus. That's a really bad one. Would you rather eat raw fungus or get food poisoning? In real life, I'm okay with the fungus. Yeah, we're going to do that, but there's no point until we have electricity. If I do it now, it'll just get stolen. Or it'll just sit in there and boost my wealth. Either way, it's not going to be particularly helpful. Okay. Yeah, so now we're starting to cook stuff again. That'll be good. We need more wood. That's going to be an ongoing problem. So close to getting that common room properly started. I wish they would stop botching, like, every construction that matters. I mean, you get it. We didn't start with someone who's got construction, so that's our consequences. They're gonna botch it a lot. Okay. They get to it when they get to it. You wonder, can you get off the map? Can you get off map sun blocking problems? Wonder, can you get off? Oh. I don't know. Alright, so we have torrential rain. That's going to cause the flood waters to overtake things. That's probably going to ruin our harvest here, but I can live with that. I remember getting the monitored lizards to self-tame in a Naked Brutality run and breeding them, and they actually did relatively okay in combat because they have like poison on them that's really strong. Gives like really high toxic buildup. We'll worry about that later. Right now, we gotta get this all dealt with. Okay. So now, what do I have so far as my textiles? Just light leather and all that, so we can go furniture. Start letting them make the sleeping bags and all that kind of stuff. Okay, that's one bed moved. And now we need to go over here. That'll give us all this. Reinstall you in here. Reinstall you in there. Build a copy over here. I'll lock these doors open. Okay. So with that, we now have a table. We now have, you know, a bedroom and a rec room. They're not good yet. We can go ahead and also move the ideology stuff in here. The meditation spot. Party spot. The wedding spot. Okay. Meanwhile, we don't really need to be working on an art bench yet. I'm gonna make one. We'll add some benches here as well. Okay, so we'll give him the steel club. We'll give him the side cat we've got. I do have like 300 bucks. And honestly, for $300, let's go grab a bolt action. And so my best shot is over here. So you grab that bolt action real fast. You grab that bow. Alright. What do you do here? So you are one we could spare a lot of stuff. Sure. Go animal, or you can go here, go orders. Alright. So basically we got ourselves set up where Earthrush here can get a title. We may or may not do that. I honestly don't know if I want to mess with it or not. Okay, so Monitor Lizard attacked a raccoon, killed an 8th raccoon, and is now bleeding out. Okay, so we're slowly getting all of our stuff going on. We're gonna get the art bench made just to have one. We should start having people have the availability to get stuff clean. We're now moving on to dirt floors and all that, which is nice. We're gonna want to make those nicer. As far as floors go, I can make dirt, stone, or straw. Straw I can put on anywhere. Otherwise, it's probably gonna need to be wood. I'll probably go the way of wood for this run at the early game, but that's gonna be once I have spare wood to do. We have lots of rotting corpses. Oh, it's because I keep allowing the corpses, and those are just what we have spare. It's whatever. Flowers? It's dark inside, so they would just die. Sadly. It would be interesting if you could have a grow zone indoors and have, like, instead of mushrooms for eating, having, like, pretty mushrooms kind of deal. Oh, they're actually getting hunting done now. I see. I was like, wow, the construction is just ground to a halt. Right, because my cook and my construction pawn are the same pawn. So, we just eventually got that. You should be able to grow flowers inside of the torch now? I have no idea in that one. I don't believe they're bright enough. I want to say they have like a light amount they do. It's the same reason why you can't grow other plants inside without the sunlight, the sun lamp or whatever it is. The regular lights just aren't bright enough. Because remember something like 60 or 65% or something that you needed brightness-wise? So like these, once you go over that, like that'll have that way, but if I choose a different plant, you have to be like over 60 or 65 or somewhere in that ballpark that then you're allowed to grow regular plants. We can check. Then go here. Yeah, so we choose something like a regular plant here. They have a light requirement of 51%, so it has to be over 51%. If we look at this spot, it's at exactly 50%. If we were to choose flowers... Ah, no, you're right. They only have a 30%. Interesting. Okay, well that's not a thing I've ever tried before, but sure. Let's see what happens if I just make the inside of that room a grow zone for roses. Because the assumption here is it add a bunch of... Yeah, because it's got beauty and outdoor beauty. That should, in theory, make that room extremely lovely. I've never done that before. It's just never something that's crossed my mind to try. Because it was one of those things that, like I said, most of the plants, it was either they had no light requirement or 50, like over 50. I've seen very little outside of that. Probably a great way to grind planting XP? Probably. Now, one downside is I believe you'll have a slightly decreased movement speed through a grow zone, but... it'll also be very labor intensive. Meanwhile, we'll need to go in here to the crafting spot. And tribal wear, do until you have one of at least 90%. And only consider normal or better quality as satisfying it. And then we'll do the headdresses of at least 90%. And only normal or better qualify. And shred mechs forever. Okay. Yeah, no, it's just a thing I'd never thought about, like putting flowers indoors outside, like the little flower pots or whatever, but I figured those just had their own rules. Disease malaria. Well, colony's about to get smaller is what the colony's about to do. Best medicine you've got. Best medicine you got. Immediately preach health Conrite. Because we don't actually have a single good doctor in this entire place. Would you, for the love of it, go to bed? Which one is super immune? Neither of them. So we are tending them with a very, very small supply of tribal medicine and no competent doctors against malaria. So this does not bode well for these two. We could potentially, like, Conroy probably will get through with the preach health as long as they don't get like a really bad tend. But it's gonna be significant luck if Earthrush gets to the other side of this. Look at the bright side, you'll need less food. I mean, it'll be a real rough start is what it'll be. If we're lucky, we'll get a trade caravan coming by and we'll be able to snag like a unit or two of good medicine. Because that's all we gotta do to massively increase the odds that people get through this. Okay, who is actually our best doctor? 3, 3, 3, 4. Who is one who's sick? So literally it doesn't matter. That's actually a good tend. That's an okay tend. Please tell me you have medicine. So we keep that right. Conrite has a pretty good chance. Earthrush is winning, but one of the dangers with malaria is as you get farther along, don't social fight right now. Come on, man. Taking her non-existent medicine and wasting it. Have those. Give me all your medicine. Take this crap. You're sitting at 35%, so you're both winning right now. So Conrad's actually winning pretty well because we did use that preach health immediately. Earthrush is definitely in the danger zone. They have a lead, but only a little bit. They might be okay. think you're actually still getting a lead there. We might be okay with this. Okay, yeah, your manipulation's barely penalized. You'll be alright. Or not. Or you'll roll a 4. Okay, well, that's gonna be a lot of lead lost. Okay, 41. That's a really good 10. That might be what gets Earth Rush through this. The same doctor for both of them. This one they did a abysmally bad job. Luckily, Artie has a 10% lead, so that's pretty good. All the random rose bushes in there. I need you not to break, man. I need you specifically not to break. If you break and you start wandering around so that treatment doesn't stick, it's gonna be a bad time. And unfortunately, you got insulted and everything, which is not helping the cause. And soon we're gonna end up eating raw fungus because, you know, malaria's got us down. And I'll probably deliberately want to delay rebandaging Earth Rush. So that way that 41% sticks for as long as possible. Because it's very unlikely we will get another 10 to that strong. Let's get you bandaged up. Your 10 was terrible, so we wanted that to happen immediately. 15% is still pretty bad. So you are losing a little bit of ground. Yeah, it's fine. That's literally another 41, man. Alright, so with that, Earth Rush is looking pretty good. As long as Earth Rush doesn't have a break and, you know, wander around forever, they'll probably be okay. So I think we're gonna get through this malaria, and about the only thing it's gonna have cost me is probably like 20 medicine. Which still sucks, but is not that big a deal. I figured when I saw the malaria this early on, and no doctors or decent medicine, that was just gonna be it. Someone was gonna die. Yeah, you're solid. You're 15% lead. You have just shy of a 10% lead, so you should be okay. Because you did have a bad 10, but not that bad of a 10. The big problem is you're at extreme break risk. Tantrum, that's fine. You can tantrum. I just don't want Earth Rush to tantrum. I want Earth Rush to stay in bed. And that's because everyone's resorted to eating raw fungus since our cook has been knocked out with malaria. Glad we used that, Yeah, no, there's a lot of quality of life mods that are pretty big for RimWorld. I am happy that with Odyssey, a lot of those mods feel more just something nice to have versus feeling fairly necessary. Come on, good tend. 5.1% is not a good tend. I think you're still okay, because you've got a pretty strong lead. You're surprised RimWorld didn't include that, but I guess it's not much work to do a hover over. Yeah, no, RimWorld, for as much as I like to say good things about RimWorld, it's been pretty crap about bringing quality of life in until the last two, like, DLCs. Historically, RimWorld has not done a great job about, like, going back and cleaning things up and doing improvements. You know, it's kind of, you kind of have to have the community scream pretty loud, and then they feel a need to do it. But I think the last two DLCs, they've done a pretty good job about it. And I do think it was kind of one of those things that people's patience for it was getting kind of very publicly kind of short. Yeah, so Conrad is on a medical emergency. So the good news is Conrad went into an insulting spree and then immediately collapsed due to their malaria, but they were far enough that they got through the malaria. So literally didn't even get into a fight, just immediately collapsed. I do appreciate when you have that where it's like insulting spree and they knock out before they get a chance to reach anyone and then they get back up. Like I've had there's the psychic scream thing that the creepy joiners can get. My favorite one was we had someone go insulting spree. The creepy joiner did their psychic scream, knocked them down, and it canceled the insulting spree, but I still got the benefit for it. I always loved that one. It's like, oh, my favorite. Or like the person who insulting sprees right as someone's walking off the map with a caravan. We have struck gold. I don't need that. It's going to blow up my wealth, but it's gold. I have to mine it. You had a psychic scream flatten a 100% sweat meting. Honestly, when you get those colonies where you start getting more than 30 people, I don't know how people do that. Because I find the game gets infuriating managing your colonists around that stage. It's honestly surprising you've only had the one round of food poisoning. More importantly, you don't know how to do that in 1.5. Oh yeah, no, before the more modern changes and all that, yeah. So let's go ahead in the meantime. As people get up, let's get rid of these beds. So beauty is generally positive there. So that's considered a decent barracks. A very impressive rec room. Alright, so low-key those flowers are actually pretty nice. I wonder what the wealth situation of that. I can't imagine they're much. Yeah, no, not super appreciably higher wealth. Very labor intensive. As you can see, Willieson is still trying to plant them. And when they grow to their fullest, eventually they just die and you have to regrow them all over again. And it does seem like beauty-wise... Oh no, they're all fine. So we got a wild boar. And then meanwhile, while they're all doing that... Okay. It is very labor intensive. Yeah. It's a thing we could do on early on, because I need to just get that plant skill up. And otherwise I'm just going to have them chopping down trees and all that. Nicely done. Alright. It's also those things, if at any point those torches go out, they all just die. It's an interesting thing. It seems like it's a way to make the rooms nice without the, you're basically trading labor for wealth. Because like I said, it doesn't seem to be increasing our wealth at all. But, it is definitely, it's definitely a labor pain. Okay, so that's another bed done. Because little by little we'll get all those beds made. Alright. And this map is definitely going to be pretty hot, so hopefully we manage to get like the passive cooler or something to show up relatively early. Alright.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Also, can we get a shout out for Sherry Kine before I forget? Another fantastic content creator, does play a lot of RimWorld among other games. So definitely, you know, if you enjoy RimWorld, a place to go check out to find more of it. Oh, good stuff. Disturbing Vision. Fox.gif has a strange dream. In it, he saw a black shape unfurling in the space and time, growing and consuming. The shape originated from the nearby crumbling monolith. Upon waking from his vision, Fox.gif feels strangely drawn to the monolith. It calls to him. Oh, don't worry, we're going to let you poke that monolith, just not right now. Until we have electricity, the monolith is kind of really hard to do much with. Because when you look at the anomaly tech tree and all that kind of stuff, the containment and a lot of the good stuff is all trapped behind electricity. So usually it's around the time I hit electricity, I'll be like, okay, let's grab the Odyssey ship. Okay, let's poke the monolith. Let's do all that stuff. Because it's just one of those things that, yeah, I know exactly. You're kind of inviting problems. I did do a off stream. I didn't get all the way through it because it was just very slow. I was having a good time with it. I did a run where I wasn't allowed to use any materials that... I wasn't allowed to build anything with anything other than bioferrite, with the only exceptions of things that you could not build, you know, it or an equivalent with bioferrite. So, like, I think it was, like, the research bench, you couldn't build out of bio... There's, like, something like that. It's, like, something like the research bench couldn't be built out of bioferrite, so I was allowed to build it. But, like, for weapons, since there is melee weapons that you can make out of bioferrite, I was required to do so. That kind of thing. It was a very interesting run. It was also terrifying because all of my walls and floors and everything were bioferrite. Which is very, very flammable. Like, very, very flammable. So yeah, that was a thing. You're looking at a medieval technology anomaly mod to work with vanilla expanded medieval. It locks your tech level, so bioferrite is your only source of electricity. It is... Oh, yeah. No, bioferrite is, like, really up there. I don't think I can look it up right now. But bioferrite has... I think it's more flammable than wood. Like, it's extra flammable. Yeah, so we're starting to tear all this stuff down, so I could potentially start building stone stuff. And that might be even what we do here, is to replace the flowers when we get, like, the nicer stone floors. We'll probably replace the walls first with stone. Like, what I might start doing is the end thing. Yeah, no, that's, it's one of those things that get you in trouble. It's like where you build the carpets and your whole place just goes up in flame and section. Like, what happened? It's like, oh yeah, carpet is just maximum thing. I want to say when you read the description of bioferrite, it'll mention it's flammable there. And then you look at it, and like I said, I think it's like 5% more flammable than wood. Like, this is, oh no, it's about 100%. But yeah, it's up there. It's rough. So building your base out of bioferrite, while it's actually a fairly hard material, the moment you get a single enemy walks up and does like the little tick and lights it on fire, it's like, oh no, here we go. Get ready. Alright, so they're working on hunting. That'll get me light leather and stuff like that. It also level them up. Okay, so bills, add, make statues. What do we want to offer to make the statues out of? Not steel. Dear goodness. If we get jade, we'll make the statues out of jade. So if we ever get jade, make statues out of it. No, it's all good. It's one of those things when Anomaly came out, like I had, I was very fortunate. Like, literally my first attempt at Anomaly, we won. And it was on, like, Strive to Survive and all that kind of stuff. Was that true? I think that was true. Not that it didn't have any... Or was it the I think it was the first attempt we won. Like, the next 2 or 3 attempts I didn't. But, like, we managed to handle that. But big part of that was just going really slowly and being like, what is this? How do we do it? And then kind of defaulting. I found with Anomaly, half of the events is drop everything, attack it immediately. You still have wooden list. There we go. That's fine. I didn't make that statue. It's fine. Okay, so now everyone's mood should be good because we've got impressive and everything there, adding bonuses. We still got to be careful about raw fungus being eaten and stuff like that. Alright. We want to go and get ourselves moved over to actual sleeping bags and all that. Because that'll give us a bonus over just laying on the ground. We don't have complex furniture, nor do we have a means of controlling the research to guarantee we get it. So sleeping bags are as good as we can get. You know, till more comes up. You got the tribal headdress and all that. Oh, storage. Tainted. Do not allow tainted. Let's see, semi-random really trolled me with that. You had air conditioning before you had beds. I still the one I like to point out is just the one run I had it where we were looking at our research here. And so I was all the way over here. I was getting Starflight Basics. So I hadn't gotten these ones, but I was getting Starflight Basics. And I had almost everything filled in here, and I did not have complex clothing. So we were running entirely around on stolen clothing and all that, and traded for clothing, all the way into like the building of the ship before I finally got complex clothing. Cassandra hit you with acidic smog, cold snap, and solar flare back to back to back, all active at once. She did not like your crops. The one that reminded me is we had the one run that it was something like we had all of our it's something like we had all our crops burned. They started to come back. We had toxic fallout. We started to come back. We had cold snap. We started to come back, and then followed up with malaria. And we managed to like not lose anyone through that entire beginning part because we were just kind of rotating out who was going to be starving just a little bit to try and, you know, really just drag out the time as much as possible before starvation, because he kept killing everything. And then, you know, the malaria struck and we had a whole bunch of people with like mild malnutrition. We're like, I can't bring this back. We've been limping along for so long. Like, there's ways, like, had I expected it. Oh, we want that. Alright, well, I'm gonna have to give you gold, because it's the only thing I can trade you. There, so again, another source of recreation that happens to also be the thing that gives us passive coolers. And the reason why I was like, oh, we want that, is right now, if we get hit with a heat wave, there's might just be a thing that we can't really do much. Do you have a mod list, or is it just a research mod? You're thinking about trying a tribal space recently, and actually, this is perfect timing. It is mostly just the research. If you do exclamation mark mods, it should give you my mod list. I did just update it a couple of, 30 minutes ago. So yeah, so it's basically almost nothing but the no research, semi-random research, and then music stuff. So we have P music, and then the music doesn't go away for half an hour at a time where you're like, please, RimWorld, your music's so great, why are you leaving us Forsaken? Violence for profit. And you'll give me what I need for Devil Strand. Which... and Plast... which is good and all that. But I won't be able to do much with it because I'll be doing... like, we're on a tile, I can't grow it, and then we'll do Odyssey things as well. For 2 archers, though, I'll do it for the Goodwill. How long do I have before it says they show up? 14 hours? like, it'd be nice if these pawns end up just staying on the map. I think by 14 hours, I'll probably have left. It took you several years to unlock Goju's, and you had 1 Hussar limping along with everything you could buy and loot. Oh yeah, that was, one of our earlier Odyssey attempts. We got a whole lot of people addicted to Luciferum, and I mean a whole lot of people. Because, like, man, Luciferum's so easy to get a hold of in this, with this new DLC. Why wouldn't I use Luciferum? And we got, like, 8 people hooked on Luciferum. And then it became kind of this high-stress run of just land, get to the next spot, grab, you know, check for Lucy, land, get to the next spot, check for the Lucy. Like, it very much changed the dynamic of, like, desperate people trying to get their drug fix. Which was very fun, but, like, as I mentioned, pretty stressful run. Okay, so let's go here, schedule, or, we're gonna go zone, expand a load area. Well, actually, we could just use the home zone. Home zone will be good enough. Home zone everyone, because we're expecting the archers to be here pretty soon. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those ones. You got baited hard by the World Gen spawning all those drug stockpiles. Oh yeah, no, I got like a ton of Luciferum early. I was like, man, I'm sitting on like 100-something Lucy. Like, and I already know where I can find more. Why wouldn't we use this? And then realize that basically I was completely out of Lucy at that point. Okay, are any of you good shots? No. No, you are not. Nimble, fast learner. Alright, let's... oh, Impid. Totally useless. Okay. Not much cover to speak of. We're gonna let them roll up on us. And we could probably have Conrad start blasting them, and that'd work well. You know what we might be able to do with this as well? This is a terrible idea. Oh, I actually have a defensive position I can use down here. Hey, Conrad. Wait for it. Shoot the cassowary. Alright. Nicely done. Okay, so one of them took an arrow hit, so there's bruises. You lost your thumb. Cool. Of course you did. That's alright. There'll be many more. Why are you not treating people? Priority 1, treat people. Of course, friendly fire. Was it the friendly fire that was the dismembering hit? Oh, hey, another raid. Yeah, no, it was. Gonna take just a second. Can I bait them into trying to fight across the river? No. Okay, so you're all good. Get into position as fast as you can. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so you need to scooch over to this side. Are either of you particularly dangerous? You're actually pretty dangerous for me to run in melee. Let's maybe have you two chill over by this tree. And just let this be a range out, because that dude's back there sitting there at 9 melee. Alright, you get out. Oh, come on. Well, fortunately, they've moved out from cover. There we go. What's your deal? Your deal is I don't care about any of your stuff. Alright. Hyper-focused on Zomboid and missing the start. Basically it's just mostly just a pretty standard tribal run. We're just going for space things. I don't have like a whole big challenge planned for this one. What? Did I misread that quest? Did it say 3 rounds? It did say 3 rounds. That was not worth it. You are both terrifying in melee. This is why you actually read things carefully. I figured this early in the game it was going to be, you know, just the one to go. The good news is these ones are hanging back, so we can take them out to patch ourselves up and sleep for a minute. Bad news, we got a lot of injuries, and some of them are not minor. Okay, at least no one's actively bleeding right now. Yes, you're genuinely a scary target. You on the other hand, as long as you don't get into melee, is fine. Yeah, so pretty soon I'm going to need to get rid of some of these rocks and all that so I have a defensive position and they don't. This is one thing working against me right now. Go eat something before you have a break. Alright, there's your break. That's what you get. So we'll take you two, put you behind the rocks here. Left Birth Rush, jump behind here. They're also impids, so like trying to deliberately draw them into melee is also its own issue. Okay, good hit there. How badly are you hurt? So you can take a hit. Unless it's not a real bad hit. You can probably shift over there a little bit more. Okay, so you took a hit. An annoying torso hit. Let's have you all focus on that one since he's not behind cover anymore. Relative to where you are. And I'm deliberately trying to not run up with the melee and not get everything lit on fire. Plus these guys actually have some pretty good melee skill. Okay, you're in really sorry shape on that torso. I don't want you to duck out from behind cover and risk a hit if I don't have to, though. Cool. That's fine. Body moderate gourmand. Yeah, that's fine. You can just stay there. Schedule unrestrict. So only one person got hurt in that fight. They did take 2 back-to-back torso hits, which does mean literally everyone but Conrad got shot during all that. We did get through it. We did get our standings. We did get a bunch of XP. Not much in the way of permanent injuries. We did lose a thumb to friendly fire, but all in all, it could have been worse. It wasn't worth it. That's what it is. Carry on. Getting all that rust off. Yeah, looks like all the fire's contained over there, so that's fine. Now, why are you all mad? Serious pain. And you're about to have your bonded animal penalties go away, which is good. And we could go ahead and use having you cut down. Oh no, there's an eclipse. On my permanently dark tile, it is going to be dark. Whatever will I do? Honestly, for this, make it 20. It's like, oh no, not an eclipse. It's the end of days. Cool, we should have an eclipse viewing party. Tantrum. That's fine. I'm gonna ship to the stars, we won't worry about that. Please stop breaking stuff. Suck. You suck even more. Alright, well. One less bed for people to sleep in. Advanced darkness. Dark 2.0. Alright. It's fine. Little by little, our people are starting to hunt. Oh, well, we've already got one of the beds replaced because we did get some scrap materials back, so that's good news. So at least Conrad's not actually losing their bed. They just got a replacement. Alright. Yeah, they're burning a lot of labor on those flowers. I'm okay with that for now. Like I said, it'll probably be one of those things that we will ultimately replace that flooring with something less laborious. If we end up with a bunch of wood, I'd make the totemetic flooring. If we end up getting the stone cutting, I can make it just the stone floor. It also seems like, oh, when the torch got destroyed, I don't have the rebuild turned on. That's right. Yeah, so when the torch got destroyed, the lights went out and all the roses are in trouble. Get that torch fixed before they all die. Cool. But if you and your partner got done with dealing with a near miss with a cat making yarf motions on the bed, it's amazing how fast the human body can move a kitty when you hear those noises. Yup. Yup. Yeah, so definitely going to need to replace those flowers. Not surprising. But the good news is Willieson here is just farming plant skill. But we save. So while bed saved from cat, sadly not saved from earth. So we have iguanas, and we will get a small child who is really good at animals. I'm going to say no to that, and the reason I'm going to say no to that is because I have like 4 people in here who can do a lot with animals. And they were a Yetkin, and I just don't want to deal with their garbage. Now, if people wouldn't be injured for a minute, we could get some research done. There we go. One more to get out of there. Everyone's back at it, so we can actually get some stuff done around here. Okay, so one thing's gotta change here. Shrink this zone for the love of everything. Make it just 8 by 8. Area revealed. That's fine. We're just getting way too much mushrooms in the storage, and we just don't need it. More RimWorld? Yes. Hey, Dread, how's it going? It's good to have you. What I'll probably do here as like occasion is when we're like in between events happening, I might take a minute to just sneak in eating some of my food here, which I'll just mute the mic so you don't have to hear like the little tinkle sound of like the spoon hitting the bowl or anything like that. But we'll get all that going. Okay, so our first research is going to be the fishing. That's coming along nicely. I say, Manhunter Pack where? You're going to... I was really hoping that Manhunter Pack was going to catch them out there. Is it really 4? I mean, they're birds, so they're going to die in seconds. But they're probably going to get a bunch of, like, minor hits on me. Alright. Okay, first bird's gone. Second bird's gone. Third bird's gone. Third bird is attempting a flanking maneuver. Or fourth. Fourth bird seems like they were like, you know what, I saw my fallen brethren, I went out. Just never mind. Every single one of them, I think, instantly rotted too. Which is just something that happens when they have the, Scaria. They have a very high chance of insta-rotting. Alright. So I mute the mic for just a minute and eat a little bit of my food, so I'll be right back. Okay, was just in there smelling it, just like wanted to eat at least a bit of it. Because I've been pretty bad about actually eating before stream lately. I get caught up in getting things done. And then, you know, you look at the clock and go, crap, I didn't leave myself enough time. And I do appreciate that RimWorld does give me time to, like, do a little bit of the work around here. It's also kind of... Ooh, it is 109 degrees outside. Well... That's, it's not what you're hoping for. And do you know what I can do about that? Nothing. Nothing at all. Literally nothing. Because we are doing semi-random research, no research. So we look at my research right now. I'm getting close to passive core because we bought the book we saw for it. So if people do enough recreation to read that book, I can do something about the heat. But that's why I bought the book, is like... So imagine right now if we got hit with a heat wave. Now, one of the things you could do to counter it is instead I could have built my base in like that. And that'd give me a little bit of mitigation. Not much though, not like it used to. It used to be you would just build into a wall and heat was solved. Like, the heat waves wouldn't do any meaningful impact once you build into the side of a mountain. And just the same, if it was cold, you could just put like a fire in there and it'd counter the cold pretty easily. But those days have changed. They made it so you're still subjected to a lot worse heat in the mountains than you used to be. Which is fair, because it used to be one of those things you just immediately set up in there and you could kind of circumvent a lot of different systems in the game. And yoink those up, because those are planted. We might as well get them. Yeah, I grabbed way too much of that. Oh, here's one thing. Do not store the block or the steel in here. You can store it out here. though. So get all this junk and lay it outside, because they won't steal that ever. At least never that I've seen. The first time someone raids me and steals my steel, I'm gonna giggle. Alright. Yeah, so we're just having to pull all that up so I can start regrowing things. It'd honestly be interesting if we could, literally farm Silocap. I think that would be an interesting thing. Because it feels like Silocap already has a severe enough penalty that comes from its use. For those who don't know, well, it's not a particularly high % chance. Every time you use the Silocap, there's a small chance it'll basically make you go comatose for a while. Which is pretty nasty. That's a pretty nasty outcome. I don't believe it can be addictive in the game. But, it can definitely mess you up. Naptime mushroom, yeah. May have good time, may have bad time, may have sleepy time. The conscious debuff is rough too? Yeah. Yeah, no, consciousness penalties are pretty easy to overlook. And they are bad. That's like, we mentioned earlier, that's kind of my big problem with Smokeleaf, is it's got a lot of penalties to it, but it's something like a 15, 20, 25% something consciousness penalty, and that'll kill you sometimes. I think it's 15%. So you'll have your characters gotten knocked down in an injury or whatever, and you're like, oh, they're about to mood break, let me go ahead and hit them with the Smokeleaf, and then they die because their consciousness zeroes out. You just kind of stare because you know you did that to yourself entirely, like the game did nothing against you. Okay, we should also go here and do not allow rotten corpses. We can go over here to the dumping stockpile. Low priority, clear. Do not allow fresh. And put all those there. And we don't want them to put out fires or anything in my corpse burning area. Or not my corpse burning, my corpse rotting area, so... You know. Oh yeah, no, you get like the worst thing, it's like it's one thing when you're like, oh, they're having a mood break and you yourself are the one who get them to take it. But like when someone goes and gets stoned, that's the reason I almost never will even grow Smokeleaf on there. Like one, I usually don't need to make money anyways. I honestly find going out of your way to make money in RimWorld to be a bad strategy. Because just it blows up your wealth, and then the consequence of wealth is usually worse than any benefit you'd get from the cash. But just having Smokeleaf around I don't want, because you'd never know when someone's gonna have a mood break, you know, while they're like, you know, they're having a mood break because they're sick and everything. Nice. So we did get the passive coolers done because of the book. Yeah, I find Smokeleaf to be a deceptively dangerous one. It's also why I hate the high life ideology, because it's just half your people have a consciousness penalty when they're running around. Alright, next is electricity. Well, that's certainly not something I'm going to complain about. Okay. And we got our fishing zone here. So let's check on our people. So Earth Rush here, we do actually have Earth Rush set to do the fishing as a priority over the hauling and cleaning. JD here, let's lower your fishing priority. Well, do I want to lower it? Yeah, I probably need to. I would like JD to be able to work at that as well, but I wouldn't have anyone hauling or cleaning. Go fish next to the rotting corpses? Yep. All that extra nutrients makes the fish bigger. I'm glad you enjoyed. I've mentioned a few times that like when I was younger, my grandparents had a cottage in a town called Walaka, which is right by Palaka. And I enjoyed going there. There was a ravine and a bunch of cool stuff, and we would fish a bunch there. As I got older, fishing appealed to me a lot less. Not like I'm like, fishing is wrong. It's a perfectly good hobby. But like, I got to the point where like, you know what I don't want to do? I don't want to sit out here with my fishing pole and fish. I much preferred cast netting anyways. Just do your whole little spin and throw the net out there and all that. You know the patience to fish or hunt? Yeah, it's kind of the same. So when you kid just showed up and fished, you liked it. As you got older and you had to buy all this stuff and do all the work, is less fun. Palaka, so we're... Oh yeah, no, Palaka and Walaka are way out in the middle of nowhere. The one historically relevant thing about Palaka, Florida, is way, way, way back in the day. You know, you're dealing with like sail ships and all that. Palaka had the thing where you had your choice of you could either go the whole way around Florida to then go onto the Gulf side to trade, or you could go down there, cut across the middle of the state, and then go on the other side to like meet people along the way. And so Palaka had a ferry. And we're talking like you had a rope and you had a platform, you just pulled it from one side to the other so that you could, you know, go pull up the shore, load all your goods onto your wagon, ride it across the middle of the state, take the ferry across, and then, you know, meet people on the other shore. Generally speaking, most people took their boat around because it's a lot of work to cross the middle of Florida back in those days. It's a big freaking swamp. But it did have the ferry. It was the crossway point. If you were cutting through the middle of Florida, that's where you went. And it kind of stayed that way for a long time until later on, as things developed a little bit, Orlando became the crossover point in the middle. That it didn't have a ferry or anything, but Orlando actually had like an actual like trade hub in the middle, which had like one hotel that was really small, you know, a handful of like supporting businesses, and it was just basically a point where people would come, then drop off their goods to go on to the next spot. And then later, you know, Disney plopped itself down there, and then Orlando just exploded. Let's see. Florida used to allow commercial net fishing before people from north, but they outvoted the native Floridians at the time and outlawed. Before people from up north... Are you saying people from up north moved to Florida and they outlawed it? Because Florida had a lot of problems with, you know, a lot of stuff like overfishing issues and all sorts of environment stuff that, as a state broadly, they've tackled over the years, that they've been trying to improve a lot of that. And I don't even say it's like a people from one place or another or anything there. Yeah, you could do that. Okay. This whole state is fascinating? Yeah. But yeah, and that's, and you can still net fish in Florida. You just can't do, like, the drag nets and all that stuff. Like, I don't believe you can, like, full-on trowel or whatever. And we're not going to be doing that nonsense, not that. Yeah, Florida did. Your friends are longtime fishermen out of Cocoa Beach. Yeah, bottom trawling is terrible for the environment. Yeah, and that's my understanding is we used to, like, we have rules against, like, troweling and, like, a bunch of that, that kind of dragging the net thing, so I don't even think that's, like, a, you know, people from up north or whatever. I think that was more just people realized, oh, this is freaking terrible for the local environment. So Florida generally does, for a lot of the stuff that Florida does that are pretty crappy, one thing that we're really good about is we generally speaking, broadly speaking, do tend to take environment fairly seriously. It's not that we don't have anything about, like, stuff, you know, like, you know, water, stuff being dumped in the water. You don't have companies doing bad things. But broadly speaking, they do usually do a pretty good job about being like, hey, we're going to put this Everglades effort to put in to protect this whole area and all that stuff. Let's see, the main reason net fishing was regulated was way overdone. If anything, people from out of state overrode. People were keeping things as it is. Or for the environment, good for the old boy club. It was a needed change. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. You had commercial interests who were fighting for it. But you'd even have like the little, you know, mom pop family fisheries that, you know, they couldn't compete with these giant, you know, companies that had, you know, dozens upon dozens of ships going out there trawling and all that. And they kind of, you know, got fished out of business. So a lot of them were actually in support of those rules as well. But it nuked your fishing industry from orbit because they didn't want to have to go around the nets? Yeah, but I mean, okay. But we can sit there and go, all right, well, let's imagine, you know, we have, like, we can recognize that an industry is harmful and that we are dependent on it and that the nature of that industry has to change and that people don't want to. But that's just that. Like, if we were still doing, like, coal mining is bad enough, but there was ways we used to coal mine that were, like, particularly awful. Like, gold mining for that, where we used to blast the surface of the earth with water and just completely purge the area. And, you know, those areas pretty close to never actually recover. And we can say, okay, well, you can't do that. And person's like, well, then we're just not going to coal mine. It's like, okay, that's a choice. Ooh, I actually don't know the spelling of Palaka. So, if where you see Palaka, if you see Walaka next to it, then that's the one I'm talking about. Gold mining with acid and other stuff is still bad. Oh yeah, no, there's definitely different ways that gold mining has been done over the years, that some of them are not super awful, and then there's definitely ones that are like, oh, this is horrific. You can't rug pull billions of people's energy source. Yeah, well, that's the thing. We're not talking about, like, the outlawing of coal mining entirely. We're talking about going, okay, wait a second. Like, because usually what'll happen is have, okay, here's the way these coal mines are operating. We recognize that this is a problem. So, like, there's ones that made the area unstable. They actually had neighborhoods and that get collapsed in from when coal mines caved in and all that stuff. And there's that side of things. So you can go, okay, well, you are required to build these type of supports now, or you are required to not do this one practice. And usually they'll even delay when it goes into effect 5-10 years or whatever. And at that point, like, if they're like, well, we're not going to do that, it's like, okay, well, that's a decision. You can transition away from it, just not fast. Yeah. Yep, Walaka, South Palaka. Yeah, no, and that's, my grandparents used to have a cottage down there. I come from the standpoint of being related to one of the old freelance commercial fisher, who learned from old-timers before him. Right. But, as what's been kind of mentioned, Darth, is we did run into a problem with excessive overfishing in the area was genuinely hurting it for kind of everyone. And there are some areas that it still hasn't fully recovered out here. And on top of that, just, you know, people using practice that are particularly environmentally hostile, so we said, okay, well, we're not going to let that happen anymore. It's understandable that people were doing that before, and then you said, hey, well, you're not allowed to, and they're like, well, we don't want to do the new way. You know, I can't print as much, you know, I can't make as much money doing it, and that's fair. But, like, if you recognize you're already going to be doing it this way, and you're kind of running down a clock before you've basically destroyed the ecosystem enough that you wouldn't be able to continue doing your operation anyways, it's just the responsible thing to be like, alright, well, we're not going to do that. Like, we're not going to allow that. Because there's been plenty of industries that have had to massively overhaul themselves because they learned what they were, like, regulation happened after we learned that something was pretty bad, and said, okay, well, that practice has to stop. Because otherwise we'd still have kids, you know, kids doing chimney sweeping, we would still have, like, miners going into too narrow tunnels with no protection or no PPE required whatsoever. Like, those kind of things. And there was definitely a point with like factories where they said, okay, well, we've recognized that this processing puts out lots of toxic gases and hurts the local ecosystem, so you're going to have to contain in this way. And the factory said, nope, and padlocked the door and quit. We shouldn't be like, oh, well, we can't regulate, it's bad for business. Like, no, this is, like, the entire surrounding city shouldn't die slowly and painfully because of lead poisoning, because this factory is like, well, we don't want to do this one thing. We want to dump it in the river. Yeah, the toxic runout for those processors are still just stored in open basins in Brazil. And some of the power plants that produce toxic wastewater for years must be in those basins. So many years, floods cover one by one. Yeah, no, and that happens. And a lot of times it's not even things that we know, like with, for example, asbestos. Like, you look at something like asbestos, and historically we were like, this is the miracle material. It's amazing. It's cost effective. It does all these amazing things. Asbestos is great. And, you know, before it got outlawed, we figured out it was bad, but it was delayed for a good while before, like, wait a second, asbestos is freaking awful. Like, you breathe in torn asbestos, you get that fiber in you, and, you know, by the time you realize you got a problem, it's just too late. You get to write how many like weeks or months you have left on the clock, and then you die. And so we're like, all right, hold up, we're gonna greatly restrict the use of asbestos. But at the time, it was seen as like this great material that was going to do all these amazing things, and was used very, very heavily. Easier to dispose of uranium than asbestos? Yeah, because uranium doesn't have a tendency to get everywhere. That's the danger. Like, asbestos, like, if you had just, like, a roll of asbestos, like, you know, the asbestos insulation, if you have a roll of that, and no one Fs with it, you can just put it somewhere and it's basically safe. It's the moment you start cutting or tearing it or anything like that, that's where it goes from, this is a relatively contained, fairly safe thing. The moment you start messing with that, that's what it goes from, okay, this is easy to contain and handle, to now I've got this powder in the air, and getting it back out is a whole thing. Which is why they do like the whole big tent and they suck all the air through the filters and all that. They're just trying to get all that loose asbestos particulate. Yeah, cigarettes have some bad stuff in them. Let's put the asbestos filters on them, yeah. Yes, asbestos is legitimately an amazing material outside of all the horrible death powder thing. Well, yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, as a material, it's capable of all sorts of things. It's just we've recognized it's ridiculously dangerous. That you need such incredible levels of PPE and all that to keep people safe. And even then, you know, you have that one time where the person takes off their mask to, like, you know, clear it because they coughed in it or whatever, and it's all gross. And, you know, they take it off in the wrong place and they breathe in that particulate, and that's all it takes. Yeah, see, and the alternate effects are medical pinpointable back then. Right, they weren't pinpointable back then. And it wasn't figured out till decades after that. Like, there's a lot of business practices that we begin that were like, oh, hey, we're gonna do this, like, some of the implementation of hydroelectric dams that at the time we first started implementing, they're like, this is amazing. We're making electricity. It's environmentally responsible. We're not making all these separate waste products and all these, and then come to realize, oh, wait, this actually F's the ecosystem really bad as well. Like, now the salmon can't go upstream. That's fine. You know, we've completely changed these ecosystems and environments faster than the animals can react to it. So actually, wait, hydroelectric is a lot more mixed bag. There's places where it's appropriate and doesn't have as significant of an impact, and then there's places that it can be devastating. But, you know, at the time it was seen as like, hey, this is just better. And even wind and solar has its problems. There's inappropriate places to put solar. I still very much am an advocate for renewable power, but there's definitely a place where it's like, hey, you're in northern Michigan, solar probably doesn't make sense for you. You're gonna spend a lot of year without the sunlight. It's gonna be a much harder sell from a practicality to put solar up there versus, you know, when I have a neighbor over here who's like, oh yeah, solar just doesn't make sense, it's not worth it, and you're looking at your roof going, these suckers paid for themselves, you know, 7 years after I installed it, and everything after that is just me not paying the power company a bunch of money. This is a win. I have saved so much money by having those things. Like, a state, like if you're in someplace like California or Texas or Arizona or Florida or New Mexico, or you just insert any of these states that have sunlight most of the year, it's like, yeah, you might have an individual company who it's not worth it because they're overcharging, but like if you can afford to put the money up, usually they'll pay for themselves within 6 to 8 years. Now you will have the people who are like, but I want to be 100% solar, and that doesn't make sense a lot of times, because you'll look at the angles of the roof and you'll have like, this is the angle of the roof facing the way the sunlight's coming to, that's a good roof. You're gonna get like 80-90% efficiency, and then you have the other side and it goes, well, you can get 20% efficiency out of that. And those panels will never pay for themselves because they're facing the wrong way. So you'll run into that where you can take your household, and just because of the direction your roof is facing, it's like, okay, you can get 70-80% of your power paid for, incredibly efficient, no brainer, do it. Well, to get that extra, to get the 100%, you put the panels on the other side of the roof, but that side of the roof, solar panels, they're effectively costing you money because they're just in the wrong place. Because the solar is fantastic. If we get the sun boost it, should be mandatory, but has to be better price regulated. I haven't noticed too many problems with like weird pricing issues with solar. Admittedly, I installed my solar panels 10 years ago, something like that. It gets worse when you see the thermal curve. When you get the best sun, they overheat and it starts to fall off as well. Yeah, it kind of depends, but like I said, for me personally with the solar panels, they paid for themselves in about 7 years. And it is a thing that your solar panels year after year will slowly have a reduction of efficiency till eventually there's a thing. We are on Cassandra Strive to Survive. But yeah, so like generally it's good. So you don't know how much they cost to upkeep, but it feels like having them just be a default. Yeah, so when it comes to solar, so basically what ends up happening for your maintenance, like ignoring, you know, if some tree branch or something smashes into a panel and hurts your roof. So like normal maintenance. You basically put the solar panel up there. Every once in a long while, you might want to go up there and clean them off. Just so, you know, like dust and crap collecting on them comes off. But that's not even that big of a deal. But generally speaking, most solar panels pay for themselves in give or take 7-8 years, somewhere in that ballpark. It depends on like where you're at, what panels you're getting, who's installing it, what surcharge they have, yada yada yada. That's all stuff you're gonna have to do that. But usually, as I mentioned, it's kind of each year they lose just a little bit of efficiency, so the power they're generating gets a little bit lower. It's kind of like how your battery develops memory, and so at first it could charge like, you know, you can get 100 hours out of a charge. And then it's like 98 hours. Then it's 97 hours. And you do eventually get to the point where you're like, okay, I'm getting only like 30, 40, 50% of the charge. They're still helping me. They're still saving me money. But it's definitely reaching that point where it's like, okay, but if I yoink these off my roof and put new ones on and I get myself back up to their higher efficiency, I'm paying off more of my bill, they'll pay for themselves again. Like that kind of thing. But there isn't like a regular maintenance, like you go up there and be like, gotta change the oil on my solar panels. Nothing like that. Saving, ooh. How far away are you? You're a trek. That's a tempting one. Oh. So that was interesting. So she was downed and got back up. Because it showed her picture as downed, and now it's showing her back up, which is the thing. Yeah, and most reputable solar companies will sit there and be like, okay, you know, for 10 years, we will guarantee at the end of those 10 years, your solar panels will have an output of N amount of power. And, you know, usually it's a padded out number where, like, let's say it's, I don't know, 10 megawatts or whatever. I'm probably completely off in my units. Like, so let's say that's what your solar panel installation is. That's probably kilowatts, either way. But, like, you know, you're supposed to have 10. The actual panel's expected output at that might be 12, and it'll guarantee you for 10. That kind of thing. And then you don't see any reason, aside from upfront cost. Yeah, the upfront cost is the big takeaway, and then there are places and, you know, alignments that doesn't make sense. Like, if you're in the middle of an area that they got all, like, the really tall pine trees and all that all around you, yeah, don't put solar panels down, because you got a big tree in the way. Let's see. Berate your contract, do your math, and in the end, they're doing this to make money. Somebody warranty the roof to put it as part of the deal. Oh yeah, well that's kind of the thing. It was interesting to me that people were worried here about like what would be the impact because we get hit with hurricanes. Like what would be the impact of having solar here? Like would that damage your roof? Would it be a thing? And there was a whole bunch of like misinformation going back and forth by anti-solar people being like, oh, it'll ruin your roof. And it was interesting because we got slammed by a really bad hurricane just like 2-3 years after we got our solar panels installed. And the thing I found fascinating, and it was one of those hurricanes that like in the neighborhood, 8 out of 10 houses had roof damage that had to be repaired. Like it was a bad storm. And it's when I say roof damage, it's just like ripped up shingles, that kind of thing. So you'd have to get your roof redone, but like everything was structurally sound. And it was interesting to me looking at my roof that my roof was fairly mildly damaged, and it was a very old roof. Like it was kind of due to be fixed anyways. And it was interesting that everywhere around the solar panels were fine, because these were the solar panels that kind of go flush up the roof. They've got the edge trim and everything. And the solar panels are designed to be impact resistant and everything. So it basically had like this armor over that whole segment of the roof, that the places that got damaged were the places the solar panels weren't. Like, you know, the angles of the roof that just didn't make sense. Because I had the big flat area here, and then we had where our walkway comes into it. There's like a little spot there, and that little spot there got damaged pretty badly. So same angle, so it wasn't like the wind came from this direction, same angle. But like this one is covered in solar panels, and then this one was just too small to be worth putting a little solar panel on it. Yeah, you'd be worried about the things. Solar panels can protect roofs, which is assuming all the people who complain, but they put holes in my roof. But they said, yeah, no, that's the thing. Is people are like, but they're drilling in my roof. I was like, yeah, well, when they put the shingles, they're nailing in your roof. It's not a whole lot of difference. Things are getting put through your roof. All right, so we got 2 people with bows here. Anyone with skills we care about? Okay. So that guy's got some nice shooting. That's a little bit of thing. I wouldn't want either of the pawns. They're both impids. I didn't see. Was that an attacks immediately? It is. And part of the reason we're being a little bit more aggressive on the pausing and all that right now is I haven't played RimWorld since, like, November. So I am very rusty. Well, that's not a good angle. I think you had good melee, right? You got okay. Well, actually. So grab our 2 melee pawns. You're gonna branch them out here. So you focus fire on this one. Nicely done. That's fine, we don't need to chase. Okay, so give me your recurve bow. Alright, you might actually go down on your own. Or not. It's fine. Let's see. Also, screw in your roof and mounting some metal girdering. Yeah, like in the gutters and all that stuff. Yeah, all that mess with. One of the main issues currently with solar is not actually solar, it's the energy companies as a whole other topic. Yeah, no, very famously in Florida, we had the infamous Amendment 1. That is going back 8-10 years ago. It was the infamous Amendment 1, which was, if you read all the title and all that, was the pro-solar amendment. here in Florida. And what it actually was, it was run by, you know, Florida Power and Light, Duke Energy, and all the other power companies were pushing it. That ultimately what it actually did is, while it made a bunch of fluff about, like, you know, Floridians should have the right to put solar on their roof and yada yada yada, but none of that meant anything. It was all just like fluff words. But when you actually got to what it was going to allow them to do, is it would allow the power companies to put a surcharge on the bills of anyone who had solar or home generation. And so what it was is, by using the power company less, they were allowed to charge you a fee to pay the power company for the reduced use that you had. Thankfully, word got around and that got defeated, but it was one of the more audacious, you know, yeah, exactly, like the everyone saves the puppies and kitties amendment, but then you look into it and it's something truly awful. But yeah, so luckily that was one that, you know, public word got out, an outcry got out, and it got shut down. Anything bad? Missed the statewide program. Let's see, as someone who's done a bit of roofing, putting holes in your roof is a bad idea. Like for mounting panels, but if you know, but if you do it knowing you're putting the solar panels, totally magical installation. Yeah. Like that's, you could tell like the really crap solar panels installation versus like the better one done. Like the really crap one, you'll see the extruded aluminum kind of stuff. So they'll just punch a hole in there, they'll use extruded aluminum, they'll put a rail on it, and then they'll attach the solar panels to it. So like it's really oh man, what is it? It's not Lego in them. There was the one where you'd have like the little screw in the nut, and you'd have like the little cross beams that you could build stuff out of as children. So you'd have like the little angle and all that. 80/20 or Unistrut. Yeah, I can't remember what it was called, like the actual toy. Like you could build cool stuff. Was it Connect? No, Connect was the plastic one, wasn't it? Where you'd snap them together? I'm talking about the metal ones. Erector set might be right. Yeah. So you look at the one where they do the extruded aluminum stuff, and it genuinely looks like a Erector set. Those are the really, really bad installations. Where it is just like literally they just jam that out there, they bolt it all together. Because anything that causes it to vibrate like wind and all that will slowly loosen everything up over the years. They can do stuff like they can put a it's not an adhesive, it's a rubberized material to Loctite kind of thing. And there's stuff they could do with that. But those are the ones that tend to be really bad installations that they have, you know, notoriously for being poorly done, leaking, that kind of stuff. But a lot of the better ones, they'll use like this hockey puck thing. That what they'll do is they'll have like a part that goes inside the roof, there's the post that goes through it, and then there's another side here. And the whole thing is sealed up around the whole area. And it's even got like a little scoop on the top so like wind and all that can't really get underneath it. And then it is one of those things that when you go to do solar, you just go to the hockey puck, you just kind of twist it, pop the top. The whole mounting thing stays where it's at. And then, you know, you put your new panel in, you could put it in and lock it back in place. Let's see, you had a company who wanted to ballasted solar on your roof, and you're basically putting concrete parking blocks to weigh it down. Oh, geez. To ballast it? Yeah, no, I don't, wouldn't surprise me. We certainly have around here. You'll have like some of the more reputable solar panel companies. They usually will only come in when they're doing an installation. So like you know, you'll have whomever will be doing a house 2 houses down from you, and they'll like check on the neighbors here and there, because it's a whole big spectacle in the neighborhood when someone's getting their solar installed, where everyone, you know, starts asking questions, people pop out wanting to see what's going on, and, you know, the solar power companies are like, hey, yeah, this is our installation, if you want to check us out, here's that. So they're not going to doors knocking and bothering you, but yeah, we do get the ones that come by. We're like, we could install solar cheaper than anyone else in the area. It's like, and you get what you pay for. I bet you can install it cheaper than anyone else here. I'll have to have it reinstalled because it'll, you know, be a whole thing. This is a 6,000 or so square foot warehouse. Yeah. Now, you do have bad solar out there. You do genuinely have, and it's the same like thing like anything else. You know, you get like a really bad roofing company, you get a really bad plumbing group, you get a really bad, you know, people putting down what's the word? Pavers, and that. You'll go to one house and the pavers look great, you go to the next house, the pavers look great, and you'll go to that third house that's the cheap company, and there's always gaps, and some like it kind of slowly twists as it goes down the way because they didn't line it up right. It's one of the things I find frustrating is sometimes being like, hey, my AC's not working, I just want to find a reputable company. And like, you know, doing your work to figure out, okay, so I have a 12-year-old child who... It's just an EMI, right? Just an EMI field? Okay, sure. It's literally, I don't have power. What do I care? Alright, so what do you got going on? You are a meanderist. Who is 12-year-old... Sorry, I thought you said it was 12-year-old. What? Did I not read that right? Oh no, it's 8-year-olds. Okay, 8-year-olds and not having a passion is a little bit more forgivable. Because, yeah, mechanics can be the same way. If you want bottom dollar prices, you get bottom dollar results. Yep. Yeah, your buddy eventually did, the roof said, if you want to do solar, just build curbs on the roof to mount it, so it's above the water. Yeah, no, there's a lot of, like, that's the thing. The reputable companies, and I've even had reputable companies that they'll look at someone's house and say, it doesn't, like, they'll walk in, they'll do this roof survey and goes, there's no point in us putting solar on your roof, you're not going to get your money's worth, and just moved on. Alright, so the child... The child gets to be James Against the Machine. I'm hoping your name fits. We're gonna try. No, alright. So how do we want to truncate your name so it fits? Because that's the character limit there. We could do James Against. Or just James. James works. Alright, so you need a weapon. And you got a tiny bit of a James v. the Machine. That's not terrible. I think that's the best you're gonna get is a regular bow for right now. Yeah, so you got an EMI field. But I don't really care about that. They've turned off our electricity. You're just happy to be included. That's fair. Oh, we're gonna need another bed. But yeah, no, it's definitely a thing. Like I've seen like real. Oh no, a catfish got away. So sad. Let's get to your work. So let's keep James near home for right now, because they are child. And that's going to be a whole thing. So right now we'll have you do that. We'll offer to let you fish and hunt. And whenever it shows you as having passive or whatever, we're also going to go into your schedule, because you're a child. We're going to have you prioritize recreation above all. And I don't believe we can give you stuff for helping your education, because right now you want lesson running and nature running. Right. Alright. So the problem is having you run out like that, you can get easily hunted by animals. But right now, keeping you trapped here, you'll get no education. You wonder if there's any situation where a community solar is worthwhile? This solar generation substation built in the new construction, optimally aligned and all that stuff. I think it's not... I mean, there's the funding at part of it, KLL. I think the bigger problem is way a lot of your billing and all that works with solar. Like, here in Florida, with the way our regulation works, is my power that, like, I have solar panels on my roof. It has to go out to the grid, then back to me. So if the power goes out on the grid, I still lose power, despite producing power sufficient to power my home during the day on my own home. And it's a thing to basically that the power companies pushed at the time to try and be like, oh no, we wanna make sure like you are dependent on us, like devalue what you can get out of solar. And they present it as public safety, being like, oh, but if it's attached at your home could be powered even with the power turned off. It's like, okay, and that's a safety issue for people who are working on the power lines. Like, how does my power going out to the grid first change any of that? You are still going to need to go to the various points and disconnect the power on the part you're working on, even if the power plant's turned off, because of anything else putting power on the system. You're still going to seclude that segment of what you're working on from the grid. And just like at my home, there's going to be a breaker that you turn off the breaker to detach where the solar's generating from the rest of the grid so you can work on the home. None of that changes. Like, it's making power. Yeah, once a solar panel is in the sunlight, electricity's happening. That's what it is. And if you got enough of them, it's real dangerous. If someone's fussing with it. None of that changes. That's just true. It's not like a fire safety thing. If I've got a short on my solar panels that's going to start a fire, disconnecting or reconnecting the grid isn't going to change anything about that. The fire is in the building. Or on its roof. But you get the idea. If you could just, if you could make me an engineer or chemical fascination, that would be Ken. Mine disconnects from the grid when the grid goes down. Yeah, maybe that's a thing that's come up nowadays. Null and void. Maybe that's a new thing. Because like I said, it was a thing. That regulation was fairly new when I got my solar installed. I could see where companies may have gone smart and were like, okay, the grid goes down, and then it does that. Hey, we got bioluminescence going on, so you can see trippy spores, so everyone gets happy. Yeah, I know it's a whole thing. Recreation, not particularly filled, because we don't have enough sources of recreation. That said, I can't really do much about that right now. You have solar plus batteries. It could be that. I could see that, because then what end up happening is you've got the batteries on your end. I opted to not do the batteries for my own thing. At the time, the batteries were to cost almost half as much as the solar installation itself cost. And then it's like, okay, but where I'm at, sure, we have hurricanes that cause like proper power outs from time to time, where we're like down on power for a while. But broadly speaking, I wasn't really worried about for the disaster side of things. My big reason I was getting solar was because screw Florida Power and Light and Duke Energy and everything they stand for. Was my primary reason, and save money. Let's see, for how long a typical power outage here? Let's see, Powerwall and Altern would be totally fine. Yeah. Well, that's like what we would have gone if I got the battery pack was like Powerwall or equivalent. Because most of the time it's like just a power flick or a minute or two, but they're so very infrequent. It was like, am I going to really drop several, thousands of dollars for something that's going to sit in my wall and not matter? And then the only other alternative is when we have a hurricane, which sure, it'll buy me a it'll buy me a little while of power, but the power's just out. It was just kind of hard to justify the spend. Like, not that it wouldn't have been useful, but like at the time, it was pretty pricey. It was once or twice in 15 years, the power was out more in a day. Yeah, it's kind of the same here. Battery tech is still lagging behind solar in a variety of reasons, which is why they charge them up for adding it. Yeah. It's usually winter, so you just put the chest freezer with the beef in the garage. Yeah, for us, like, if we have a long power outage, the only negative thing we have is we have the food in the fridge. That's kind of the big one. There's also the concern about getting too hot and, like, heat stroke kind of thing. Wouldn't the battery give you better savings now? With you being set... Not really, Leon. So, in Florida, we don't do prorated pricing, like California does. So, prorated pricing, for those who don't know, is in California... during the peak hours where people are consuming the most electricity, you pay more for that electricity. Whereas when you're consuming electricity at a much, much lower time, it's nowhere near as big a thing. Whereas Florida, they just do a raw, this is, you used N power, you produced Y power. So it doesn't really matter what time of day. It's just strictly you used X number of kilowatt hours, you have to pay Y amount. But if it wasn't a place like California that did prorating pricing, then yeah, no, actually I would definitely benefit from it. Like, that's actually one of the big sells for power walls in California, is use the solar power to recharge your power wall, then have the power wall do most of your powering while it's, like, the more expensive hours of the night. You're, like, what it'd be... I can't remember what it was. Was the peak was, like, 5, 6, 7 p.m. or something like that was the peak hours? I can't remember. It's just... It's not a thing here, so it's not something to think about. Yeah, the fridge is maybe 200. The chest freezer is maybe 1,000 of beef and our stuff. Yeah, we've debated getting one of those chest freezers because they're not expensive to get just a basic like deep freezer, like, the big freezer or whatever. Those really, like, the big cabinet style freezer that just sits there that you just open it up. Those things usually only run like $100, $200 for a basic one. You can get a bunch of frills and all that bump the price up. But for box that get cold, they're relatively inexpensive because they're nowhere near as, like, feature rich as a refrigerator or any other appliance. It's a cold box. That's all it does. It's just a cold box. But we've debated getting them. The big issue for us is we have a 2-car garage that you gotta really want to fit 2 cars in. Like, you really gotta do that, and you got, like, just barely enough room to, like, get around the edges, and that's not with, like, a bunch of cabinets or anything there. That's, like, literally you put the 2 cars and you got, like, 2 feet on either side of the outside. Like, it's very ambitious calling it a 2-car garage. Technically qualifies, but not really practical. So there's no room in the garage for that, because we make sure our cars go in there so they don't get destroyed by the sun. And we could just go into our living room or whatever and just... Yeah, it's like a 1.5 car garage. But no, I mean, very genuinely. But I could definitely see, like, getting one of those for, like, in the kitchen or whatever. We don't have a good spot for it, but getting one of those chest freezers... And yeah, you're not wrong that it can save you a lot of money. You wait until you have, like, a big sale on, like, fish goes on a big sale and you just chuck, like, buy up the whole stock and just chuck it in your freezer and, like, deep freeze it. And then use it over the next 4 or 5 months. You go in, like, that was my parents growing up. We had, like, this weird house because it was built into the side of a hill. So, like, the house from the front looked like a normal house, but the hill went down the back, so it was, like, the basement sort of came out and all that. So it kind of did ways, like, split level houses where it's like, is it a 2-story house or is it a 3? Well, it's 2 on the one side and, like, 1 on the other. And so then it's just, they would do the whole thing where they had, like, the big chest freezer and they go and buy, like, a quarter of a cow or whatever and just, get it all cut up and everything and put it in the big chest freezer. And, that would have you covered for a very long time. Yeah, nah, and mom always did that as well. She'd sometimes prepare a whole bunch of, like, soups and that you could, put together and freeze, and they would just last. You just warm them up and they'd last for a long time, so buy a bunch of stuff when it's cheap, load it all up in the freezer. And sure, the freezer might cost you an extra $10 a month worth of power, $5 a month worth of power, whatever. But, being able to save all that money on the food end of things, the actual meals, more than makes up for it. So it's been one we've debated. We just don't have a good spot for it. Right, but you need space, and that's the kicker. We got a couple places we could put it, but if I remember from my parents, one of the big comments mom had was like, no, we only put this thing on concrete or tile floors, because every once in a while you gotta defrost it, or it'll leak, or whatever, that, you make a mess with it. The defrosting is the big one. That over a while, it'll get the thick frost in the side, and you'll have to be like, okay, let's not buy a bunch of extra, let's wear it down, and then we'll turn it off entirely, let it defrost, make a big mess. If it's full, you don't need to defrost it? Yeah, but that's if it's full. Like, we have like a little mini fridge that's in the other room for upstairs, which was one of the best purchases we got. We got it like sale for like $80 years and years and years ago. And it's like, you know, one of these fridges that's like, you know, it's a decent height. It's enough that you can put a couple of 2 liters in there, a shelf or 2 of cans or whatever. You know, sometimes I'll bring up something that's like a cold snack or whatever. And it's got like one of those tiny little freezers on the top. Man, I wish I could just... Because like, I've got it set to its warmest setting now to try and just not have it be a freezer. It's always, like, even when you put stuff in there, it's always frosting up, and sooner or later I have to deal with it. And there's no way to deal with it where I don't need to have, like, a big towel down the floor for where all of that leaks everywhere. I still don't regret getting it all, but it's like, I wish I could go in there, and there's probably a way I could go in there and, like, you know, pull some wires or whatever to disable the freezer. But, like, going max cold just seems to... Because where we're at, the humidity's so high, you will just get frost inside there. Just all that humidity gets in there, it cools up, becomes a little bit of frost, and just over all the opening and closing, it builds up. You split a side of beef with another family once or twice a year? Yeah. It's a very practical thing, if you got the space. Yeah, for our family, we didn't hunt or anything like that, or we weren't farmers. Like, my mom's family down here hunted a lot, but our immediate family didn't hunt up in Michigan. But it was just a cost-saving thing, just, again, like, go to the butcher or whatever, kind of buy in bulk. Because you get better food at a better price versus going to the grocery store and paying there. That's your problem. Your boyfriend tried to chip the ice off and ended up puncturing the Freon chamber. You need a new fridge after that, which is one way to deal with the problem. Yeah. Yeah, no, we don't chip the ice or anything. Like, I'll try and do things correctly. So, like, the correct way you defrost is you empty out the freezer and then you basically turn it off. Alright, so you got a garrison nearby. Do we go for this refugee? Because it's always harder for me to justify going for refugees and all that. Oh, you expire in 2 days. I waited too long already. I'm pretty sure we can't get there in 2 days if I wanted. They're pretty far out there. You know, exact same thing with the last Bay fridge? You were so mad at yourself? Yeah. Yes, no, I definitely properly defrost. It can be super inconvenient. Like, it's when it's a little freezer there. It's not that bad. I don't have to even clean it out of everything. Because, like, you can just... It's not going to leak on the top of the soda can, so you can just... Okay, we're defrosting it, unplug the fridge. You know, put a bunch of towels down on the floor because you know it's going to leak everywhere. Turning off a freezer with your partner is like turning off a nuclear power plant. There's a whole sequence of checklists and safeties you have to go through to turn... Before we turn the keys, yep. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. It's worse when you're dealing with, like, a fridge situation where you're like, okay, my fridge, you know, something spilled, it's a mess, it's not something I could just, you know, get a little rag and just, like, clean up. I need to, like, get in the fridge and do, like, a proper clean kind of thing, which has thankfully only been once or twice. And then, like, trying to shuffle out a bunch of refrigerated goods to do it, knowing that your fridge is just not going to be cold enough to keep stuff. So, like, doing the whole thing where, like, we're going to clean this, deliberately don't buy anything that needs to be refrigerated for a little while so you can get your way through all of it. He's also just annoyed because the frost was preventing the door from closing, and he wanted to get it done and wasn't thing clearing. Oh, yeah, no, that's, we haven't gotten to the point of the frost preventing the door from closing. Because usually it's one of those things when I see the frost starting to get bad. Because usually what'll happen is it'll get out enough that some of the frost starts getting into the fridge part, which that means it melts, which makes water collect in the bottom of the fridge, which is when I'm like, ah, crap, I need to defrost. It was a cheap mini fridge, so that I think they contribute. Yeah, no, the one we have is a super cheap one as well. if you live in the frozen tundra of the north, you can clean your fridge in the winter. That way you can just stick your stuff outside for a bit. Oh yeah, no, that was I think that's how my parents did it when we were growing up, is they would wait till it was winter, and then we'd have like the cellar, and they would just basically move stuff out of the freezer from the cellar. It's still below freezing, so who cares, or close enough. You know, then they would just take the freezer, unplug it and all that, and just let it melt all that stuff. Because that cellar would probably still be sitting like 50 degrees or whatever during the winter with nothing cooling it off. How about the Kaji would take the steps to ensure the fridge kept working while we were out? Penny, let's see, Penny in the shot glass of ice was Penny in a shot glass of ice was the best technique. I'm not familiar with that. I've not heard of the penny in the shot glass with ice. Let's see. Freeze some water in a shot glass, put a penny on top of it, and put it in the freezer. So if the freezer quits, the ice melts, the penny sinks. Ah, gotcha. Oh, just to see that that it's not working right. If you lost power, it defrosts, and the penny will be in the ice over it. Right, so you're just trying to see, did the freezer fail at some point while you weren't there? Like, is my food still safe? And if the penny has gotten into the ice, you go, okay, this was hot enough that it wasn't frozen at some point. It's most likely not, like, this food is now suspect. Yeah, okay, I got that. Yeah, no, we didn't do the penny in the shot glass. But we had a couple things we did for like similar tells to know when stuff's going, like, because you could always check your ice cream or frost popsicles. If you open it up and it's like all sticky to the outside, you know it melted at some point. Or like the ice cream, if the texture is wrong, you know it's melted at some point. There's a bunch of different ones, but yeah, no, absolutely, I gotcha. That was the thing where it's like, you know. Check into that. Ancient like hats being shared today? Oh yeah. You always know first when the microwave clock has reset? Yeah, there's that one as well. When you walk in the house and you have your oven and it's blinking noon, you have your microwave and it's blinking noon, you're like, ah, crap. But then the question is, okay, was it just a power flick and everything's fine? Or was it like the power was out? Because we have a bunch of those in Florida for hurricanes. Like, there's the whole thing where the power goes out because hurricane's gonna hurricane. Like, okay, how long do I have before the stuff in my freezer goes from, this is probably fine, to, I don't know. The classic, I love whenever we're dealing with a hurricane coming in, one of the jokes is like, oh, I gotta go buy all the ice cream. And you always have someone who's inevitably like, aren't you about to lose power? Why would you buy ice cream? It's like, well, you see there, you get all your ice cream and you put it in your freezer. You get like 4 gallons of ice cream or whatever. And then when the power goes out, now it's just the responsible thing to not let food go to waste. So you go ahead and you eat that ice cream. And it's not you're pigging out. It's not you're pigging out. You're just being a responsible person and not wasting food. There's a bunch of those that people have for equivalents. Like, oh no, well you gotta eat it. You can't let it go. So let me just go ahead and wolf down the stuff that I would normally feel guilty about, you know, slamming back a couple tubs of ice cream. And then you feel miserable because, you know, oh, we need to be getting rid of this. I have not been paying attention to how much Oh, wait, what? Yeah. Alright. So, we need to talk. I think we should be friends. Have you ever considered copious amounts of drugs? Infested settlement? Yeah, those are all getting kind of far away. Let's see. Or you do the PZ thing, get partially melted, so it's all soft. Yeah. Here, have some mushrooms. Yeah, so I missed the saving the sick one. That one I was on the fence of doing. The big problem is we are over here. And it was like over in this area. And even that's pretty long. But I would have had to go around this way and up and over because there's a solid mountain range there. There might be a pocket in there that I'm overlooking. If there is, I'm not seeing it. Okay, you gave me a nerve spike or an auto pistol. Man, he must really have wanted those drugs. You can have the nerve spiker and you can have the auto pistol. The dude was like, nah, man, this dude hooked me up. Straight up giving me guns. Alright, so pretty soon I'll probably want to get a second research bench. I'm feeling pretty bad for poor James here. We are not providing a reasonable growth opportunity for poor James there. What is your ideology, by the way? Oh, you're just already with us. Okay, that's fine. So poor James here, we don't have the ability to make a desk to teach them. So we're definitely going, hey James, just figure it out. Go run amongst the trees. It'll be fine. That's our ability to educate James right now. You desire a desk. All right. Counter argument. The best I can do is, have you ever had a psychedelic mushroom? It's basically the same thing, right? Okay, so we've got our thing here. I'll actually go ahead and accept that for the relic. Also, let's see here. Harvest. You're not wrong. I mean, you learned something. They might not be the most practical life lessons, or like arithmetic or science or something. You would learn something from those hallucinations. It may be detached from reality and not particularly usable, but it wouldn't be nothing. Okay. You learned how to smell colors. Hey, we all know the color of purple and orange. The other colors we might disagree in, but if I were to ask you what the smell of purple, like a deep purple, a deep dark purple, and like, you know, kind of a bright tangerine orange, you can smell those colors. You see that and I go, what smell is that? You will answer. Grape, absolutely. And we're not talking actual grape, we're talking grape drink. It smells like a Thursday. It was Thursday pizza night after the game. And then orange would be like not proper orange juice smell, but like the orange like not soda, like it's like your Sunny D kind of orange, or your pretend orange. It's orange adjacent. It's orange thematically. If you're lucky, there is technically citric acid in there. Tang, yeah, Tang. Was just gonna say Sunny D. Well, that's what I was saying, is you can absolutely be like, you can smell colors, purple and orange. You can smell those. Did you know that Fanta was created in Germany in the late 1930s? I did not know that. Alright, we got Shamblers approaching. And by that I mean one of them's a Gore Hulk. So this is a fight to keep James out of. Because the Gore Hulk, my luck is James would catch a quill to the face and that'd be the end of James. We got orange, purple stuff, and Sunny D. Alright, that's one down. Okay, you two, finish the job. You carry on. I'm trying to watch, because if you, Alright. I do like with some of the anomaly stuff, you end up breaking off both their legs. And you're just like, alright, well, it's downed permanently. Cool. And then you can just keep it without having to worry about it all, like containment or anything. Got the power of mushrooms, you can handle it. For the record, we're not explicitly going out of the way to give anyone the mushrooms. But we do have it when they start facing a mood break. They will consider imbibing as a way of mood managing. We're about halfway to electricity being done. I'm gonna need to get another research bench going. For right now, we're not gonna get rid of any of the cloth. Oh, you want fungus? You have yourself a little bit of that stuff. Is there anything else I want from you? The alpaca's an interesting consideration. If we get a breeding pair of alpaca, I could use them as a means of, Oh, you do not pay much for those mushrooms. Alright. We're not done yet. I'm gonna trade you again. Have you considered living exclusively on mushrooms? Okay, there we go. So we massively reduced our supply of mushrooms. So that's good news. That'll just escalate again because I keep just chopping down and harvesting everything on the map. And then we're also fishing on top of that. But yeah, no, if we manage to get ourselves a breeding pair of alpaca, we can have the interesting thing of allowing them to eat the mushrooms and all that kind of stuff, and having a source of good fabric and all that. But for right now, we are just working on the research stuff. If we do end up with people idle over here, we'll get another research bench going. Right now, I mean, I could build a second one. We can go here and just do that. Let's make sure we have a second research bench handy, though. Because if they don't have it handy, they have the potential that Fox will get kicked off the bench. We'll have someone who has no idea how to do research bogarting the bench. There we go. I'm honestly surprised more hunting's not getting done. Guarding Sass. I love guarding Sass. I am absolutely down to get a cataphract armor print this early? Sure. You know how to, you know how to make this work. I am once again being punished for the fact that I did not stop to consider, whether or not that was a thing I had to worry about. So let's go ahead and we'll set you for prisoners and get you put in here. And then we're going to need to make another room because that's not going to work for me. Hey, Sass. Have you ever considered being in, like, the tiniest imaginable prison? Because that's the future you're about to have. I do want to get you out of here. We will work on converting you. We have no desire to keep this person here. But they're going to give me a cataphract armor blueprint. So that'll be interesting. Again, we have researched fishing and we have just started working on electricity. We're about halfway through. So I don't imagine we're going to be looking at cataphract armor in our immediate future plans. I could be wrong, but my expectations are not that high. Yeah, so just make a little room here to make that into a prison, then we'll kick Sass over there. Oh, that's the reason why we're not managing to have people do other stuff. Paralytic. Paralytic Abasia. Blood Rot would be a little obnoxious, but that's the reason why it's like Cataphract, because we're not on like a super easy difficult. We're not super sweaty try hard 500% or anything like that either. Yeah, it's basically just feed them, and it's actually considered a bad thing if they recover. I mean, you are a kind... Like, this is actually not a bad pawn. Solid researcher who's got crafting. They're kind, so that's... At least I don't have to worry about a bunch of drama kind of stuff going on. Rare catch. Oh, goody. Oh, goody. Rare catch. We caught fungus. On our tile covered in fungus. Alright. And now it's back to being a room we can use without any consequences. Alright, so when we get electricity, early on we're not going to have a lot we can do with it. I can potentially get some stuff done. That is the point we will pop the monolith here and start doing monolith things, because we are ritualists. That's why our research is so abysmally slow. It's just I kind of see it that the grav ship nor the anomaly stuff is worth doing much with until you get electricity. You can get some things from it, but by and large I find it more of a burden than anything. But then we'll get the grav ship and all that stuff going. If you posted a clip or whatever, unfortunately it's just gonna get yoinked by Twitch's blink thing. Mad Boomalopes. How many? 2. Yeah, no, on your side you won't see anything. Hey, Ultra, can we get a shout out for Ultrasaurus? I thought you would have known about the cannibals, yay or nay? No, I don't do cannibalism in the game. Yeah, no, it's all good. It was my way, because I was getting tired of like the cannibalism comments following me through like every single game. Like, it's fine when it's in RimWorld and like Kenshi and all that. But it was stuff like I was playing like City Skylines and getting cannibalism comments that is like, okay, hang on. I'm so tired. I'm tired, Grandpa. Alright, problem solved. Yeah, so there's definitely a point where I was like, you know what? I don't want to like time people out for anything. It's not that bad, but I want to gently dissuade it. And so I set up the bot to replace anything referring to cannibalism as referring to tacos, which has been a fun joke. For those who don't know, Ultrasource, absolutely fantastic content creator, someone I definitely recommend checking out. Plays a whole range of games and has played RimWorld on their channel a bunch of times as well, doing like it was like 500% naked brutality in, was it 500%? Either way, it's like naked brutality in the what the hell's the new biome? The plains, whatever it was. Grassland. Was it grassland? Whichever the new like deceptively hard biome. Alright, well, nature seems to be angry today. As you do. But yeah, so Ultra's absolutely fantastic. Plays a lot of like simulation games and all that kind of stuff. Been doing a bunch of like Project Zomboid, was doing a bunch of My Winter Car, that kind of stuff, you know. Stuff for people who want to demonstrate to the to their audience that they actively hate themselves. That kind of thing. Well, okay, just pop it in one, I can go with that. Just shot to the heart. And we'll just let the fire do fire things over here. So one of the downsides of fire in the mushroom biome is it actually can be a problem because the fire makes light, which makes the mushrooms die. It can actually have a weird extra effect and all that, and that just makes the other plants die around it, even if you don't let it catch fire. But yeah, and I hope things have been going for you. I know you've been working on your Project Zomboid run, where you've been trying to get to the mansions in West Point, which has been an interesting one. You did a lot of My Winter Car, so you've been having a lot of fun stuff going on there. You nearly crashed out last night. Okay. What does random research? How does random research work? Cool. So with random research, I don't have any control over this. When this finishes, it will choose any one of the researches here that I am eligible for, so anything grayed out is off limits. So I have a bunch of stuff that appears up here and all that, but it will just randomly choose one. And you'll notice if I click on this, I can't push the button. I can't push the button. So we're just kind of stuck with it. Let's see, helicopter couldn't clear a house to sleep in afterwards, slept outside, forgot to set an alarm, caught a cold with pinpoint hearing. Oh no, are you still alive, or did that get you got? Yeah, no, that's pretty rough. Yeah, no, with the wilderness stuff I was doing, I kept getting colds. I learned you can get rid of the cold debuff and still have a cold because it came back. Because you got thirsty while eating mallows. Yep. Cold is easily the worst debuff in Project Zomboid. Like, or Moodle. You're alive, but you're not looking forward to figuring things out. Ended with losing the cold 100%. Well, at least that's sorted. Yeah, no, that's definitely, especially when you're near a high pop area with 16 times, it's just all like the meta events and the helicopters. It can be very overwhelming. I can't remember if you caught the streams where we were living, I think it was by Irvington, right when Build 42, like not multiplayer, but like when it first dropped Build 42, where very genuinely I was just like, I was in this little hole of safety of just killing all the zombies around me as from the meta events I was getting just slowly surrounded on all sides by zombies and just like, I don't know what to do. We just kept taking helicopters out in the edges as best we could, but it's just, you know, the entire town came out to say hi. And eventually we went to finally run and we finally did die after like so many close calls. Every helicopter was like, okay, 100%, you know, time to get ready. Gonna have to play full sweaty just to make it to the other side. Well, we definitely want to eat the animals, because thankfully both of those died from fire, so we get 2 free cassowaries to eat. But yeah, right now we're doing a run where the research is extremely heavily penalized. We are going to be doing a lot of Odyssey stuff because I enjoy the Odyssey stuff. Roast bird, yeet. We're gonna sell it as turkey leg, because that's the thing that apparently happens. Oh, we can get more monitor lizards and peacocks. Okay, so we got a busted ship coming in. That's awful. I mean, super fast wound healing would be fun to separate out, but that's generally awful. We'll go for the Goodwill. Most likely, I'm going to take the approach of not my problem. But we will run around there at 5 in-game hours and see if we can't help. But in the meantime, we're just running around, mining stuff, collecting stuff. I need to not be letting my people go out this far and cutting down all the trees. That's what's causing other things to not get done, as I'm being greedy. This is not a new problem. This is my every run. Okay, so they should have the group attack soon. So what are we looking at? We have 2 of them with bows. They're both relatively crap with them. We'll have James get out of here. They're a child. If we go over here, get ourselves a bit of cover, have you two ready to loop in, and it should be hopefully enough to the side that hopefully that dude doesn't try and shoot past us. Your greed is so close to my greed, top reason you followed. I still love, it was one of the Odyssey runs we actually won. I still love in the Odyssey run we actually won that, it was just a thing that we opted to, for a Mech Resurrection Serum. We had one of our pawns, Canahawk, had died. And the game was just like, hey, Mech Resurrection Serum, by the way, we're just gonna throw like 2 War Queens and like 12 centipedes and all the, like, it was this completely unreasonable raid for me to attack them. Like, you know what? I'm doing it anyways. I'm doing it anyways. And we got through it without any losses and brought Canahawk back. Now, granted, they died less than a season later to a completely unrelated thing, but that's besides the point. Love my range after they turn tail and run. Oh, I mean, I just have you out of there just trying to work on other things. I'm not too worried about trying to go out of my way to level your shooting. I'm going to wait to see what traits you get. Because, for example, if you get the opportunity to get, like, Nimble or something, you'll become a melee pawn. Alright, so I got a little bit of reputation. I don't particularly need it. But yeah, now generally I don't run... Like, I know RimWorld has, like, the whole organ harvesting, cannibalism, all that. I generally don't do much of that. You get that the RimWorld's and kids in RimWorld are OP? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. That's usually the comment I have when we do the Adam and Eve challenge. It's one of those things that, like, early on, it's super duper rough to get the kids across the finish line when you're dealing with just, like, 2 adults trying to keep the kids at, you know, alive. But I always make the comment with that run, it starts to very quickly get easier once you get that first kid to age up to the point that they're an adult. Because then you know there's going to be a kid every, like, year, like, every season or 2 after that, there'll be another kid aging up. And they're all just borderline shy of designer pawns. And then, you know, you get extremely powerful. Now, granted, that run, that challenge, still has one big surprise that'll get you in trouble. Is because everyone is related to each other. You know, you'll take a loss, someone will catch a shot to the head, and you're looking at your entire colony, and everyone's got, like, minus 35 from it, and you're like, okay. I got 18 people here with minus 35 debuff, or worse, because their sibling died. How do I manage these moods over the next, like, 15, 20 days that they're upset about it? Because the drugs only go so far. Alright. Yeah, you're hauling the pemmican and all that. Alright, so Willison is idle. We need to get Willison something else to work on. And you can't hunt. Or are you idle? You shouldn't be able to be idle. You can fish. What? You have fishing as a priority too. Low minimum population, low. Oh, I don't care about that. Devastate that ecosystem. I don't care about that. We aren't going to be staying here forever. Demolish that ecosystem. We will exploit this land for everything it's worth. I mean, context lore-wise, when you leave with a grav ship anyways, you basically gravity bomb the area you're at, destroying it anyways. It's not like I can hurt the environment more than I have gravitationally anomalied the Earth into being a soup. So yeah, we're gonna let them keep on fishing. 'Cause that'll get our animal skill up if we ever do get some good animals going on. We got everyone set here so they can help with the research if they're able. Which Willieson is the one who can do very, very little around here. Nah, I'll keep you on fishing. I was wondering if I wanted to make Earthrush like the dedicated hauler person and make someone else be able to have a higher priority on research to go with Fox. But, you know. None of you are couples or anything, right? I didn't even bother checking at the beginning, did I? Yeah, you're fine. Maybe they'll pair up. Yeah, so we're collecting all the brick and junk I left everywhere. Because we disassembled everything. Then once they're done hauling stuff back, it should stop being a thing. And how are we doing on wood? We're doing good on wood. Fox is continuing to get the research done. And once that's sorted, we'll get the anomaly stuff going. We'll get the grab ship stuff going. And then once we can get the grab ship enough done that we can actually use it, the whole world opens up and we'll end up starting to like pursue whatever goodies we can do to make this thing more ridiculous. We don't care about the Royal Ascent. I should probably get you the Psylink. I'm not going to be messing with hunting sites. I don't need to. That's just an ancient garrison. Yeah, I feel like we're gonna run down a lot of those side areas and see what nonsense we can get. Because a lot of, like, the unique weapons are pretty silly. There's some that are just utter junk. But, like, getting stuff like the fast-fire chain shotgun is always fun. That gets an extra burst out of it. So you just have this whole thing where things are just running in and you're just literally shredding them with chain shotguns that are super juiced. What I really wanted to do was get the a minigun that fires, like, 1.5 times as fast and has a faster fire rate. That one looks pretty silly, where you can get into a group and you end up firing at the wall behind them, so they just keep shooting. I want to get that, and I want to get the shooting person. Hey, James is learning how to shoot stuff. And now James is learning how to cook. I thought, oh yeah, it was. And James was insulted. So, James was following around Conrad, and Conrad was eventually like, compared James' brothers to a pirate. So you're playing late game right now, and chasing down improved assault rifles, such as using assault rifles and charge rifles specifically for the extended range. Yeah. There's some fun things, like getting some of the long-range weapons with the extended range is also good. Do you have any books with quests in them? Do I have any books with quests in them? No, not yet. We're still very early on. Like, we're still getting electricity online and that kind of stuff. Because we are doing a run that our research is very severely penalized. So it's going to take us a little while to get stuff off the ground. As people level up, things will speed up as well. If we can get, like, James here to potentially also get some more research, like, stuff, the Meanders is really not great. but it is. You already played Odyssey, right? You're not spoiling anything by talking about the future? Oh yeah, no, I've already fully finished Odyssey before. Yeah, no, if it's something in RimWorld, it's not that there's not new things I can learn, there certainly are. But like broadly speaking, I'm going to know most of what's in the game in RimWorld. I've got thousands of hours in it. Like games like RimWorld, Project Zomboid, Path of Exile, I might not know all the brand new immediately things, like I might miss details there, but broadly speaking, I've got thousands of hours in all of them. You have one extended range sniper, and it just wins orbital stations and mech clusters, outranging uranium slug turrets. It's sweet. Oh yeah, no, we had was it extended range sniper rifle? We definitely had a person with a sniper rifle I had running around that was just doing work. That it would send them by themselves at like max range and just have them pick away at mech clusters where the mech cluster didn't know what to do with it. Did you know in RimWorld that you can rim the world? No, I didn't know that one. That's news to me. And we are now officially slowly killing all the animals on the map so that we can convert them all into leather because we need more sleeping bags, because we don't know how to make furniture, and that's probably not happening anytime soon. Okay. Alright, as far as floors go, we can only make wood floors and all that. I could sit here and have us put the totemetic floors on there. How is your plant skill? Because Willieson doesn't have a passion for plants, and we're just having him plant flowers in there for our beauty. Just so they means to do that. Random Research loves you. Let's see, Quest mech clusters are also weirdly bugged right now. And they don't send their troops if their buildings get destroyed. So you can just snipe the problem causer, and then just take your time. Gotcha. That doesn't surprise me. There's been a lot of oddity weirdity stuff being broken, Odyssey and whatnot. And it's good with all the fish we're getting that I'm not having to have our people eat raw, or not raw, but mushrooms, but like depend entirely on mushrooms, because we are not people in the colony who actually like mushrooms. We just live here. We're just going to deplete all of the fish from this area. It'll be curious. I would like to get a pair of alpacas to keep on the ship when we build it, because alpaca wool is pretty good stuff. And on top of that, you know, it's just a cool thing to have. Alright, there's another bed made. That'd be 5 beds. I actually need 6. We can delete another one of those. So slowly but surely we're giving people better sleeping arrangements. Alright, so James is trying to hunt. Or was trying to hunt. Pretty mixed results. The auto pistol is not exactly an effective hunting weapon at 2 shooting, but you know, you gotta learn somehow. And doing some nature running and getting their learning up. Let's see, so it's 10 years old is their next age up. So, very soon, unfortunately. Right now we're gonna get to choose 1 trait out of 3. If we level it up again, we get 1 trait out of 4. And that's a normal thing you run into when you get a person through a quest. A lot of times when you get a person through a quest, it ends up being a thing. For right now, let's take you off of fishing, JD. You can help out with research. If you have the capacity. Because I've already got 2 people who can put the time in on that. You'd better serve working at something else. Alright, JD is officially trying to help with research. So you're getting unhappy. What are you unhappy about? You are drowsy, in the dark, you slept on the ground, you are uncomfortable, you're soaking wet, you have a slightly impressive barracks, you have happy youngster, recreation satisfied, high expectations, and you are hallucinating after imbibing in psycaps. As you do. You would like me to trade you a bunch of clubs for stuff? I don't feel like it. Reputation's easy to come by. I don't want to craft a bunch of clubs and then walk them across the map just to deal with it. And go and get these out of the way. We do have the shuttle engine, which will be nice later on. Most likely I end up trading that shuttle engine away, taking it for the currency, and then eventually we'll deal with that. We should be pretty close to... Alright, 4 more days and then Sass gets out of here. Then we get Cataphract Armor Blueprint, which I won't be able to use for absolutely ever. Alright, so what's going to happen here in chat, in just a minute or two, we're going to be hitting an ad break, and I need to use the restroom and grab myself a new drink anyways, so I can take the time to do that. Then we'll get back and pick up where we left off. We do have plenty of brick laying around from taking apart the ruins. We do have a lot of good stuff. The big thing we don't have is our research is dragging along, because, you know, that's our settings. RimWorld tunes are so good. Oh yeah, they are. RimWorld has amazing music. But so you'd like to accept blueprint rewards simply to take the blueprints out of the loot reward pool in the future. Okay. I'm missing something. Why would they not just keep generating? Is there like a cap of how many of those you can get or something? This is something I've not heard of before. Because usually I don't end up doing many of the blueprint ones, just because, you know, a lot of the tiles I land on, like this one, where you've got all these areas you can't really build. Oh, the blueprint ones for the research. Yeah, I'm sorry. Tech print. I'm sorry. When you're saying blueprint, I was thinking of the thing where they're like, hey, go build this building. You know, here's your pattern, like, build the building. Right, tech print. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're all good. That was the reason I was confused. Like, wait, what? Like, can you not have too many? Because I've definitely had a run where we had, like, 4 or 5 of those things all active at the same time in the colony. I'm like, please don't use any ordnance on this map. Someone will hate me. Yeah, no, I used to take them more, but a lot of challenges I like to do, like wetlands or swamp or that, where again you got all this area I can't build, so like it's like, okay, can I shove one there? Maybe, you know, here probably not with the vent and everything there, but you get the idea. It can be very hard to work with and all that. Once you get later, the earlier ones are the little tiny buildings, like where they're like that big, it's like sure, whatever. Once you get to later ones, you're like, oh yeah, you need to build a building. It's gonna be like this big. Your grav ship had a traveling stone monument marker arc in the middle in one run. That's kind of a cool thing. So you built like a temple or whatever on your ship and you brought it with you. All right, so bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast. So I'm going to be right back. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll see you in a few minutes. There, we got it. Advanced forge and everything just already there if you want to do the blacksmithy. Well, crap. Yes, I think that's... Well, crap. That's the road I need. But... we're not driving it. Let's give them a moment What game do you think is harder, Tekken or League of Legends? Probably League of Legends, because I have to question myself after I play it as to why I'm playing.
Left again. Keep going. Keep going into the garage.
It moving. Oh, you are too
find
late.
Some Tupperware or hide behind the truck.
Oh, you're
Either
safe.
one.
It's not hunting anymore.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, Pank got away by like
It's hunting.
nothing.
We're by ourselves.
Every day, I imagine a future where I can be with you. In my hand is a pen that will write a poem of me and you.
Door yourself. Ow. Okay, I understand. I just saw something going by at the top of the screen. It's like, what's that? The dog does not believe in your gravity. Okay. If someone could get the clip of the sky dog, I'd appreciate it.
My champion, energize the spears.
Oh, we're dead.
Be gone.
Oh.
There you go. One more. Kidding me? Alright, new run.
Okay. Why?
The chance of actually getting
Why
tapped out.
weirdly today? Like my Stream Deck is working on everything else OBS related, but it will not switch scenes for today only, and I don't know why.
The clutch eater of worlds kill does not look the price like. Yeah, some of the old clips mislabel, and I don't know why. And unfortunately, some of the things we have been able to go back and fix, and I think I can probably go back and fix that now. We didn't used to be able to. But yeah, no, I need to go back there. But there's so many clips. It's one of those things I need to like. I need an easy way for people to be able to like mark me like, hey, this clip like the game's wrong or the title's wrong or like whatever, and see what I can do to clean all that up. Because I will have sometimes where people are like, oh yeah, no, I saw a game where you were on a raft and it was wrong, and like, you know, you should get that clip sorted out or whatever. It's like, cool, I have no idea what you're talking about. We've had a surprisingly large number of games they have played that have featured us on a raft, and only some of them are in fact raft. Oh man, what was we played? It was a survival crafter, and it was early access, so it was like one of those games that, you know, really needed some more time to bake. But can usually clip the clip with the title and then delete it later. Yeah, something like that. Can't please all people all the time. Oh yeah, that's the whole thing. But it was this game, and like the whole big thing is there's a lot of like, it's kind of a water world thing, which is why Raph may think of it. But you had like actual boats you were going around in, and it was a pretty janky game, even by like janky crafter survival game standards. But just taking the boat near the dock where you built it, it would get wedged under it, and it would just turn sideways, and it would just kind of, you know, twitch in place. And the whole time it's making these ridiculously awful crunching noises the entire time. And it's a very fixable thing. It may have been sunken. Like, and I remember it was like relatively fun, but it was definitely one of those ones where like, alright, this game needs a lot more time to bake. It's you know, there's like the whole spectrum of early access, and there's like the things that are like early access, like this is a release game, and then there's the early access, like, all right, come on, man. The fact that you charged money for what you got here is kind of effed up. Like very, very genuinely, you knew the state of the game when you started selling this, and there isn't an appropriate price tag for this. I also, was the devs behind Peak? Bethesda made, well, there's fun jank and there's bad jank. There's the jank where it's like, ha ha ha, did you see that truck? It kind of flipped in the air and did a weird thing. That's really funny. Haha, really fun times. There's that kind of jank. And then there's the kind of jank where, like, your save file gets corrupted. One of those is a fun time most of the time. And one of those is, F this game, I am out. I am done. Especially if it's a game that's got, you know, a long playtime to it. And Kenshi, for example, has both kinds of jank, where you have, like, all the weird, silly stuff that can happen in the combat, like clipping through walls and all that kind of stuff. And that's fun. That's fun chaos. And then you have the stuff where you're like, walk this way, and your character, you're like, man, I sent that person to go run that thing over there, like, hours ago. Where are they? And you find your character's just been doing this, back and forth on some random path in the middle of nowhere, for the last, like, 2 or 3 in-game days, just running back and forth. You're like, I needed you to go get there. You were getting me food. You love save corruptions? Give you a reason to play again? Oh, no. Like, if I get a save corrupted in a game, I'm probably done with the game. Unless it's something short where it's, like, not that big of a loss. But yeah, no, when I'm playing a game that's, like, a long-format game, you know, your Stellaris or whatever, and a save gets, you know, corrupted, you're like, nope. I'm not playing this anymore. I'm out. Maybe I'll come back in a year or so when I'm not annoyed about it. So they're fast depleting the entire fish population. As you do. Yeah, see, the one save gets corrupted. I can't try to still happen again. Why invest my time? That's pretty much what it boils down to. It pretty much boils down to that. It's like, you get your save corrupted, and if you invested your time, and that's bad enough. But from then on, it's like, it's really hard to motivate yourself to put in the commitment to seeing a save through if it's a long game, because you just wait for that shoe to drop of your save being corrupted all over again. And yeah. The Goat Sim devs made Satisfactory? Yep. Well, that's, what was it? Who are the devs that are making Star Rupture? What was their other game they made? Because it definitely was ones that, like, the other game that people mentioned, like, really? Was it Green Hell? Because I'm pretty open about the fact that I really didn't enjoy Green Hell. And I actually kind of hold it up as, like, my example of how not to make a survival game. Like, to me, the quote-unquote bad kind. Which, again, if you enjoy it, like, don't let me ruin it for you. But, like, it's very much, I see Green Hell as the chore kind of survival game. You know, and that's my own personal preferences. Like, I know a lot of people like the game, like, don't let me yuck your yum or whatever. But, then, you know, you hear that they made the Star Rupture, you're like, really? Okay. That's not an expected, you know, path I would, expect to see those go. And to get into, like, why I consider Green Hell, like, not a good survival crafter, is it's got a lot of what I call, like, there's a concept known as a slowdown mechanic in a game, and slowdown mechanics are not necessarily bad within themselves. A slowdown mechanic is anything in a game that's kind of its express purpose is to cause the player to... That is not how I expected them to do that. It makes sense that the frogs cross water. It's anything that's kind of its express purpose is to cause the player to not advance the game too fast. And again, they can be a good thing. Like, a well-implemented slowdown mechanic is its own good thing within itself that you can have fun with. And then there's slowdown mechanics that are utterly frustrating, where you're playing a game and you push a button that says, cool, you cannot get the outcome of this thing in 10 hours. And then your whole game kind of sits as you wait for that timer to go down. That's a bad slowdown mechanic. There's not a player engagement component. With Green Hell, one of the slowdown mechanics, to me, is they have your ability to run. Makes sense. Games have running. Running makes sense. But they put these snakes and scorpions and spiders and that in like every bush everywhere all over the map who don't make any noise until you're practically on top of them. So you have to walk and be cautious. Makes sense. From a realism side, sure. Real life, a lot of those things are scurrying away because they want to be nothing with you. But in Green Hell, it means you basically can't run places or you're going to constantly get bit by things. And to me, I found that incredibly infuriating. And then on top of that, like, the map in Green Hell is actually not that big, which is nothing wrong with that. But for me, I was getting tired of a lot of these mechanics that felt very tedious and very grindy, but I'm like, you know what, I want to see the story through. And I got very, very tired of going, well, I've gone around this corner, uh-oh, it's getting dark, time to build the same stupid lean for the 8th time. Real tired of building the same stupid little tent to hide under, because if I lay down on the ground, I get worms in my butt. And then I gotta go poke them with a fishbone. And so it's very much usually the example I give for like a game that just arbitrarily makes you just jump through hoops and all that to do anything. It's the exaggerated survival, the realism survival where your character forgets to brush their teeth and they get gingivitis and now you have to find activated coal and rub it in your eye because for some reason it does things. That's not a thing that Green Hell does. But like it's that kind of a thing where it's just a bunch of hoops to jump through. And again, people enjoy it, but that's what it gets for me. Versus like, for me, the type of survival game like this is a really good, like, really solid example is The Long Dark. As much as I'm aggravated how long it's taken them to make Chapter 5 because there's really no excuse for that. As far as the survival mechanic side of the game, I think The Long Dark does it the best for a game that the survival is the core of the game. Not a game that happens to include survival mechanics, but like the point is survival. I think they do the best job of where like you actually consider, I don't just kill this animal to process it so I have the food. There's a whole thing. I might literally not benefit from this. I could kill this animal and do all this processing, and by the time I got the food from it, you know, I basically stayed in my place where there's not much resources too long, that I'm not setting myself up for success. I need to move on, that kind of thing. Yeah, it can't be slowdown for slowdown's sake. If there's a mechanic that you can understand and work, that it can be breakthrough, it's a different story. Yeah. Well, and yeah, you were mentioning that Vintage Story has a lot of slowdown mechanics. It does. And the nice thing with like Vintage slowdown mechanics is none of the slowdown mechanics are you hit that timer and you can do like literally nothing. Like you're just, well, like, I guess I'll sit on my hand. Like, there's always more that needs to be done in Vintage Story. And then there isn't too many points where it's like that thing you're waiting on a timer is blocking you from literally doing any meaningful progress. It can't be never. Like, you can have it where you got a bunch of other stuff situated and you're like, oh, well, I just need my steel or whatever. It's just going to take time. But generally speaking, there's always something else to work on, so that feels good. Versus there's definitely been times in survival games where it's like, okay, come back, you can do this in 10 hours. You're like, well, there's nothing I need to do. Like, I can build for building's sake, but there's nothing meaningful. Yeah, so again, check out Ultrasource, absolutely fantastic content creator, 100% recommend. Playing Project Zombie, plays a lot of simulation games, has done a little bit of Vintage Story collab with us a while in the back. Yeah, and Ark, I think that may have been why I never got into Ark too bad. Like, I tried a little bit of Ark, and it just never was a game that landed with me, but I feel like I never also gave Ark a very fair shake, because by that point I had gotten pretty burnt out because survival crafters were everything at the time. Like, there was, you know, like 8 or 9 survival crafter zombie games, a couple survival crafter dinosaur games. Like, there was just so many of them that I had played so many that were bad. By the time Ark came around, like, I saw it as like, I just, you know, I played it, but I gave it like one session, it's like, and then just went on. And I think it more got punished by me from what, you know, the tedium of the other games. It's really hard to get this. Let's see, this is steel. We'll need to cook for a week. Great. Gives me time to mine more and chop more trees and expand my wind power or harvest thing. Can't take it any longer. Yeah, that's the whole thing. But yeah. Forest guys are going to space next. Survival devs yearn for the stars. Yeah, I feel like it's something that a lot of the games, because you have like the survival crafters like that, you know, like the forest. So you got like the forest, green hell. I'm trying to think of the ones that stood out that did well. Medieval Dynasty, like a whole bunch of those. And I think we're getting to the point with a lot of those, it's becoming a little bit of an oversaturated market, and there is a fatigue happening because of how many poorly made ones we're having. Because right now, you've got some of those big ones that did well, and are well implemented and all that. And then you got a dime a dozen, like, whatever, the Fountain of Youth, you know, ancient civilizations, Cowboy Simulator, like all these different ones that are all like these really kind of C-tier developed quality survival crafters. That, you know, conceptually it's like, oh, okay, we're checking out like a new time frame, a new thing, so it's gonna have some nuance. But they tend to be the ones that are doing like the super duper cheap, low budget asset flips, Gen AI garbage. And then on top of that, broadly speaking, they're just real janky and real thing. The Survival of Youth, Found of Youth one was fun. Decent story. Did they improve it? Because I did like a very, very early demo of it, and I honestly made a lot of fun of how bad it was made. I ended up being pretty mean to that game, because like I played it like with the intent of giving it a fair shot, and it was just like one thing that wasn't working right after another, that it definitely got to a point where it's like, oh, this is really bad. But it was a super early version, so it's very well that they could have improved it over that time. Because like I know the gist of it is they were looking for the Fountain of Youth and all that, and you get into a shipwreck where the ship caught fire and you wash up on shore. But there was a lot of rough stuff in that one. But again, that was a very early version. It's the same thing. I've heard that Snowplow Simulator is actually pretty okay now. But also that was one I played a super early version. And that's the one I joke about, like, weaponized levels of motion sickness going on in that game. Like, it's someone took the things to do and not to do as a guide of how to hurt people the most and decided they'd make a game about that. Alright, let's get our cataphract nonsense. Because there's definitely been games that, you know, whether it's an early demo, early access, whatever, that they have like a very, very bad launch. And then, you know, come around and clean it up. That's the only thing you ultimately don't like, was the wood upgrade for the house was just cosmetic, not structurally stronger. But yeah, Fountain of Youth ended up, well, solid B for story and survival stuff over cut. Hey, that's better than it was when I messed with it. When I messed with it, like I said, it was rough. As the game does leave to need to listen to Womble. When you go early access, that's when people form an opinion about your game. Make sure you're ready for them. Oh yeah, no, like I've mentioned, there's like multiple levels of early access fatigue going on you run into. Some people, it's like you want to be able to finish the game. If you can't finish the game, it's very frustrating. But on top of all of that, I need to have kids travelware. On top of all that, like, you do have that, you only get to make a first impression once. That's it. If you made a good one, great. If you made a terrible one, that's too bad. It'll be really hard to win people over. Yeah, each island had an integral story and integration. Not much jank with the stuff. Ah, gotcha. When I messed with it, there was like literally one shot. Yeah, no Man's Sky did a great job of coming back. There's been some that have brought themselves back over the years, but yeah, it's real tough. No Man's Sky is definitely an outlier on that one. That both in the commitment the devs had and the fact it was successful. So you're glad there's still people who give chances to games like No Man's Sky? Yeah. Well, it is a thing. There are games that they have a rough launch, it kills their numbers and everything, so the game is really in dire straits. And they do ultimately clean up the game and make it properly good, but they never convince people to give them another shot. And that's an unfortunate reality. Like, I would say that's kind of been true of Coral Island, is that Coral Island was another one that they got kind of bullied by their publisher, and this is, again, reading between the lines, we can't confirm it, but it very much feels like Humble Publishing pushed them to release too early, and as a result of that, you know, they got some bad reception when the game came out first, because it had some pretty glaring bugs and missing content, and then, you know, 1.1 and 1.2b came out, and, like, the game's in a great state now. But that kind of ruined their chances. Like, genuinely, I feel like they had a fair chance of being compared against Stardew Valley as, like, being on that level. Probably still not as popular as Stardew Valley just because Stardew Valley exists in this universe now. But very genuinely could have done extremely well. Unfortunately, because they got such a bad reception at the beginning, it's kind of one of those things that it's hard to get back from that. Yeah, no, I've been meaning to... We did one stream of Fallout 76 a while back. It didn't do well because it's too different from my normal content. But I had heard a lot of good things that Fallout 76 went from what it was to what it is now. Because I played at the beginning and I enjoyed Fallout 76 when it first came out. But it was definitely, of, like, the Fallout series, it was definitely one I would have put at, like, a C-tier offering. Like, it was fine, it was serviceable, you could have fun with it. But, like, definitely in the series, it was one of the weaker options. Okay, we're being attacked immediately. Alright, so this group is full of guns. Yeah, so you got one person who's pretty capable. Is that a Tox Pack? Yeah, so they're all baseliners. So what we're probably going to do with this one is we're probably going to get them to actually enter the building with us. And deal with them in here. Free guns, we do have no armor, and they do have a advantage on us on firepower. So we're going to need to try and do... Oh, Willieson. Just stay out. Alright, so what we're going to try and do is we're going to bait them into here. I don't have a great angle for forcing them to, Oh, and we have multiple people with food poisoning? That is not optimal. Alright, so what we're going to try and do is we're going to take this party back here. Slight change of plan. Yeah, go trash the butcher's table. It's fine. James, buddy. James, buddy, get in here. And James, you start putting out the fires. Okay, Willieson, jump on them again. Because they're heading to you. Let's try and go over here. JD, you jump on them. James, just... I don't care what you do right now. Never mind. Well, they're going to take off with the shuttle's engine. I can live with that. Actually, they might not, because they might have just made a big mistake. Got across here, see if you can't intercept. Nikki. Recluse, careful shooter. Please put out the fire, James. Get the shots. Nope. I stole the gold, not the engine? Yeah, either way. That's fine. Please put out the fire. Oh, that's the torch. Never mind. So injury-wise, we only got 1 bruise from an auto pistol, so we didn't take any injuries. They did trash some of our stuff, which is fine. We did get a couple of weapons. We'll probably grab the good auto pistol. Yeah, and ultimately the thing that got us in trouble here is we got 2 people with food poisoning. One of our melee was one of the ones with food poisoning, separated out from the whole group and couldn't really get anywhere. So we decided to just kind of ignore the problem for the moment. Yeah, no, I was staring at them being like, why can't I put out the fire? We'll go ahead and accept the quest for the nomads. Okay, so they're all adults, so they can betray us, which means they get to lose their weapons. Them's the rules. You want to stay and be taken care of, your weapons stay at the door. Work-wise... Don't worry about that. You can get all that sorted. It's fine. And we'll go from there. Starvation on Willieson because you were busy having food poisoning on the other end of the map. Alright. And we did just let this person die out here because we didn't really have a need for a lot of their stuff. Could you, like... Please... Why can you not haul people? Please haul that body out of here. Strip this body. Why can you not haul? Oh, you probably individually can't haul. That explained it. Alright, get the corpses out of here. Great catch. Okay, you sleep well. I love you. I love you more. So, working in tree sewing. Is that a book we just got? Okay, so we got a book in tree sewing. That'd be useful if we weren't in an area that will never see the light of day. Okay, so... Actually, leave that door open, that door closed. Alright. And these are all tainted, so we don't want those. That's fine. So storage, apparel, do not allow clean. Yes, you can have apparel, do not allow clean. And no utility. So that way they take these clothes and they dump them outside. But the good news, we got ourselves some weapons. And what is your issue? There's a lot of issues. Yeah, I mean, the good news there is nobody died. You should not be able to wear that. Gear. Alright, assignment. Manage apparel policies. Anything, no tainted. Like, don't get me wrong, they're an upgrade from what you got. Make sure no one else has tainted clothes that they snuck on real fast. There we go. And we're getting so close to getting electricity. And like I said, once we get electricity, we'll turn on anomaly stuff, and we'll start getting the grav ship stuff going. Meanwhile, I need to redo all of your blueprints and all that. So cook simple meals, do forever if it is meat only. Because the meat rots faster and none of that. And do that. 20 of any kind of meals. And butcher anything you can butcher. That isn't people. And what are you mad about? 8 cooked fungus. Alright. You can also check on the wildlife, see if there's anything left to hunt here. Grab the monitor lizard. Get those as well. Okay, so James here is getting real close to aging up. So the good news is we will get to choose one passion, and we will get at least a trait out of 4. We're probably not going to get our whole learning tier up before they age up, but considering they joined us mostly through that age group, that's about, you know, most you can hope for. I look forward to having a spaceship with sleeping bags as how we handle things. Yeah. So I still need more. Okay, got a monitor lizard hunting James. Don't stop. Food poisoning? No, but you are having mild hallucinations from being around hallucinogenic mushrooms. As you do. There we go. Problem solved. It's almost 1 a.m. here. You have to scram. Alright, you take it easy. And I hope you don't die. That said, it is RimWorld, so you know. Hopes and dreams do not necessarily mean much in the world of RimWorld. Alright, so next up is going to give me air conditioning. Okay, so let's start getting these things handled. So first things first, available, mech signal. And the reason we waited to grab that until electricity is you physically cannot research it until you have electricity. Alright, amongst remnants of the crashed mechanoid platform is a still intact grav engine hums with energy. You can build a grav ship substructure around the engine to create a new grav ship. The engine pulses against the gravity, levitating the ship, allowing long-distance travel. Launch the grav ship by researching basic grav tech, then building fuel tanks, thrusters, pilot consoles. Launching the grav ship will abandon the current map unless you have a grav anchor first. Cool. So with that said, we are going to uninstall that and reinstall it over here. We're going to deconstruct those. I'm going to have you prioritize grabbing the grav engine since it's literally the edge of the map. Okay. So then comes the next thing that's going to be also probably dangerous and awful. Where did that go? There it is. Investigate. So it said that Foxdot wanted to know about it. So Foxdot is going to activate the anomaly. The monolith is a dark metallic surface, is warm to the touch. Fox.gif thinks he can hear the faint hum emanating from inside. The lines on its dusty surface seem to squirm in unsettling patterns. Fox.gif focuses on the shapes, trying to uncover their meaning. The hum strengthens. The shapes begin to flow in Fox.gif's vision. But the surface isn't changing. Power begins to uncoil in the empty space around. black shape is forming in his mind. The anomaly is stirring. Keep focusing on the anomaly. Definitely when something seems incredibly dangerous in a spiritual sense, you should absolutely play with it more. As the monolith is twisted and changed, Fox.gif it was overcome with a horrifying vision. In an instant, he understood. The monolith is a doorway just barely cracking open now. Something dark beyond imagination stirs on the other side, seeping into our reality. Terrified but excited, Fox.gif is convinced he can learn more if given time to study the monolith. Building category unlocked. Anomaly. Research tab unlocked. Anomaly. Entity codex unlocked. You can now study the monolith and other entities to gain anomaly research. Note: you can adjust the percentage of the major threats of the anomaly related at any point during the storyteller settings, which we are on default. Don't stare into the void. Don't just stare into the void, poke as well. Just remember, you stare into the void and you yell into the abyss. Or whichever way it was. I always forget which one was which. The whole joke you run into that one is don't... Yeah, was it stare into the abyss and scream into the void? Were the normal sayings? Because don't get it backwards, or you know, it's just the insurance doesn't cover. Harbinger tree sprout. And prevent cutting. Create corpse stockpile. Sort. And with that, don't worry about this stockpile anymore. I mean, that one can stay. Eliminate that stockpile entirely. It's no longer needed. And this one, don't worry about the corpses here either. Basically, we will feed our Harbinger tree. Make sure it's well taken care of. You are ravenously hungry. Well, deal with it, I guess. Now, the catch is, when it comes to the Odyssey, right now I can't actually build the ship. And lay down platform, but the ship itself is something I can't do, I think. Alright, we did have the entity containment is the first thing that came up for, the other end of things. We should expect an attack soon, so let's go ahead and be a little bit safe. So James, you're now restricted to the home zone. The reason I'm doing that is we're probably going to have, it could be a Shambler, it could be a Sight Stealer, it'll be something like that as our first event. And where something like Willieson getting caught on their own is bad enough, James being a child caught on their own could very, very easily die if they get caught with a caught with a Sight Stealer. All right. Okay, when we have one of them wake up, we just got ourselves another bed ready. Where are you getting fine meals from? Did I goof something real bad? That explains. I was like, man, why are we not getting our food? Right, we are cooking fine meals. We do not have the capacity to handle that right now. So that'll help. We had plenty of raw food, so no one is going to starve, but, you know, stresses the moods way more. Who would win, an ancient, omnipotent, dark machine intelligence, or some boys with spears? And it still appeared right next to James. James, run. Don't friendly fire James, please. That's right, you shoot it in the face. Okay, you, You're free to be out of there, because I don't want to keep you trapped in that area forever, but we were expecting a Sight Stealer right away. Because it's usually right after you activate the anomaly, just like where you start the game, you're going to have like a one animal manhunter pack or like one person raid or whatever almost immediately. Not immediately, like pretty early on. It's the exact same idea. The big difference being is you usually get like a Sight Stealer or like a Shambler. There's like, I think 2 or 3 different events that can be that early on, and pretty much all of them are those things where it's kind of a whole lot of nothing. But you can get unlucky with the Sight Stealer where it catches someone like a kid by themselves, and then you're just down a person. Okay, so let's plan. We're gonna go here. They're gonna be putting a wall around that so that they can't just get into it. Like, we'll have a little opening to get to it. Alright, and I think we're going to go for an asymmetrical design, because I like the asymmetrical designs. So plan for fuel canister, fuel canister, like the bridge and communication consoles when we get there. We'll have shelves like here and here. So this will be like the vague space on the right for like the helm and all that. You know, probably go back down here and have like production and all that, which we don't need to worry about. We can worry about that area. And then we'll want to go ahead and make all that stuff on the other side. We'll probably not worry about too much there, but I do want to wall in that area and have a door. And the reason I want to go and do that is just because I've had times where this has taken hits. And if you ever have that get destroyed, your grav ship shut down and there's not a fast way to sort it out. I find it interesting that the swines like the mushrooms or the pigmen like the mushrooms so little that they're eating raw fish as a preference between that and... They'd rather eat the raw fish than they would eat cooked mushroom. They're very non-down with the shroom. Inspired taming on Foxdot. Is there an animal that we want? I could potentially take a boomalope and use them as a source of chem fuel. A budget source of chem fuel. I think we do that. So tame the wild animal. Over here. Grab you because you're inspired. You can't. Disregard all that. We're not doing it anymore. Is there an adorable animal that we would like to have just because we can? Not really. That's fine. Mysterious cargo. Let's see. The High Stella Arch, whatever their face is, the Broken Empire, has an odd request. She would like you to accept some Essence-specified cargo. When pressed for more details, she avoids the question. There is desperation in her voice. If you accept, she will deliver the mysterious cargo, so we can get a book that gives us a discovery, or a book that gives us social. Let's get the social book. Alright, mysterious cargo. It is the golden cube of get yourself effed. Alright, so here's what we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and really quickly go grab that cube, bring it home. We do not want the cube. Okay, we have received the cube, and we're going to have our immediate response to the cube of we're going to form a caravan. We're going to go right next door. We're going to add this. And for right now, Willie-san, you go ahead and you'll be responsible for the cube. Here's the cube. You may have it. and get it the hell out of here. Now, what this is going to cause is we had someone who got the cube obsession, cube curiosity. Yeah, so JD is going to ultimately go unconscious because we're throwing the cube away. Alright. So, items. What? Where's the cube? Oh. Willison? Buddy? You had one job. It wasn't a hard list. Form caravan, go over here, accept. Willison, items. Golden cube, bring it with you, it's right there. Send. Wait, can you not haul? Is that what's going on? Okay, you got the cube this time. That was just weird. What I'm guessing happened is Willison went to grab the cube, and someone started messing with it, and therefore it wasn't available. Alright, and goodbye forever cube. You've done a great service to us this day, Willison. You saved us from the greatest threat that is the cube. Knew the plan and purposely disobeyed. That would be a clever thing if you had, for example... Actually, you can tame as well. Do you have decent animals? No. No, you don't. Because it needed 6. It would be actually a pretty clever thing they could add to the game, is if you sent the person who had the cube obsession with the cube to discard it, that they would openly refuse. So you'd have, like, it would force you to have someone else deal with it. Yeah, so what's going to end up happening is poor JD here. The cube curiosity is going to continue to advance more and more, and they'll go into withdrawals from not having the golden cube. And eventually that will cause them to get violent and all sorts of awful stuff. And then they'll pass out. Growth moment on James. So got a passion in construction. Oh, wow. James. Buddy. Those traits. Super immune, kind, and iron-willed? Ooh. Buddy. Buddy, pal. Like, beautiful is kind of a negative more than a positive. Sucks that you're a meandrist. I wonder if kind will counter meandrist. Because the problem with meandrists and misogynists is they'll insult people and really piss them off and all that. But kind people generally won't insult hardly ever. So while super immune and iron-willed are very, very tempting because they're extremely strong, I think in this case I'm going to try and take kind as a way of trying to counter the negative we've got on them. I feel like a lot of people underestimate how good kind is. So they're a kind meandrist. So she doesn't trust men, but like, look, she's not going to be mean about it. She just doesn't trust them, which is honestly fair. Alright, we've got a betrayal situation. Well, this will be an interesting one. So you two are going to be duking it out right there. You're going to be duking it out right there. James, you get back a step. Conrad is not even remotely around. So Conrad, you run over the help there. That's all. Who am I missing? I'm missing someone. Willison. Oh, good. Willison is nowhere near ready to be involved with anything. Okay, luckily JD managed to close the gap before things got too bad with that. James, I need you to shoot there. Okay. Help is on the way over here. Nicely done. Why are you not defending yourself? Okay, are any of these people we want? Slothful, psychically dull, and beautiful. You got clothes I want? No, you don't. And this is why I take away their weapons at the start. Okay, so of the injuries, a minor cut, some bruises, and some bruises. Could you, like, stop doing that? There you go. Why are you moving slow? I guess you're not moving slow. Let's see. Claiming hostile, and both people on the other side of the table pulls a pistol. Yeah, it's definitely not making your moment. Like, you're like, we have come to betray you, and you're like just sitting at the dinner table, like, you see I've got a gun on the table, right? Like, you, unarmed person here, you see we have our sidearms right here, right? Like, you're looking at them. They're already relatively pointing in your broad direction. Is this really the timing you think you should be doing this? You know, it's bedtime here in just an hour or two, and we're all sleeping in the same room where you would have a good chance of getting a couple hits in before we get a chance to pull our guns, right? You might want to reconsider this. I don't think you've thought this plan through. Your head is so very big and your arms are so very small. I don't think this was a well thought out plan. For the 2 people in the channel who get that reference. I want to see if anyone gets that reference, because that is a pretty niche reference. My head is so very big and my arms are so very tiny. I don't think this is a well thought out plan. Sounds like a T-Rex. Well, okay. It was a T-Rex saying it, but what was the T-Rex from? Or in, or whatever. Like Toy Story? Not Toy Story. It predates Toy Story. Meet the Robinsons. Yep. Meet the Robinsons. With Boulder Hat Guy. Who had a villain that really shouldn't have been a villain because his roommate was a dick. You love the movie? It's actually genuinely a good movie. It was definitely one of those movies that very sadly fell very flat on release. Like it was, did it direct to DVD? I can't remember. It's genuinely kind of a charming movie where there's definitely, like, you look at the protagonist of the story and you're like, you know, honestly, this kid was kind of a really crappy friend / roommate / whatever. And the poor other kid was just trying to live his life and became the villain because, you know, his roommate was crap. I like Boulder Hat Guy. Yep. Poor Goob. Goob just wanted to play baseball. Yep, so we're gonna get more of the platform put down. You know, try and get ourselves set up a little spot for that. You are moving really slowly. Ah, food poisoning. And cube curiosity. Yeah, that'll do it. But yeah, no, it was one of these, like, was it Disney? I don't remember, who made, was it Universal or Disney who made Meet the Robinsons? But yeah, it was a computer graphics animation thing from way back. You know, relatively, like I said, it's relatively like a fun show and all that. But it was one of those ones that, like, it just kind of landed at an awkward time that it didn't do very well in its own right. And you could tell that the people who released it were not sure about it, so they didn't market it very much. I think it went, like, direct to DVD. So, like, it didn't even matter how good, bad, or otherwise the movie was within itself. They kind of were set up to not really have a fair shot. There's a number of pieces that happened with that, like, even the people making it kind of aren't willing to commit to it. Which it's interesting, because if you actually look back in the day, it's kind of a famous thing now that between Spielberg and George Lucas, that it was, you know, George Lucas thought Star Wars was gonna probably tank pretty hard when it first came out. And what was Spielberg making at the same time? Spielberg also had a movie that he was really kind of not sure about. And both of them ended up doing, like, extremely well at the same time. But they very famously had a bet with each other that the other person's movie would do terribly. Or sorry, that their movie would do terribly with the other person. It might have been... Would Jaws have been 77? It might have been. I don't remember. But basically they bet each other that, you know, like Lucas said, my movie is going to do bad. I bet you my movie's going to be bad. I think it might have been Close Encounters. So like both of them were kind of uncertain, so they bet the other one that their movie would do worse. Between the two, E.T. was 1982. Yeah, this would have had to have been 1977. It would have had to been like right in that range within a year or two. But they both bet each other that the other person's movie was going to do better than theirs. That way, if their movie did do worse, they still won because they got money. Close Encounters? Yeah, then it was Close Encounters. Yeah, because both of them were like, we don't know about this. And both of them, the movies did pretty well. Like, obviously, Star Wars did tremendously well. But it's the kind of thing you can imagine having that bet with, like, a professional friend and all that, being like, hey, man, I bet you are going to do better than I'm going to do at it. You know, bet you $10,000. You know, when you're talking hundreds and millions of dollars and all that. You know, it is a way of, like, hedging your bets and, like, making it sting less if it didn't do well. And, like, Close Encounters and Star Wars both did relatively well. Like, Star Wars did amazingly well. Close Encounters, I think it did just broadly well. I can't remember. It's been too long. Nowadays, it's like, bet you $10, sir, I can bet you one piece of paper, but no more. Alright, so JD's cube withdrawal is escalating. That is going to continue to escalate until things get real dire for you. Then you'll pass out. It'll be fine. Yeah, I know it's kind of cool hearing about, like, back in those days of movies, some of the stuff happening behind things. Yeah, Klaus says, Star Wars the highest grossing film that year. Close Encounters was third, and Smokey and the Bandit in between. Yeah, so like I said, both of them, I want to say both of them did pretty well. So we've got Containment. I like the idea. I'll bet you $1 million you'll do that. Does nothing. You got the $1 million, bro. I mean, at this point, the point they made the bet, like they had already practically put the film in the tin. They're just kind of waiting for the shoe to drop. So they already had way more than $1 million committed. All right. JD has gone into a daze due to cube obsession. But yeah, no, it was kind of a fun thing, like, but it's on that respect, like, basically George Lucas is like, oh man, what have I done? I have effed up so bad. Like, I made this movie, we put so much into it, like, I've got so much of my money tied up into it. I was such a dumb idea. Why did I make this Star Wars thing? But, like, at this point, my money's in it. You know, I gotta see it through. And then, you know, it was Star Wars, and to this day is a tremendous success. Life as a creator to be honest? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. you'll second, triple, quadruple guess everything and being like, oh man, I didn't do it. And even like when you succeed, you'll have that project that was a wild success. And objectively, you can step back and be like, yeah, I sold millions of units. We printed money. And you'll see every scene that you had, even like the smallest like technical mistake or continuity error that did survive to the other side, or a scene you wanted to do better, but like something happened, you didn't have the budget, the people weren't available, like whatever the issue was. And it'll be the same thing that like every time that scene comes up, you'll just see the one mistake. And even though nobody notices it, you'll do that. It's the same thing. Like I've got woodworking. There's a clock I made for my parents. And on the front cabin of the clock, where I've got like the glass and everything, there's one spot where I had on the bottom of the door, the drill didn't line up right, so I had to re-drill it. So there's one spot that's got like it's got a glue spot next to it because I didn't do a good job of cleaning up the glue after it when I went to stain. So you can see the stain is appreciably lighter there because the stain didn't take as well. And it's one of those things that every time I see that, I can notice that spot. It's on the bottom of the freaking door in a closing cabinet, which means you have to open the door and like get under it to see it. But I know it's there. I know it's wrong. And if I had more time, I would have made it right. But it was out of time, and it had to be done. But, you know, it's still a thing that, like, I look at that clock, and even though, you know, at least, I can't speak for my dad, but at least I know my mom really likes it and everything, I look at that clock, and I'm like, what a piece of junk. I feel like, I'm not ashamed, but I was like, man, I could have done better than that. You know, and I understand that's in my head and all that kind of stuff, but still, there's definitely a harsh judgment on your own work. Psychoid Brewing. It is a book that gives me research. I'll use it anyways. Take a bunch of these worn clothes. Oh, you don't want the shuttle part. Trying to just get rid of things that we don't need. Take those. Okay, that's crafting and artistic. Yeah, so we've got a social book. We have crafting 8. We have crafting and artistic, so we'll grab a book to learn that. I like grabbing the books. The books giving people just passive skills or things. Beat myself up for months thinking that should have went to the body shop. Yeah. Alright. JD's cube withdrawal has gotten worse. So as you can see, JD's getting pretty inconsolable. Where's the cube? I miss it. I need it. And JD is struggling to keep their stuff together with Sanguine. And that's only at moderate. We'll probably deal with 1 or 2 bad breaks off of JD before the cube withdrawal goes away. Let's see. As when doing polyurethane caulking, you were setting a wide body kit. At the very bottom was a small bubble that formed and caused a tiny little indent. Every time that car shows up for work and I see it on the street, I hyper-focus on it. Yeah, and the person is probably completely blissfully unaware of why it bothers you so much. So we've got 1 person with a revolver, 3 melee, and 1 set of tox grenades. So, you go grab that. The rest of you grab this. I'm going to scooch way over here. Oh, is that attacks immediately? Yeah. There we go. And the reason I'm so far over here is I want to make sure I'm not shooting past them. That's the goal here, is we want to not shoot past our friendlies if we can help it. So the revolver's over there on the left. You get back. I don't want you to be the first one shot at. Okay, what's your range? It's probably not far past that. Fair enough. We're going to shift all of you over to force them to cross over to me. That'll be the tox grenades. Please stop grenading my stuff. I will literally kill you if you do that. Oh, I've clicked on now. It wants me to name the ship. I was not ready for naming something in this very moment. They killed their own person, too, from the looks of it. They grenaded their own person down. Luckily they don't go on an adventure to find the cube. SS misclick. I was going to potentially name it insurance fraud. I'm going with that. Because you can rename the ship later. Insurance fraud. Excellent. Oh, never mind, they beat me to it. Alright, so orders. Allow all. Iron-willed, ascetic, trigger-happy, great memory. Waster. I can't do anything with wasters. Fine. You are going to get stripped, though, because you do have black armor. So, you know, I'd like that if you don't mind. And if you do mind, I'm still taking it. Right, and this is their person. I believe if I strip their person, they'll get mad. But I do want... You know what? We're going to find out anyways, because I do want that fire foam pack. We cool? Alright, so they're cool with that. But I do want the fire foam pack. The fire foam pack would make me happy. Wasters have good genes? Yeah, but keep in mind we got no research, random research, and severe research penalty. Yeah, no, stripping alive people, that's a problem. That's right. So please haul the fire foam pack back. Why is everyone angry right now? Recreation unfulfilled. That's fine, we'll deal with it. I mean, that's because they're eating mushrooms, and they don't like mushrooms. Oh, also... that mace is probably better damage than what you got. Even if it's only wood. I do like when you have factions that don't like each other but are friends to you when they pass by and you just randomly watch a war break out in your town. You're like, alright, okay. I'll just stand by and grab the junk laying on the ground. It's fine. If you just want to give me tribute, I can live with this. Dark Visions on JD because cube withdrawal. That's fine. The more we get the ones we don't care about, the better. Alright. So pretty soon we're going to have air conditioning, which, sure. And more bodies going to the trees, as you do. Alright, monolith study progress. Foxdyke's gift has had a breakthrough while studying the monolith. He believes the monolith is a conduit of psychic energy, connecting to some distant location. However, he is unsure where it connects to. Fox.gif is convinced that by studying the anomalous entities, he can find a way to close the conduit, or learn to harness its power. The monolith is now providing more knowledge when studied. Cool. You've had a war in your base tile that literally lagged your game to death? one side had like 200 pawns, the other had like 150 pawns, and you were just stuck in the middle. We have the clip where, and it was partially on me because we had a really bad encounter showing up, so I welcomed another threat to me as well. And so we had two different factions showed up at the same spot on one edge of my map and started fighting each other immediately. They couldn't make out at all what was even happening between us. I think it was like Impids and Wasters fighting. And then separately I had a group drop in from behind me, which I didn't see until like things kicked off. And I managed to make it work. But it was definitely one of those ones that like at the beginning of the fight, you're like, okay, like I'm happily sitting behind my walls watching utter murder happen outside here. And, you know, staring, I was like, yep, no idea who's winning this. Let's go ahead and have you grab the pump shotgun. Let's see, you hate the battlefield event if that's a mod or whatever. Fresh run, 5 great pawns for tribal start. 2 Glitter World tech factions decided to war. It shows the center of your base. Yeah, that's going to be a mod. The closest you have to that is there is an event. Oh, wait, what's that? Can people play the game of without seats? You thought they needed chairs. Oh, no. Yeah, no, they don't need it. You can get comfort if you give them chairs. I just haven't bothered with it yet. What I'm trying to remember is... We might be able to find this out. If we look at the grav ship stuff here... That's the wrong tab. The grav ship stuff. Do any of you... So it'd be the grav, and so yeah, the grav anchor. Do any of you require... Okay, so it's just metal and all that. Okay, cool. So literally as many of the plates we have is how many tiles we can put down. I thought that was the case, but it's been a hot minute, so wouldn't shock me at all to find I'd just forgotten stuff. You didn't run out of those materials. Where are the rest of the grav panels? Okay, so I have at least another, like, 200, 300 grav panels. And we might as well use them all. So keep working on getting that set up and whatnot. Alright, JD's cube withdrawal has gotten worse. So JD is now at minus 30. Where's my cube? Where is it? JD, so it's cube withdrawal extreme. The good news is pretty soon JD will go unconscious and will stop whining about the cube. So we are going literally from we know how to electricity, but not actually has done electricity. We just know how to electricity. To a spacefaring people. Oh, wait, we're... Okay, that one's fine. Alright, so we got air conditioning and now geothermal's next. Okay. How high does the... We can check the anomaly slider. It was modifier. Custom... Where is the anomaly slider? Yeah, so you can go here, so... Yeah, it's 100%, so we're at 8. Yeah, now you can get to 100%. My assumption is 100% means basically you'd be doing nothing but anomaly, but I don't know, because that percent is most likely actually just referring to, like, a magnifier. you could certainly go into the settings in the game and just disable all non-anomaly threats, so they're just not even an option to show up. Like, that's definitely a doable thing. Like I said, I've enjoyed Anomaly a lot. I think it's excellent. Could be interesting. But yeah, when Anomaly first came out, that's actually one of the criticisms Anomaly had, is it did have a tendency to just overwhelm everything. That when it first came out, the moment you activated Anomaly, you were basically going to be doing almost exclusively Anomaly content. And then after a while, you know, they made an adjustment so it wasn't quite as overwhelmingly just Anomaly. Guarding Sparks. Huh. 3 raids of 6 Scythers with this group. They would give me a book on sterile materials and a mining and shooting book, which is not bad. But with no EMP or armor, against 6 Scythers back to back to back, which would most likely go there. So we're talking 18 Scythers. Keeping in mind one's a child with 2 shooting. And I've got a flak vest between the whole group. 1. It's not that it couldn't be done. We could set up traps and, you know, do the thing where you pop out a door, get them to go around, pop back over, that kind of thing. Oh, and JD's about to be knocked unconscious for a period of time because of cube withdrawal. To add on to it. So it's actually 5 people are going to be involved in that fight. Because JD is going to be busy being unconscious from cube withdrawal. So it's not, like I said, it's not that you couldn't do it. You need to do a little bit of cheesing, a little bit of abusing pathfinding, because we wouldn't have enough damage to knock down very many of them on the way in. So it would definitely be one of those things like popping out a door, getting a shot or 2 off, popping in, while someone else stands outside the airway so they path around the other way, repeat the process, and kind of ping-pong them and just hope they don't separate out so far that you have to commit to one side or the other. Needless to say, I'm not set up for that, because that's the kind of stuff you go out of your way to set up when you're doing higher difficulties. And it's not that you have to set up that one specifically. That's kind of one pro and con with RimWorld, is there is lots of ways to cheese the game. And when you're doing the higher difficulties, you are going to cheese the game. And you may not agree that, like, the way you're cheesing the game is actually cheesy or whatever. That's whatever, this way, that way, another, whatever. But you are going to be abusing some kind of game mechanics on those higher difficulties. There's 244 panels still over there. Geothermal's a rough one to have gone at this point, because geothermal is a long research. Grav ships use more fuel if they're bigger. I don't remember if that's true. I know they use more fuel the farther you go to jump. I don't remember if there's a consideration to the mass of the ship or not. Oh, you can go over here. Oh, we're out of wood. We need to fix that. You don't think so, but they, but wanted to see if you knew for sure. Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's strictly a distance consideration. That, if you go to jump a really far distant, like the farther you go to jump, the more it needs stuff. So cut down another one. Alright. Cool. We're just gonna go out and light lanterns in the storm here. Yay, sky lanterns. And it was a terrible one. Nice. Everyone had a not great time. Alright, JD goes unconscious any second now. And JD's unconscious. Alright, what was JD doing here? So JD was our crafter, so of the people to, yeah, no, RimWorld won. I figured the moment I put RimWorld on there, there's a very good chance that RimWorld would win. Because, like, RimWorld and Project Zomboid are both some of my most played games on the channel. The thing is where, like, Project Zomboid end up starting to burn out pretty quickly. That's partly because for as much as you can adjust Project Zomboid using the settings, it really doesn't fundamentally change the game very much. Whereas RimWorld, depending on how you're setting the game, can be a very, very, very different experience. Like, I'd definitely say the sandboxiness of RimWorld is a lot more flexible than the sandboxiness of Project Zomboid. While still saying that Project Zomboid is a fairly flexible one. So JD's probably out for a little while, right? 3 days. That's fine. And then JD will be over the whole cube thing. Yeah, so what I need to decide what we're doing is, like, where am I putting the engines? Where am I putting that? Like, I can see putting them over here in the production stuff in this area, having a dedicated production room. This would ultimately be what would be our defensive position in the long run. Make our barracks and all that. So the goal is to move all this stuff into what's going to be our ship. As able. And up it goes. Yup. Some people are lowering it, some people are increasing it. That's just how it be. Man, getting geothermal second. Like, sometimes, like most runs, if we weren't doing grab ship stuff, I would be excited about getting geothermal second. But being that I can't actually use the grab ship right now because, you know, I don't have what I need for it. Okay, so 188, so we're at about 250 something. Alright, let's continue to build structure. Okay, so this is gonna be like generally just a regular room. We'll plan to, well, actually we can plan for this to, let's start doing actual planning. Alright, so we're gonna have engines. So we'll have, you know, one engine there, one engine there. Because I think we can only have, I can't remember if it's 4 engines or 2 engines to start. Research this. Been a while. It's not gonna tell me. I think it's 4 to start. Let's plan for it to be to 4, because if not, we could just not put that many. So we'll have our 4 engines here. I'll mark those in green. So those will be engines. And then up here, that would ultimately be 1 or fuel canisters. so you have that. Their engines can be here. So we got access to our engines and our main fuel tanks. We'd have up here would be the control panel. Then we'd have shelf here, here, there, and there for fuel. So we basically got all this set up. And I'd potentially have room for like a crafting bench over there. I'd have to be able to do the full angles and all that. Obviously, we want that. I know like the meta strategy is to build your ship around so that your engines are enclosed inside so nothing can attack them. We're not going to be probably doing any of that. Alright, so that would be this room. For like all the stuff to make the ship go and all that kind of thing. I think what we'll probably do back here is we can narrow that down. And then back here will be a place for an anomaly containment. Potentially. That's 43 tiles. We will need... I almost want to make sure this goes narrower. It's fine. Remove the plans here. You won't worry about like my little hallway things are, so we'll fill that in. That's all fine. So then this would be the actual thing for the anomaly when we go to grab one. Yeah, so that'd be... How do I want to do this? Okay, so we go in here, we'd have a wall, we'd have a wall. You'd have, like, the little thing for grabbing the bioferrite on either side. We'd have the actual, like, anomaly tables for containment. And then that could be a back exit to the ship. Yeah, we could like move that around. So yeah, that'd be a workable space. And probably honestly with this, let's change this up a little bit. We can put the wall there. Remove this, makes that hallway too wide. This can be where the thing for pulling the bioferrite is. We have enough room to like duck in there. We go here. And that gives some space there. So let's start planning to get that all down. So I need 2 here for the rest of the back part of the engine. We would need all of this. And we'll let that go. And then we'll need a break room and a bedroom, or a barracks. So I can work on that while the research is getting done. We're getting our wood restocked, which is good. Yeah, JD was one of the ones who was actually able to help a little bit with the research. Alright, so go get your wooden mace. And JD is back in. Major break risk on Earth Rush. Because you ate fungus and you have like no pauses because you've been fishing this whole time. You have an awful barracks because it's been greatly thrown up in. let's see here. Let JD slightly prioritize cleaning, overhauling, to get those places to not be awful. Because that's why everyone's moods are getting bad, is everything's full of throw-up. For some reason, they get upset about that. Meanwhile, I can go back over here. Okay. And most of this is just going to sit until we have what we need, because we won't be able to put the correct walls. And I just wanted to wall that off, so no one just ran up and stole it and ran away. And we've almost got this population of fish properly culled. We've almost caused the ecological disaster that we've all desired in our hearts. Right. This is the one that wanted me to fight 18 Scythers, and I was like, nah, that's no. With an EMP, that'd be an easy fight. Like, with an EMP, we could just put them in a bottleneck and probably stun them enough that we could just chip away at them. You know, maybe take a hit or two and otherwise be relatively fine. But one nerve spiker ain't gonna cut it. Okay, so JD's got most of these rooms cleaning up. So now we're starting to get mood bonuses again from those rooms. And it's possible some of these ones I'm intending for different things back here might not become those things for a while. We'll see. Alright, Foxdot's doing their best. You gotta be getting pretty close to 20. Yeah, you're getting right up. You're basically hitting 20 right now as we watch you. Boom. Maxed out. They're literally researching as fast as they possibly can. They'll get there. We'll end up needing more people able to do the research. Let's have you prioritize research over this stuff. Then you can help with that. And Conrad is helping Hall, and I want to make sure I don't... Oh, right. So James here is going to be taking over for construction. So we want James to start working on that construction because they do have a passion for it now. Whereas our current person doing construction does not. Alright. Wisdom's begun to fixate on the void and wishes to investigate it, using void provocation ritual. Use of the void provocation ritual to discover and capture entities. Captured entities can be studied to complete anomaly research projects, or connected to bioferrite harvester to generate bioferrite. So we'll want to do that. I actually do already have, under anomaly, containment and bioferrite extraction. The thing I need to do is make a place to put them. And it would be lovely to make the actual grav ship walls and all that. We honestly have enough steel. I'm not super fussed if we don't get to that right away. And that'll be a uranium door, so we get the increased amount. Wait, 1 second. Am I misremembering? Are you a 4x4? Okay. Had a momentary thing where it's like, wait a second, am I misremembering? Is this actually bigger than I thought? Yeah, so get that built. And then we can start using that for our anomaly stuff, at least short term. Obviously, I'd want to have, like, the actual grab ship walls, ideally, but these will substitute in the short term for something. Yeah, so you're still using those panels. Because then we can at least kind of give the anomaly stuff a little bit of a kick. Transport pod crash. So it's a furniture builder named Lane, who is a body purist, who is a waster who has lots of capabilities and all that. And it is unfortunate they died on impact. Definitely died on impact. So sad. Monolith study progress. Fox.gif made progress studying the monolith. The structure connects normal space to the void, a dimension hidden in the substructure of space-time. Some powerful mind in the void is leaking influence into our reality. Fox.gif wants to study the monolith farther to learn more. Monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. Yeah, so because we're ritualists, we're going to blast through researching anomaly stuff. But like regular research, Shambler Assault. We have 7 Shamblers attacking from basically all directions. Try and get down here to support James first. Yeah, the thing is it's only 7 of them. So we're actually looking pretty good, because if they're going to go straight towards my characters, we knock down these 2 really quick. I can then move to the other side of the river and force them to cross the river at me. It sucks that we do have fog going on. For the love of everything, knock him. I need you to knock him now. Okay, switch sides of the water. Yeah, so they're gonna go bang on that wall. So that's 2 of the 7 done. These are just randomly breaking holes in my wall. Okay, start moving your way up. Oh, they're switching sides here, so let's cross over the water. Crawling Kid Shambler, yeah. And Willieson, you just got like a little scratch? Yeah, you're fine. So amusingly enough, they're just trading sides of the water as well. Alright, so this time we're just committing. Interesting you're going way over there. Yeah, it didn't get built, so that's fine. Okay, Shambler's dealt with. Yeah, that early on, a Shambler assault's not that big a deal. Bump is way slow too, that's why they kept going over it. Yeah, no, absolutely. Are we in a mushroom run? We are in a mushroom biome. We're not basing it around doing a mushroom run. It is just a tribal run that happens to be on a mushroom tile. Maybe prioritize building those two so that goes back to being a barracks before everyone gets angry. There you go. And James is now learning how to build. Which is just gonna take time. Alright, so James is doing their best. They're gonna learn. But that'll give me another person running around being able to get stuff done. So I hope we can get the grab ship relatively early on. Blind fog. That's fine. That would have been really bad for the Shambler assault, but, you know, whatever. We're in relatively good shape right now. And we still have 188 Gravelite panels over there. Kind of feeling like we go out of our way to make the hallways too wide around here. Let's go ahead and fill that spot in. And that. There. So fill those spots in, so we actually have a bit of space entirely around that. Yeah, so it's 3 on each side. Yep. This is obviously going away. But yeah, so we'll actually have a little bit of space around there. And then we're going to have to take what little panels are left, and that's going to have to become a really small barracks and common room and storage. Which is probably not going to happen. But we'll see. I just need to be able to store enough food to go for one thing. Alright, so we got another forced landing event. Have a good time. Ah, your defender's a genie. These actually do have high combat skills. Just happen to be a delicate wimp, which is not really what you want in bodyguards. Alright, so let's see what you're up against. Okay, so it's a pair of imps with bows. So James can get out of here and go back to work. And one of them has a good shot, the other one's not so much. Why? I'm just staying out of it. Why are you even shooting at my people? It's just like, I'm just standing there minding my own business like, you're the one who needs to get dealt with. Alright, I mean, it's fine. We just got some burns on us. Why are you going and standing in the fire? Please don't stand in the fire. That's not a thing that needs to be occurring right now. Why are you going swimming in the swamp water with open torso wounds. Okay, so we got some standings. Now we'll get JD bandaged up. Healing mud? I don't think that's how that works. Meanwhile, you can go back here. You'll just be a steel door. Frozen Terraformer, we can worry about that later, until I've got actual engines on this thing and ain't going anywhere. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna need to try and, as best we can, get this all set up and going. We will definitely want to replace all these all these panels with the actual hall panels. Right now I'm just gonna put steel there so it's functional. We'll clean it all up later. Fix it in post. Alright, how's James doing? Alright, got another raid attacking immediately. 5 of them all with bows. Any particularly dangerous characters in this group? You suck. You're okay. You're... Most of them, actually. There's one who's terrible, and everyone else there is actually pretty respectable. So normally if they were not impids, I'd want to go out of my way to engage them at range as best I can. Or sorry, at close range as best I can, but because they're impids, we're just going to have to deal. I'm going to try to do... Are they attacks immediately? Yeah. I'm going to try to bait them out into coming across the bridge. And picking shots at them the entire time. James, get down here. Switch targets, Wilson. All of you keep your shots on the ranged people up here. And you're the one who's really short range? Yeah, so let's have you run over here to give support where you want to shoot friendly fire. Nicely done. Alright. All sorted. A lot of mild injuries, but no one too bad. Yeah, so we got a leg hit, an arm hit, and a torso hit. Let's get everyone to work getting everyone treated. We can hopefully avoid infections. That is one nice thing about impids. They don't take much abuse. So it's pretty easy to knock them down. Honestly, considering we were dealing with blind fog, that didn't take forever. Because that very easily could have been a fight that just drug out because no one could hit each other for a long time. Orders. Allow, make sure we have our wildlife queued up to just keep hunting anything that moves. Oh, a bunch of you injured from the bullfrogs. Interesting. Alright, so unfortunately everyone's going to be knocked down for a minute. We've got Earth Rush on you, who is on Ambrosia, Silo Cap hallucinations, and also dealing with mild heat stroke. Okay. Yeah, so Earthrush is the only one who walked away without injuries, but that's okay. That happens. Mad Capybara, because no rest ever. Don't have James in the front, please. Alright. Got a visitor who's gonna be willing to trade with us. Okay, so you're mostly healed, you're mostly healed. You're mostly healed, yeah. It'll take a little while longer because we're still on the yellow, but we're not dealing with a bunch of people on the edge of death anymore. What are you wearing that you are... You're just wearing pants. Oh, those pants are probably better than the, just the shirt. So you get Devil's Tree... Oh, I didn't realize Devil's Strand was on there as well. They've got all that stuff. Take the Wake Up. Because goodness do I not want that floating around on here. Take my worn out clothes. Take my poor quality shirt. Take the Tox Grenades. I will take your food and your medicine. Take these random bows that I don't need. Take the poor quality revolvers. And take the drugs. So that we've got some better medicine for an emergency. Alright, so this is getting pretty close to being fully recovered. Yeah, you're about to be fully recovered. Alright. So it's taking time, but that's fine. And we're busy feeding the meat-eating trees. With all the random attacks we've just had recently. We've also got all the hunting going on to keep the leather coming in and all that stuff. The textiles. Gift. It gave me a slave collar. Okay. Alright, so this leaves JD, who is getting pretty close to being fully recovered. Most of those injuries are down to 1 hit point coming back. There's just the ribcage and the torso. Unhinged gift is like, what are you trying to say? What is the implication of this gift? Yeah, so you're already at construction 3. Catfish spine. Okay, so that just caused a stab and minor buildup. That gift was a proposition. Look, man. That is inappropriate for them to do that. And I really feel like we need to have a discuss with their HR department. That kind of behavior. Here's a gift. Just a joke, unless... Oh, no. No, not that. That's almost just as bad as just a prank, man. Just a prank, bro. Just a prank. Which does not magically make being an absolute jerk, you know, funny. The classic, if it's a prank and not everyone is laughing, including the, Why? Why? Why is there a hideous separation in these walls? Let's love the old video where the prankster jumps from a trash can he was hiding in. And the guy he was pranking just reacts with his fist full swing. Yep. Oh, missing grab ship floor? Ah, okay. I missed that. Obviously. It's just a recreational book. Get out of here. But the thing to understand is just a prank, bro, guys, is that one of them got shot doing that in a mall food court and learned absolutely nothing. Yeah. It was kind of one of those things that, you know, when I've mentioned that, you know, how the person's like, people just don't have a sense of humor anymore. It's like, here's the deal. If your, you know, quote-unquote victim of your prank is not laughing, that's bullying. Like, if after it happens, the victim is also laughing, okay, you've successfully done a humor. You have successfully done a prank that is, you know, hopefully in good spirit and everything. But if the person afterwards doesn't want to talk to you for a period of time, and or threatens legal action, you may have a bad sense of humor, and what you may have done is known as bullying, not a prank. Because there is a distinction between the two. And it's usually the person who's the butt end of it who gets to make that call. Yeah, well, yeah, in some cases, just straight up assault. Yeah, no, I've definitely seen, you know, the pranks. You're like, that's a criminal charge right there. That's not a tee-hee, I did it funny. It's like, that's just straight up criminality. That's like going into your local store and then pocketing a whole bunch of stuff. And when you reach the door, it's like, no, man, it's just a prank, bro. It's like, no, that's theft. You may think it's a prank, but that's theft. That is a crime. Or like setting someone's house on fire. Just a prank, bro. Or that's arson. Very specifically, that's arson. You just don't have a sense of humor. Or I like my things not being burned down. I don't know, I feel like not wanting my stuff burned down is a fairly reasonable stance. You know what? We will put a door between the engines. I actually made that way wider than I intended over here, but I don't want to put enough space along. Well, actually, we'll give it one more space here. It's a little bit of wasted space. That's fine. Last straw. It was hot. Let's see. Unfortunately, the Just a Prank Bro guys are rewarded by society, at least initially, for being, you know, jerks and all that. Hence the name of the show, and all the popularity. At least with that show, I'm not a fan of the show Jackass myself. At least that show, they were basically hurting themselves. Which I still think is dumb. But at least in the statement about, like, the victim of it, hopefully they're laughing at their own thing, because otherwise, I mean, I understand the money, but, like, You know, at least that versus a lot of times when you hear like the just a prank bra kind of team, like kind of people, a lot of times they're not the victim of the prank. The person doing the pranking is not the one like receiving it. They're doing it to other people who are not in on it, not consenting, not anything else. They're just random people who are out living their lives. You know, having people show up and then, you know, just kick them out of nowhere, or telling them that their loved one got lit on fire or some whatever garbage thing that they're going to be doing. Because that's kind of the biggest thing. Like, if you got a circle of friends that you're all pranking each other, even if those pranks, in my opinion, are getting out of hand, but, like, you're all okay with it amongst yourselves, sure. Whatever. As long as you're not hurting other people, it's like, whatever. You can make your own decisions. But, like, a lot of times when you hear, it's just a prank bra, you know, again, it's someone who is blissfully, completely unaware and uninvolved having it done to them. Because, like, and to be clear, there was a point in time that prank TV was a really big thing. We've talked about it with, I'm blanking on her name, Betty White. Like, Betty White had a prank show. But, like, the whole prank was just basically watching someone who is a fairly old person doing things that you don't think of old people doing, and that's the joke. So, you know, like, you know, the little old lady putting on her skull motorcycle helmet and jumping on the back of a Harley and riding off, and you're just going, you know, or like the little old lady walking up to you and then discussing, like, you know, topics you just wouldn't necessarily be comfortable talking about, like illicit drug use or whatever. Obviously not quite that direct, but you get the idea. And so you're just like, I don't know how to handle this. This is like grandma talking about her sex life. I am uncomfortable and I am unsure where to go with this. I'm glad she's comfortable with this enough to discuss this, but I don't think I am. And that was a kind of whole thing. But you used to have like the prank TV back then where it's like you would have someone who'd be like, okay, we're gonna call this painter in to paint this bathroom and everything, and we, you know, the painter's not in on the prank, so they're coming in with the expectation of just, you know, doing a painting job, and then the prank is that they think they're sealed in the house with a, you know, a serial killer or whatever. And that was the kind of things they would do. And luckily, one of the things that led to the going away of that is cell phones. Because it used to be you'd, you know, have the landline go directly to some, you know, like you'd dial 911 and go to a landline that's being controlled by the people at, you know, doing the prank or whatever. And then cell phones became a thing, and you have like the person come in there and did a plumbing thing, and they'd have like the fake body laying in the room, and they'd just be like, whip out that cell phone, dial 911, which is now going to actual 911. And then the cops would get all pissed off because they would have to show up and deal with this BS when they got better things to do with their lives. And, you know, a lot of these pranks are very mean-spirited. And then, as you mentioned earlier, like, some of those, unfortunately, the person pulled a prank and the other person happened to be armed, not realizing it was, like, a prank or whatever, and that their life was actually potentially in danger, and reacted accordingly. Okay, so we've got that all set up. So you got like this main room, and this is just basically so I can route around to different spots when we're actually fighting later. We're being very inefficient on our space use on the ship, and we made these doors out of uranium as opposed to steel like the other parts, because these are going to be containment rooms, so we want to boost the containment strength. So we do have 2 rooms I can do containment in. We'll have to wait till we've got the other stuff here before I can do more with that. So if we look at the tiles I've got left, we got 157 tiles left. Let's see, that's how the one prankster got shot. He was all up in the dude's space, and the guy thought he was about to get robbed or something. Yeah. Yep, no, like, it's not been just that one. There's been plenty of them that have ended in assaults and all that. Where, again, you look at the situation, you're like, okay, it's an entirely reasonable thing that that person responded with violence. Like, someone was making a very threatening situation and wasn't aware that, like, this was in fun jest or whatever. I won't even say, again, if the person isn't laughing with you at the end of the prank, you just bullied someone. You didn't prank them. You just committed a harassment. $77, $30, so that's about 100 tiles. We'll start working on that. But yeah, no, like there's been plenty where, again, someone tried to pull a prank, got the crap beaten out of them. I would like one of you to self-tame, because then I could keep you in a little room on the ship and I have a chem fuel source. Now, one nice thing about getting geothermal earlier is when we get the actual grav ship up and running, one of the jokes I had about the grav ship is, you know, plugging it in when you land. So you'd land, you put it nearby a grav thing, you put down the grav power and just plug in the ship from there. I find that to be like one of the biggest memes, and also just a lot of fun as an idea. You know, run power cables throughout all this. That's fine. You can cover all that. So basically we're just building the ship as if we're going to have everything. We're just kind of like continue to expand it. With the intent of moving our people out of here and into the ship's area. But it's just going to take time. We're going to do it till we're out of gravlight panels, because that's... The gravlight panels will determine how big I can make the ship for the time being. Which the game is actually a little generous at the beginning when it gives to all those gravlight panels. It gives you gravlight panels enough to build a pretty good chunk of ship before you run out of them. It's something like not quite 500. It's like 300 something gravlight panels you usually get. Yeah, now that said, there are some pranks that are, like, for prank shows and all that felt a lot better. There was one prank, I can't remember what the show was, that I actually thought was a pretty good thing, where, again, no one felt like they were in danger. It was more just a confusing situation. So the person was at a camera, it was like some dock or whatever, went to use, like, the porta potty or whatever, so gets in there, sits down on it, and they had right next to the porta potty, they had, like, this big, like, shipping container. And so all they did is when the guy got in there, they just had this thing on a rail so he could just slide the shipping container up to the front of the porta potty, so it would like line up with the door. So when you open the porta potty door, it would open up into the shipping container. And so what would happen inside the shipping container, it was basically set up so it looked like the inside of a boardroom. So you had like the big fancy table in the middle, all these people are like dressed up in suits and ties with like, you know, they had like a projector going and, you know, some like stands with a bunch of like, you know, random financial data or whatever on it. Like, you know, all the walls are all painted up. And so it's definitely one of those things that, you know, the person, you know, goes, they use the porta potty, they go and they open the door, and expecting to just step back outside into this like dock area, and they open the door, and there's just, you know, these people who are like in the middle of what looks like a board meeting, and they're just kind of like, can we help you? Like, do you mind? And just the person just being utterly confused, going, like, what? And so it's a thing that, like, you know, the guy's like, you know, get out of our boardroom. So the guy like backs back up into the porta potty, closes the door, and like kind of peeks open again. By then, you know, they start shifting the card container. But it's just a fun little prank where you just open the door and you're like, what? All right, so you got some Horus cultists, and I should probably pay attention to what they're actually gonna do. They're going to summon flesh beasts if I do not interrupt them. Yeah. Well, that's one of the things. I would like, there's some people who are like really on their toes with the humor. So you have that whole setup. But part of me wants the person who's like really on their toes, who is just like, man, that thing's like all messed up. And then just trying to have, because all the people who are like pretending to do the board meeting, of course, are in on what's going on the show. So you'd want to potentially be able to like have the person who can like run with it, and you know, get them on our stuff. All right, and you are a body marauder who's a careful shot who is kind. They do have immunization, which inhumanization has a lot of negatives, and I mean like a lot of negatives. It's one of those things that like on paper looks really good, and it does have some really good strengths to go with those negatives. But very genuinely, meleeing cultists can be pretty... Ooh, you are not one I want to get close to. 12 melee and nimble. Keep chasing my melee. Keep chasing the melee. There you go. Yeah. 12 melee and nimble. Where was the one? Yeah, 12 melee nimble equipped with a steel gladius. That was a short-lived attack. Got brained. That is someone you get into melee if you want that person to die. Alright, so steel gladius would be pretty strong. I always forget some of these stats in here. So you are 6.7, 120%. 7.52. That's gonna be worse. Yeah, so all those other ones are pretty bad. Well, go ahead, because your Equa is gonna probably be considerably worse than a steel gladius, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so go grab that steel gladius. That's an upgrade. You don't have anything to care about on you, right? No, you're literally naked. And how is your mace? Because it is only wood. Well, those axes will be better. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? It's going good here. Good thing. 12 melee, nimble, gladius. That guy's coming closer chance, like, gonna cut you. Yeah. No, it's definitely one of those ones you're like, nah, this one, we don't want to tangle up close. And also, Treacle's another fantastic content creator as well. Also plays a bunch of RimWorld and all good stuff. So definitely someone to check out. But then Azrael also actually, let's deal with Treacle first. So Treacle definitely does like a lot of RimWorld, a lot of fun stuff. Really good times. They're not exclusively RimWorld, but does a fair amount of RimWorld. But definitely good times over there. Then after that, we have Azrael, who plays like a lot of simulation games like American Truck Simulator, Euro Truck Simulator, Farming Simulator. You get the idea. That kind of stuff going on. But right now what we got going on is we did start with a tribal ritualist start, so our research is abysmally bad. On top of that, we are also doing the no research and semi-random research, so I do not have control about what research we do. We just hope for the best. We have got the starting of our grav ship going. We do not have the grav ship tech. So that's the reason why I got all this colored out of where I'm going to put stuff for my grav ship functionality in there. But, you know, not actually having it. Because I want to start moving my people into what will be the grav ship. That way we can, you know, prettify it so far as, like, get it to have you know, higher aesthetic stats and all that, make people happy. All right. Fox.gif has completed his anomaly, or study the monolith. The structure.
What's the worst that could happen?
The structure is a conduit that links the void, a reality hidden underneath every point in space-time. The void is inhabited by a vast machine intelligence of terrifying complexity that surges with nightmarish, inhuman rage. Its influence creates horrors in this world. Awakening the monolith will fully open the conduit. With the channel open, Fox.gif believes he can reach through that link and permanently close the conduit, or find a way to harness its dark power. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. Yeah, so again, check out Azrael. Lots of simulation stuff. Good times over there. Is waiting for random research giving Rual spaceship reactor before Gravage. It's a possibility. Unlikely, but a possibility. Monomaly. Mama. I heard the bits thing. Thank you so much for the 50 bits. I do really appreciate that. That is MNCK? Or sorry. ImmenseK. Thank you so much for that. I do appreciate that. I don't know why I didn't see on my end, like I heard the sound, but I didn't see like in the bot or anything that. I had to look at my activity feed, but thank you. I do appreciate it. Because it's a redeem? Right, but on the bot I would usually show for the redeem, and I also have stuff show up on other things. I've had a weird thing that today OBS and Stream Deck are not working together for me. Like it was like everything else is working fine for the Stream Deck, but OBS is not. You know what I could probably do with that? Is we can go right here, because nothing else works, we go to Stream Deck, we say quit Stream Deck. Okay. And then we go Stream Deck. And see if it makes it all better. Twitch redeems are weird though. Yeah, no, you have a different way to detect them. Alright, so we'll see. We'll see when that comes back up if what happens. Alright, so just checking the scene real fast. Okay, cool. Just had to turn it on and off, or off and on again. The tried and true practice to fix every single problem in IT. Cache invalidated. Cache invalidation, one of the hardest to deal with software development things. Turning it off and on again works. Because you just nuked the cache from the moon. So you don't have to worry about whether it's validated or not. Because it's gone. Off by 1 errors? Wouldn't technically fix that, but hey, we'll pretend it does for the purpose of the conversation. Who was I hanging out with that, They were playing Alchemy Factory, and were getting backseated pretty hard. And they were trying to ask a simple question about, like, okay, it was bees. Bees was getting backseated pretty hard. But she was just like, I want to move this to here. Can I do that without, like, disassembling everything? And this person was, like, trying to make the stance, like, no, because it would be really hard to program. And I'm sitting there like, what are you talking about? Copy-paste is super easy to program. You literally just capture a boolean between your two different shortcut keys that says, is this or is this not a copy or, like, is this not a cut? If it's a cut, you take all the objects that you just put in there, you put those into, you know, kind of just an index, like an array or whatever, to store all that information about, like, what object they are, you know, the XYZ orientation, yada yada settings, configuration. And then literally the only other thing you do is, you then, when you paste it, you check if it's a cut, and if it's a cut, it takes the stuff out of that, you know, that array, and puts it in. Otherwise, it puts the other way. It's like, that's not a whole big thing. That's like literally one boolean I point at. That's easy. Like, if this is a deal breaker, the developer needs to have a long conversation, because it's amazing that they've got this other complicated stuff done, and that would be the thing. It was just basically someone who was, like, backseating. And for the record, what she just wanted to know was there, and this person was trying to give this whole, like, other explanation, and it was one of those things that it was just very, very much like someone acting like they knew a lot about a lot of stuff. And when they were doing that, like ultimately that person ended up getting banned because they were just backseating too hard. And it's like, it's like, as a developer myself, this person had no idea what they're talking about. This, like, their argument was a real dumb argument. Like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely times in software development that things should work away, but the implementation is of such significance that you do the dirty, not so good way to get it done. I'm not saying that's not the case, because it absolutely does happen. For the record, I would rather a bunch of people try and clip something and it gets clipped than everyone assumes someone else will clip it. Because we've had some really fun moments on stream that people are like, oh, I wish someone would have clipped that. It's like, you were there. You were there. It's gone now. It's been too many months. I can't go back in time and make it happen again. And it's never as fun the second time. Never is as fun the second time. But yeah, it was a whole thing. And it's already one of those things, like when you're doing, like, especially when you're new to factory automation games, it's definitely one of those things that they can be very frustrating is not the word I want to use. It could be a lot that you're kind of being overwhelmed. So you're already kind of like, it's one of those things I find with a lot of factory games, a lot of people, the first one end up falling off because they'll get to that point where it starts to overwhelm them and they'll need that break and do something else and not come back to it. And that's not, they're quitting or whatever. It's just a normal thing. I feel that's also, like, that's a very common thing with Project Zomboid too. That Project Zomboid, a lot of people will play Project Zomboid the first time. And, they'll find some early stuff, have a little bit of fun, and then get frustrated because, they're dying and they're still trying to figure out why and all that. And then they'll end up falling off and then coming back later and then, getting addicted to it. Path of Exile is another one. I find that's a very common thing that the first time people play Path of Exile, like, there's the very beginning, they're enjoying it, and then they get frustrated and then they fall off. And then they come back, like, maybe it's in the next league or whatever, month later, whatever, and they give it another go. And then they have, like, a great time and they get addicted to the game. But you kind of have to have that first round that doesn't go well. Am I going to be short 3 of these? Oh, that's not what I want to do. I want to do this. Yep. Okay, so we got to ditch 3 panels. I put 3 too many on here. I'm going to ditch that one, because that's easy. I need 2 more. Yeah, RimWorld and Oni also have that. It's any of these games that have, like, a great deal of complexity. It is easy. It is easy for things to go from fun to not fun. Especially if it's hard to figure out what's going wrong. And sometimes in the games like these, it can be very, very easy to see what's happening, depending on what's going wrong, and other times it can be very difficult to understand what's happening that's going wrong. Like, once you learn the game, it's all easy at that point. But, there's definitely when you're first learning the game that you're like, why are my people constantly killing each other? I don't understand. And then people are like, get to explain, it's like, oh, well, you have, like, the different, you have things like where they have their modifiers, you have incompatibilities between there, like if you have, someone who's a tech humanist and someone who is a body purist, or you have someone who is like, forget what the one, where they're obsessed with the drugs. Because you have teetotaler and you have, it's like drug interest, and then there's like higher levels of it. But those people have a higher tendency to fight each other because they have like kind of in like conflicting personalities. That kind of stuff. And again, when you're new to the game, you're like, why is everyone killing each other? What do I do about this? Take the slave collar. So weird that we got gifted a slave collar. Incinerate. Chemical interest. Thank you. Chemical interest. I was like, I know it's not called drug interest. That'd be a pretty bold one. Yeah, and chemical fascination's the more severe version of it. Get ourselves a little bit more medicine. You kept thinking chemical fascination, which you knew wasn't right. Well, chemical fascination is one of them, because you have interest and fascination's the more severe version. But it was definitely just a moment there being like, I cannot think of the name of this. Oh, chem fuel. Right, okay, I see. Yeah, what is it, the phenomena where your eyes catch like the first letter to the last letter to the rough length and just fills in the blanks? I blame that on all the things requiring us to speed read. There's a good chance these will end up being two separate... Yeah, two separate rooms. That way I can have a prison if I need to. Okay, bulk trade's good. So right now we got plenty of meals. Have a bunch of fungus. Have a bunch of stuff I'm not going to use here. And more drugs. Yeah, we got books to read. Clothes I don't need. I don't think I'm going to drag Bison with me. We'll take the cash. Yeah, you're probably noticing I'm wiring everything up. Despite the fact that we don't actually have anything hooking up the power, I think, right now. Because the intent is to get all that sorted. Okay. So right now with the design, this is how much space I got to work with. This is going to have all of the stuff for taking off, landing, whatever. I might end up making the inside wall here storage on the short term. This will be our production... Well, sorry, this will be our... One of these could be a lab for now. This will end up being our common room. We'll have like a little barracks back here. That kind of thing. Okay. So little by little moving everything over here. Yep, so got all the entertainment stuff in there. We got Psychoid brewing through the book, so that's cool. We probably won't be doing any of that. We got Bioferrite Harvester because the anomaly stuff's going to go really fast for us. And you gave us a Plasteel Child's Helmet. I appreciate your consideration of James to make sure James is well taken care of. That you'd be so kind as to be like, here, you've got a child running around with not so much as a helmet. You know they're gonna trip and fall down and hurt themselves, right? We can't just let you do that, man. And for right now, I'm gonna shove the art table over there because we don't have a proper spot for it. Vagabonds need resources. You want cash. Have the money. Okay. Transport pod crash, badly injured. Fast learner who is trigger happy and a crafter. Honestly, it's a shame they died on impact. And the only reason I'm saying that is because they're a pigskin, so they have manipulation penalty and all that, so I kind of don't want a pigskin crafter. But you know what I could do in the meantime? We can also not use those. We can move those around. Oh, you won't fit there. That's fine. We probably won't be doing much butchering later on. Here, we can actually put those over here for right now. And meanwhile, because I'm not going to have the space I want, we are going to need to go up here. There's some stockpiles there and there for the time being, because we don't have complex furniture for shelves. Okay, so grab you, clear. Chem fuel, yes. Critical. And we will temporarily put a steel wall here and here. But that is where our engines are going to go. Just so it's not outdoors and that doesn't decay. Alright, and then meantime, I'm going to go over here and allow all those torches to go out. Alright. So understandably, this thing, not so great right now. We've got all this going on, but lacking in a bunch of areas. We burned through most of the steel for the moment. We grabbed that gold. Let's find some components here. Start collecting those. Huge construction. I already have one for Devil Strand, and I don't want to deal with that. Granted, the gene packs are pretty... the gene packs are pretty good. But, not really a useful thing for us right now. Silver. It's a little dangerous being that close to the edge of the map, but we're going to do it anyways. Alright, so I've got some components being pulled up. We'll want to get those back. Do not let them put blocks in here. The other raw materials, sure, but not blocks specifically. Okay, also, storage, no tainted apparel, as well. And while we're temporarily dealing with no power in here, I'll put torches in these rooms that would benefit from the torches. Okay, we can also open these doors. These are all internal doors. Alright, so there's our really rough ship. Okay, we got Devil Strand research from the book. That's cool. Okay, delete that zone. Delete those zones. I did not mean to delete this zone, so let's fix that real quick. There you go. Yep, and that building is basically no longer anything I care about. And go ahead and move the fishing zone up here. We can delete this zone, so they don't go as far. Now I can better bother replanting that in the meantime. Okay, so what we need now is we just basically gotta get our research continuing to move along. There's something to say about the idea of having, you know, having this, like, ship that in theory should be, like, a really advanced ship and everything, and that you are lighting the interior of the ship using torches. There's definitely something to question about that. You know, anti-gravity technology, steel-plated walls, containment, all sorts of cool stuff going on. Also, wooden torches. That's called Warhammer 40k? Yes, you are correct. One bonus here is I believe this now counts as a lab. So with this counting, I believe as a laboratory now, we should have a boost to our research to help overcome our penalties. All right. So with this, you are now a low priority storage. Actually, you could probably just straight delete that storage. Have them start bumping it over here. And also the fact, again, space age ship, and we're sleeping on it just like sleeping bags open on the floor. So we're not talking like you're doing some fancy NASA thing where you got like the inset, you know, shelf that's got like the bags are like zipped into place and all that so you don't float around or anything. We're talking they're just straight up, you went to like your Dick's Sporting Goods, you got yourself a little bit of a comfy sleeping bag, you just hucked it on the floor. Yeah, we're max glamping. We're glamping, but you know, promoting STEM education. At this point, let's remove knives off of consideration. Stop storing those in here. And later on, we'll have to have like dedicated shelves for like this is the shelf for this is the shelf for that. Right now, we don't have the availability to do any of that. Oh, I didn't see that you started to make a, you made a dirt cube sculpture, but it has no beauty to it at all. I guess one thing you can do in the meantime is let's go to our bench here. Details. Stone is now free game. Not Vaxstone. Make your art. Because that's how we're going to have to make this place nice. You're just going to have to chuck some art down in a couple of the rooms to boost the aesthetics. And we have the meditation spot, the party spot, the marriage spot, the ideology spot. Alright, what blocks do we have? Do we have anything I get a lot of? Marble. So we will make a marble altar. Just because we can. Maybe another thing to make that room nicer. We got a marble statue. Chuck you in there. Make the claustrophobic barracks a little nicer. All right, yeah, I'm shrimping.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
As you do. Monitor Lizard is hunting James. There we go. This whole map is just boomalope. We're killing off everything, but I've got like 3 groups of boomalope around here. The shrimp is inevitable. Yup. We'll put the power line to go up through the top of the ship as well here. Because as I mentioned, I usually try and have a bunch of places where that wire goes out. Okay, proximity detector. We're getting void provocation. So I was like, we can go ahead and get stuff, but I'm researching the anomaly stuff so fast, I don't feel a need to capture anything yet. We'll want it when we get the bioferrite harvesting. Well, actually, we have bioferrite harvesting. I forgot you could do it without electricity, too. Which definitely has its perks. Yeah, mostly the medicine and the plaster are the only thing I really want from that room now. You go ahead and haul that medicine back for me. That'd be probably the biggest thing to lose right now. And I guess the stacks of literal cash is probably kind of a big deal too. It's fine. A lot of this extra food is going to rot soon, and then we can not worry about it. So let's go ahead and put a statue in the lab. We're just using up a bunch of that stone that's laying around because I don't plan on taking it with us. Alright. Because yeah, we're going to be very, very limited on our storage until we get either complex furniture or more graphite panels. One of those, once we get our engines online, I can actualize that having control over. The other one is going to be the RNG of our semi-random research. The good bad news is we are literally getting the single most expensive research we could get done right now. That literally there is no other research I could have picked that is more expensive than when it shows geothermal. So that's a thing for sure. But it will be done. And then with that going forward, I can just plug in. I don't really care, so get out of my way. As far as geothermal vents go, right, they're called steam geysers, that's right. We got one over there that's useless to me, you're useless to me, you're way useless to me. Maybe doable. That's perfect. Okay, so that is the close one, so we'd run a wire down here. That just depends on how things go. We can actually go ahead. We already know that we're going to end up using this. Got swamp on that side too. I could put down bridges and all that to move around. I don't really want to do too much of that. So we could do over here. Structure. You put the bridge over there. And there. You take the power. Can't you use waterproof cable? I'm trying to remember if the waterproof cable can bzzzt event. I guess it wouldn't matter if it bzzzt events. And the reason it probably wouldn't matter is it would do it in the water. Yeah, it's usually I don't have to worry or think about it, but yeah. So I can get that going, so I can get the cable run through. And that way when we get geothermal, while we're waiting for grav ship stuff to come on, I can get this sorted out. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I guess the other one we can do. We do have granite here. Remember, it's 4. And we can box that all off. Yeah, hidden power cables are immune to the bzzzt event. I know that one for a fact. It was the waterproof cables are ones I don't think about. That's the reason why you always go out of your way to get the underground or the hidden cables. They can't be attacked. They can't bzzzt. You pay just like a tiny bit more metal per cable, which is like very negligible. Like no real reason not to do it. We'll put a statue there. For right now, I'm going to say no granite. Because let's box that in. We need to remember to remove roof. We can just leave that alone. Keeps the dopamine flowing just long enough to keep it addicting. You can't seem to enjoy other games as much as RimWorld lately. It is a very solid, okay, there's Void Provocation, which is taking us up to advanced stuff. It is one of those games that does have a tendency to, like, really kind of keep you on board with it. Okay, so let's go over here, let's clear all that, and clear all this. Clear all this, and this. And that. Blind fog, don't care as long as you don't get attacked. So we're gonna try to stop queuing up much more, and just let's what queued get done. Cool. There's the attack I said would be a bad time. So they've got one submachine gun, one shotgun, a machine pistol, an auto pistol, and a shotgun. Yeah, so they're and a Molotov. They're rocking quite a bit of firepower. They're going to prepare. And what's going to suck is I want to harass them. Oh, we might be able... Hey. We might be able to make this work. Don't go too far out there. Don't go too... I'm going to try something really dicey. It's going to have to go fast, so if it's going to happen. Because I'm not going to be able to pop the Ancient Danger in time, even though... Is that all the range you've got in the bolt action? Come on, Manhunter. Oh, right. Blind Fog shortens your range. Try and get that door open. I don't think that's happening in time with the Blind Fog. That's not happening in time with the fog. Can I make those explode? Let's grab everyone. Because what I wanted to do is I wanted to hit them, to Manhunter pack them, and then try have everyone else go in here. Because if I keep Conrad down there, Conrad's going to get caught by themselves and will absolutely, without question, die. So let's back off real fast. Get everyone there. Conrad will reposition here to start harassing. Come on. Alright, well, never mind. Okay, so this is about to kick off. Really? Behind cover, too? Okay, How do I want to deal with this? So we want to jump on Stumpy here pretty quickly. Let's deal with Stumpy first. Okay, Willie's son go that way. JD start looping around. Oh, come on. And everyone turned on Willieson. Okay, we did put out the fire, but we did smoke to do it. We're gonna try and take advantage of that smoke. Okay, so you two fall back. Afraid of that. Okay, all of you on Pig. How badly hurt are you? Pretty bad. Taking lots of hits over here. Okay, JD jump on them so they can't get very far. Don't love it. How badly are you hurt? Pretty bad. Keep on you. Okay, they seem to be backing off. Let's run down here to this cover. Okay. So the immediate crisis is dealt with. You, how badly are you hurt? Because you got shot a lot. You're in bad shape. So Earth Rush, rescue them. Everyone else is hurt. Right shoulder. You rescue them. Get back. James, let's have you haul this back. There's no configurable spot. That's fine. We'll deal with that later. Get back to the ship quickly so we can start patching people up. Alright, so you got 6. You got 5. So no one died, which is fortunate, but that was not great. I had thought we had put the foam pop on one of my melee, so I was going to run up. Yeah, with the fog being that bad and shortening my range, and them just having a lot of firepower, that was not great. Fortunately, nobody died, which is honestly pretty lucky, actually. Alright, come on. Yeah, I got stuff being destroyed by the fire down here. Exploding stuff. Medical emergency on JD. So, you have 8. You have 18. So you switch over here to JD. Try and get that neck wound closed up before it's too bad. New plan. You tend to them. You switch. Because you're faster. A lot of people are not going to be getting up very fast. We'll probably have at least 1, if not 2, infections. Because a lot of injuries and a lot of blood all over the place. You do have a burn scar on the eye, which is great. There's infection number 1. So I'll bump you up to this. Okay, so you go tend to them real fast. Ah, it was a Venom Town. That's where it came from. Breach health. Okay, you're dealing with the next person. Earth Rush needs to be tended to. You're still bleeding. Go back to bed. You're bleeding. Alright, so let's see. So you'll still need more tending, so Earth Rush. Get up and get back to work. Okay, and you're gonna feed them. So you're back up. So have you... There's your sword. Go grab my one bolt action before it goes. Alright. So slowly but surely we're getting everyone taken care of. This is going to take a minute. Cool. We got the altar done. Please don't hunt my person. Everyone's injured and I don't want to deal with you right now. So you're winning. That's good so far. Okay, and you're doing pretty good on your learning. You're at level 5 learning. And at age 13 is when your next one is. So if we're lucky and you can get one more level out of this, which you're pretty likely to do, that'll be 3 passions and another trait, so it's about the best we can hope for. I'm going to prioritize you cleaning the barracks. Because it is a disaster with how many of you bled all over the place. Yeah, we got people treating everyone. So luckily it looks like we only got 1 infection out of that whole thing, which is honestly not too terrible. Okay, you're no longer incapable of walking, so that's good news. Which storyteller are we using? Cassandra. I generally prefer Cassandra just because of how often Randy Random just decides to go to sleep and ignore existence for a little while. Rare thrombos. Pretty unlikely we'll tame either of them, especially with everyone still being down for medical. We'll queue it up. Why not? You get a pair of thrombos, it could be pretty silly stuff. You know, James is working at running that power line. That's good news. That way when you get the geothermal online, we can plug that in for at least the short term. I'm honestly surprised how many statues you're getting set up over here. Cassandra's your favorite. Randy just seems to hate you, wiping you. Yeah, so the problem with Randy is, like, Randy will just, like, take a nap for, like, 2, 3, 4, 5 seasons, and then just hit you like a brick house. So he can kind of be all over there. And the randomization is what makes him interesting. But the number of times I've had Randy where he just, like, straight up for, like, a year or 2 does effectively nothing, and you're like, come on, Randy, please. Like, challenge me a little. And then, you know, again, like, he'll come in like a brick house the next time and just hit you with everything, be like, yeah, I'm done with your run, get out of here. And Cassandra can wreck your day pretty hard, too. But I definitely feel like, you know, she kind of has this consistent escalation. Alright, so we got Ghoul Attack. So you just have, like, regular old regeneration. So, how are you doing? Are you good? Yes, you're immunity 80% or something like that. So let's get all of you over here. You're just gonna run down and just grab your Gladius. This fight's gonna be over either way. Come on, get a solid hit, slow him down. This is bad. James, go to the back just because I have a strong feeling that JD's going down before this is over. Okay, good. Good, you got him. I don't really want to capture a ghoul specifically. Ghouls do have a tendency to cause a lot of other issues. So we're going to have here, we're going to have you two run up and start meleeing the ghoul to death just to make sure it stays down. There we go. I've just had too many times that, like, the ghoul breaks out and causes trouble and all that, because they will fully regenerate all their limbs. They're not a bad one, but I want to say you only get normal stuff. Kappa Bear is sitting. Sure. Well, I mean, that's shooting. What books do I even have right now? Crafting and Artistic. Medical Emergency on you. Why? Infection Extreme. You're at 98%. You'll figure it out. Right. So we have Crafting and Artistic. JD, go to bed. You're bleeding on everything. Social. So we could use a shooting book. Alright, so we're gonna go Misk. Caravan Hitching Post. Yeah, we've had a lot of people who are like, oh, let's go do this. Medical Emergency on JD now. Would you back off for a minute? Okay, so for right now, schedule, everyone's restricted to the home zone for a hot minute. So these shamblers may or may not even hit us. We'll just run around here dealing with our stuff. Everyone's armed. You're over your infection. I just want to give everyone a chance to recover from all their injuries. You worry about what's next once everyone's sorted. Major break risk because probably pain. You ate raw fungus. Oh, because our food is catastrophically low because everyone's been injured. Alright, we got tree sowing from a book. Sure, why not? I'm trying to give my people as much of a chance to recover as possible. It's fine. Knowing full well... Now we're gonna have to deal with all this. Alright, just unrestrict everyone for just a moment. Bring you in. Okay. Now re-restrict you. Okay, so people are able to at least get the raw fungus. Granted, it's going to have our moods on the edge of breaking, because we don't like raw fungus. So far, it seems like they're scooching on the right edge here, and not coming too close to our base, so we might just be able to, like, continue to operate as if everything's just fine. Because I wouldn't mind fighting us. We're not... Oh, don't you do it. Don't you do it. Oh, you suck. So what's gonna happen here is these two are gonna aggro the ghouls, or the shamblers. Just do your best for a minute. Please, for the love of everything, at least hit them. We're gonna have to get closer, and I really don't want to. What's your range? There's a good chance they'll friendly fire them. We really don't want to. This is real bad, because I'm not going to be able to back out either. A lot of our people are injured still, and nowhere near fast enough. You go back up here. Give me some breathing room. And you just stay up. Get on that one. Back off again. Keep shooting. Okay, who needs rescue and why? Food poisoning. Okay, I believe we got one more down there. So in the meantime, you two finish the job. If we get that done, we can get people to be unrestricted. Alright. Do your best to rescue them. It's probably gonna be too little too late. Allow all this. It's definitely gonna be too little too late. You rescue Conrite. Because Conrite's only down because food poisoning. Schedule, everyone's unrestricted again. So you need treatment from some mild injuries. And you just have bruises. Crisis of belief. Cool. Here, actually, you tend. It'll probably be faster. No, they're all terrible. Fox is trying their hardest, but that's a lot of injuries. So Fox is going to fall short, I think, just at the last second. Okay, you destroyed the engines, that's fine. I actually don't care about that. Because that gets you over that. You gotta eat the packaged survival meal before you starve. And then we need to get more of this medical. I said more of this medical, man. Don't leave people bleeding. Yeah, I'm not worried about losing the shuttle engines. We'll want to do the shuttles eventually, but like we're not really ready for that. Where did your bolt action go? Did we get that back home? Yeah, we did. Go get your bolt action. Why are you still malnourished? Did you just eat like 4 meals? Yeah, food poisoning? Oh yeah, food poisoning. Right, so you probably ate it, threw up, and then ate another meal. That's fair. Alright, can we have a moment where we can recover from our injuries before the next fight? I would like a moment to recover from my injuries before the next fight, please. Yeah, see, you took a nap for a little while, and then you hit me. And we've been in blind fog and rainy storm every one of those fights. On the plus side, no one's died yet. The only new, like, long-term injury we got is we did get a minor leg injury, which sucks pretty bad, and an eye injury on a melee pawn. So really, the leg injury is kind of the worst one, and that's actually pretty bad. It's almost 5 damage permanently, till we get a number of the different ways to cure it. Alright. Inspired creativity. Silo cap binge. Someone is gonna go sleepy sleep pretty soon. Because your barracks is awful because it's full of puke and blood. Which, you know, that's fair enough. We keep rolling the dice. Alright, so Wiley's son is now inspired creativity, so has a chance of instantly creating a potentially legendary art. Fundamental of fire safeties devices. Alright. Go on. And for the record, our research penalty does not apply to books. That's one of the reasons why books are so strong with these kind of things. I mean, that base situation is very inspirational. You would have strong feelings about it. There's no question about that. So let's go to Dora and see if she's got the map. So we've already got everything we can get out of this book, as well as this book. We did get a book that'll teach us fire foam. Give me more medicine. We used a bunch. Sell the rest of the drugs to stop the binge. Meanwhile... Ooh. We can grab bolt action, a chain shotgun. Or... I might be able to make a mono sword happen. It'd certainly be an upgrade there. Let's go for the chain shotgun, the bolt action. That'll be a considerable upgrade. We want to keep all the books. I don't care about jump packs that much. We're already grabbing the medicine. I'm not gonna grab smoke packs, and I don't think it's worth it buying pants and all that. Okay, so we have Ancient Mercenaries. So with that, we're going to go to James. We're going to give you the other bolt action. And we're going to give you the chain shotgun, if I can figure out where you dropped that. There you are. Alright, so we up-teched our weapons. Now we don't have to worry. Wiley's son is out of drugs. Please hold the medicine inside. There we go. Okay. So good news is no more injuries. Bad news, we got a lot of mood breaks and all that we're sorting out. Right, and you're now trying to get all these bodies out of here, which is another thing to add up on the list. Tattered apparel on James. Your kid's parka is tattered. That'll be fine. You'll figure it out. Or you won't. I don't care. That does remind me, though, I actually do need to have a production spot for that. Bills add Smash Mex Forever. Tribal. 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 Do until you have one of each. Only consider stuff that's at 90% health and of normal quality or better. Alright. Forgot that was in here somewhere. Get rid of you. Oh, and you. And you. And you. And you. And you. We can go over here real fast and just do one of these. It'll make a huge mess. More food than we know what to do with. Cool, so everyone is no longer broken. Everyone's got catharsis. So that should get them in good shape. We check on her rooms. So this is a somewhat impressive room, a decent room, a very impressive room, a somewhat impressive room, and a slightly impressive room. And these are both dull and decent. Which is fine. That's why we put art in there to boost that up. So we should be able to get a bunch of food happening here. Get more of these meals hauled in. Now finally we can get back to actually putting some proper research in, because that's been one of those things that we've been kind of stuck here with, is sure, we're not making much progress on our research, but part of that was just that stint there we had people down the whole time. Just had a couple back-to-back events causing us grief. Alright, so we got that all enclosed off, so when we get geothermal I can plug that in. The wire's already run. And that'll put us having electricity turned on. Was there other things I wanted to get now I have electricity turned on? Yeah, the electric smelter, the crematorium, I don't really need either of those right now. Temperature-wise, we could add heaters and all that kind of stuff. For the moment, I don't think there's much of a need for that. Ultimately, we would want those eventually. But we're definitely not going to be able to go to space right away. We'll just be using this as a ship to ferry around a little bit. They're definitely going to need to expand the ship to make room for more of the benches everywhere and all that kind of stuff. Make a proper storage space, that kind of deal. Well, at least JD's doing a relatively good time at getting all the bodies out of here. Hey, Kyoto. How's it going? Or Kyote? How's it going? But yeah, those books are doing some good. We're already getting the fire foam up there. I'm doing pretty well. I'm doing pretty decent. Had a little bit of a rough time here a couple minutes ago in the game, but it looks like it's mostly sorted. We did do some damage on the Ancient Danger wall. I think if it would have kept trying to shoot that wall, Conrad would have just died by themselves. But if we do get something down there, I'll pop the Ancient Danger to see what goodies we can get. Maybe take care of that. Alright. You can probably also go here. Set you to a low priority. That way we have the stuff pulled up this area for when I go to need it. And JD's catching up, cleaning and hauling and doing all these kind of things. That's fine. All right. And the plus side, like, we're in a pretty stable place right now. The big thing I need now is just the matter of getting research done. And that's going to be trying to get more people on it. So, like, Con right here is mining. We do have a couple of components set to be mined as well. Once those are done, we can probably avoid queuing up any more mining. Let's see something pretty good. Let's go ahead and check to see if we got silver ore. That's queued up. That's fine. Plasteel. We do not have any of that. Uranium, because I think that shows up under ore as well. Gold. That's fine. Okay, so basically we got that silver ore up there. And we got some compact machinery. And I've got nothing else queued up to mine after that. At which point that should free Conrad up. And Conrad will chip in on helping on the hauling and cleaning and all that. And then if that's not available, we'll have more people doing research. That's kind of where we're at, is just getting everything handled so we can do more research and all that kind of good stuff. We do have the quest for the capybaras. That's 2 days, and that'll give me a book on shooting. So I can hopefully get that stuff going. Catfish spine. Alright. Mech hive signal. You have detected a massive gravtech energy reading indicating the mech hive is hidden somewhere in orbit. If you can find it, you can shut it down and make use of its power. Mech hives are production and control platforms that birth mechanoids and coordinate their actions around the planet. They're powered by a persona core. Collect the grav ship technology to track down the mech hive's locations. That's if we want to go for the Odyssey ending. I haven't decided which endings we're going to even worry about. We can deal with that when we get there, that kind of thing. Alright, so you should be aging up like any time now, which will be perfect. I don't think you're going to get to growth tier 8. It'd be awesome if you do, because it'd give us potentially 1 or 2 extra passions. Alright, money's falling from the sky. Love to see it. But it's also, you're right about to age up. And you still got 8 more points to go. And you're going about 4 points a day. So that's 2, almost 3 days. And I have a feeling we're right about to age up anytime now. We did get some bioferrite, apparently. Okay, so copy our settings. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here, paste them there. We're doing the best we can with the space we've got. We don't own shelves or anything like that. Area revealed. Oh, okay, it's just one tile, that's fine. I was a little worried when it mentioned area revealed. I'm like, alright, what have you found? Because sometimes that will pop in, it'll be like a net, you know, some type of like insect hive that it was cleared on the other side of the map, but you couldn't see it from your side, so you'll poke in there and reveal the area and suddenly bad news. So bring as much of that inside as we can. Team Mega Spiders? Pretty much. Okay. And as they eat these meals and all that, it should knock those meals down more and more. So we have, like, a few of the same kind of meals versus a whole variety of different ones. Wood-wise, we're in good shape. They don't want you to know this, but mega spiders in caves are free. You have 17 mega spiders? The mega spider, like, big mega spider doesn't want you to know. The reality is it's all just a bait to get you to dig in there and feed yourself to them. Okay, so we've only got... There's a little bit of components down there and a little bit up here, and I think that's... Yeah, big insect. Gotta watch out for big insect, man. Alright. So one thing I'll probably want to do is start burning some of these worn out clothes, so they'll start piling up in here too. We don't really have a path to get rid of those until we make a fire. Been trying to avoid making too much of the fire, just because it's one of those things that you have to keep fueling. It's another thing to go on. Okay, so you're fishing again because that's low. That's fine. That gives me food that my people don't whine about. Burn apparel. Do forever. If it is not clean. Burn apparel. Do forever. If it is below 90%, it's not utility. Anything else you want to do here? Not really. That way they start getting rid of all the spare outfits that are getting dropped, all that. Alright, well we're over halfway in the geothermal, so that's some good news. And Foxdale will probably get some support to help them with that. It's also another thing that we're getting all of these anomaly techs. Because we are ritualists, we at least do those very fast, which is something. When we have more space, we'll eventually want to make a ritual room on the ship as well. So that way we can de-age people, that kind of nonsense. We'll worry about that when we get there. And we got chem fuel for when we get the engines online. That's some good news. We'll just literally just have to put it in there. And that's because we are harvesting the boom shrooms. I've dedicated this space for them right now. And we're up to 27 components, which is good. Security for you. You are offering me nothing I care about. So get out of here with your offer. Okay, so we've got spare mushrooms to deal with all that. The other good news is I believe when James ages up again... Oh, you did get up to growth tier 8. Well, look at you. Maxing out your growth tier. Yeah, so literally, that's going to be it where we get that last one. You're going to get maximum passions. Alright, so we got that all sorted out. Cool. And we got ourselves a brand new book on shooting things. Love to see it. So people get a trickle amount of that. We've got the book on fire safety has gotten shoved up there. We have overlapping events happening at the same time. Thanks, game. So they're going to prep all melee. So what we're going to go ahead and do is to deal with this. We're going to start by ducking everyone in here. Letting the one capybara go run over there. Now we do have enough pretty long-range weapons that we can... Where's the capybara? Oh, it's still... Oh, come on, never mind. Then get everyone up here and allow our long-range people to start causing trouble. I cut through from swamp direction to force them to run through the swamp to come after me. Oh no, it's Snoot. Did the capybara nope out? What happened to the capybara? Where are you? Oh, you're trying to outflank. Okay. And they are in retreat. Alright, these are all wasters. Yeah, it's unfortunate for all of you. Orders. Okay, do you have anything exciting like... That's a steel weapon. Fine. Steel weapon, steel weapon. That's all fine. Okay. Yeah, fortunately because they were all melee and we have such strong range. What do you think you're doing? That's good shooting practice you got there. You can tell the guy's up to no good. His name's Guillotine. One does not go by the name Guillotine and mean good things. Like, that's not the name of, you know, a regular decent person's like, I'm gonna call myself Guillotine. You thought Guillotine lost his head? I wasn't even paying attention. What? You already got him grabbed, didn't you? Guillotine. What? How did... Log? Oh, that's JD. Okay. I was like, wait a second. This is not adding up. Okay, Guillotine. Probably the torso hit. It just says hit. Yeah, I think it just took a torso hit, finished the torso. Unless it's overthrowing the marquee. Well, I would still say you've arrived being up to no good, just, you know, you have an intended positive or whatever. You definitely showed up with the intent of violence. Bulk trade good. This will be great because we can get a bunch of stuff and hopefully score ourselves a another research book or something of that nature. No, I get the reference about guillotine and taking down the monarchy and all that. Like I'm aware of what that's referring to and all that. But I would still hold the argument that you showed up with the intent to cause him trouble. Unless there's like a reference within a reference I'm not catching, you know, which sure. Raw fungus. You legit thought his headshot was shot off? I mean, it very well could have. We did check though. It's sometimes very hard to tell with like the tiny little things there. Okay, so we're gonna grab ourselves a book on solar panels. Now, to be clear, I don't actually care about getting the solar panels, but the reason I want the book is because we can research that really, you know, we can research it much faster reading the book than we can with our regular research, just by the nature of having the ritualist and tribal thing. 'Cause the book research isn't impacted by that. It also removes another possible research we could have, you know, randomly assigned. Because, like, once we research it, it's done. So it's worth doing that to try and speed up getting the research we need. Because right now our grav ship is not really a grav ship. It's a grav core with a little building around it that we're pretending is a grav ship. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I think the guillotine reference was just a matter of, like, lost his head kind of thing. Which is why I double checked it, because I was like, wait, did we? But you never know. I mean, you know when you look at it, but it's really easy to miss stuff. Rare catch, bionic stomach. My best doctor has 3, maybe 4. 4. Okay. I would like the bionic stomach. Maybe with an inspired surgery, I would consider it. So I'm gonna drop it here. And we're gonna remove body part from that, just so they don't... You're sure it's sanitary? Yeah, I mean, it's bionic. It's fine. What could possibly go wrong with installing an organ you fished out of a mucky river in a fungus forest? Surely nothing. If anything, it would be even more hygienic, because everyone knows that mushroom is antimicrobial. None of that's true, by the way. Don't. I don't expect anyone to go and randomly insert organs, but, like, mushrooms are not necessarily antimicrobial. Nothing a spit shine couldn't release. Please do not spit in the injuries. That's how you get stuff like blood poisoning. I'm actually surprised that fishing zone's holding up with me being so aggressive about it. Alright. I'm probably going to need to set a zone over here for the books until we get complex furniture. Just so that we make sure the books don't get left out here. Now, on the bright side, as we're finishing these books on research, like James right now is doing our solar power. How are you not aged up? I was figuring you were like right on the fence of aging up any moment. I guess for right now, leave these doors open because we're just wasting people's time until we have something to lock in them. Okay, we can expand you down there. Take advantage of much of this area for storage as possible. We got the bionic stomach stored in there. Like I said, we'll wait till someone has like inspired medical, or we have a refugee show up who's got like 10, 12 medical or something like that before we go for the bionic stomach. It'd be good to get that. I do love that you can just like unhinge, get ridiculous nonsense fishing. Like just it's RNG. But it does humor me greatly. It's like, oh, I just fished up a cataphract helmet, legendary quality by the way. Don't worry about it. It's just normal. Don't worry. Just fished up a lung. We did that in our first successful run, as we did have someone have their lung got blown out. We literally fished up a lung and installed the lung in them. Rare catch anti-grain warhead? Yeah, no, it's fine. What could possibly go wrong with that? Okay, void sculptures are done. Just getting all that stuff done. Helpless nomads. Alright, so there's the nomads. They're all adults, so they can betray us. So let's have them all drop their weapons. Okay, schedule. We don't care about that. So work-wise, none of them are good doctors, so we will not be getting any organs installed today. You're weirdly actually pretty good at that. You are a crafter. Well, let's not bother having you craft. You can help research. That's good. You can help with the growing and all that. Okay, that'll do. Meanwhile, I do not believe I have enough spaces for you to all sleep there. So I'm gonna have you two sleep in there for right now. Okay, so with that news, we should be able to take care of that. We can also go over here, because you have the 4. We'll have you on plant cut. Mine. Okay. So we got a second researcher going. So that'll be good. They're also probably not a ritualist, so we won't have to worry about some of the penalties. That should be supercharging our research for a minute here. In addition to it, we have 2 people working on it as well. Hey guys, I found an antigrain. It's just like gone. Let's see. As an orderly in an OR as your job, the surgery in this game is one thing that tends to bug you ridiculously. You can't do surgery with only one person. I mean, yeah, no, it's like there's a lot of stuff you can't do, and also, by all means, people botch surgery. Like that's a thing that happens. You know. It is a thing that occurs. I wanted you to put that over there, but it's fine. I'm only a little upset with you forever. Storage. I mean, steel's only in that one corner. All right, we're making our zone because I'm looking at our books getting left outside and just slowly just going and being like, this cannot stand. Yeah, you've seen that one a number of occasions over the years. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the surgeries fail in this game, and that part's like, yeah, surgeries. You know, stuff goes wrong. People aren't attentive. Something gets out of people's hands or whatever happens. But you have like the comical ones here. It's like, oh no, this person they need their fingy banded. You know, they need their hand helped. They need their foot helped or whatever. You're gonna give them peg leg. And then it's like cut throat, and you're like, where were you with the knife? Why is this person's throat and all that being cut? What is wrong with you? Okay, so we got so where you had the really good option before, this set sucks. So you're getting Optimist, because Optimist is actually good. But the other one we had 4 solid ones, and then we got this one, we got like 5 bad ones, arguably, and 1 good one. So we're going to give you shooting. I'm going to give you research. I'm going to give you crafting. Okay, cool. So with that, we can go to your stuff. So we go to James here. So James can now craft. But for the time being, congratulations, you also research. So construction, and then you'll do research in the meantime. Now your schedule does not contain guaranteed rec time. I forgot, usually I like to have guaranteed rec time on everyone, just a little bit. Because otherwise they're really bad at keeping that up. Must have been an upside down table. Yeah. Alright, so get rid of the kids' tribal wear on there. We won't need to be making more of that for the time being. Alright. They get their ups and downs backwards sometimes. You know, they keep trying to do this, but like it doesn't quite work. So James has begun assisting with the research. It is at the very strong level of 1. They are someone who he brought in as a stray child, needed some guidance, needed a helping hand, and then we have now shackled them to a research bench and told them to get to work. As you do in RimWorld. We are slowly chipping away at the certainty of people here. Catfish spine, that's fine. Get a little toxic buildup. Yeah, so now we have 2 dedicated researchers going for it, so that should really ramp things up a bunch. We'll get the geothermal down, and that'll be like the longest possible research we could have had out of the way. We've managed to knock out 3 or 4 other researches via books right now. And I've got another like 1 or 2. Yeah, I've got fire foam and solar panels also being taken care of by books. So that cleared that up. And what we're hoping for is ideally we can get either the basic GravTech, complex clothing, complex furniture. Those would be the 3 I'd want the most. Most of the other early stuff would not be useful at all. And honestly, most of this stuff I'd find not very useful at all. Advanced lights has some benefits. Batteries have some benefits. But most of the other stuff, like, you'd want to get to, like, the xenogenetics and all that. The worst case scenario would be getting microelectronics just because it's so slow of a research. And then I wouldn't bother actually getting the thing, like the advanced bench yet. because it would just open up more research when I need to try and get out of my way to get the earlier research. So it would deliberately limit our research possibilities by using a research bench that's not capable of the more advanced stuff. And you are getting upset because disturbed sleep and ate cooked fungus. Okay, so you're grabbing all the chem fuel and all that. That's fine. We're gonna need lots of it, so you doing those runs to grab that, that's fine by me. Yeah, and you're hauling random weapons from fights we had. That's fine as well. Just hauling all the junk back over here from all of our fights. Okay, so we're getting pretty close to the point that we're going to stop fishing because we'll have decimated the fish population. It's fine by me. Starvation on James. Okay, I feel like you can resolve that yourself. Yeah, just everyone runs in and grabs a book. What are we doing on these other ones? So both solar panels and fire foam are halfway researched just from the books. That's good news. Geothermal's 3/4 of the way done and isn't running quite 24/7, but is researching most of the day and night, which is good. We're not getting any real hunting done right now, just we've got enough tasks for people to work on. Trying to not overassign too much. So for you, we could take you off plant cut and you off mining. The other ones are fine. Distress signal. That's fine. It would be really nice if we could go the Desperate Mercenaries. Where was it? Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast. So I'm going to do that, and I'll be back here in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. He barely did anything to the whole situation. So, all right. Oh man, guard, don't do that. Why would you do that, guard? That is unacceptable behavior, guard. How dare you? How dare you, sir? That is not okay. Oh, man. That guard's gonna have to be fired. Orange. And home. You brought this on yourself. You knew this was coming. Unfortunately, you craft. Hidden Revenant was revealed because the meteor hit it. It ran off somewhere we didn't see, but it was chilling there, and Cassie went, never mind, screw this thing, and dropped a meteor on it. So it's dead? No, I don't believe so. I believe it just got hurt.
All right. Thank you so much for the raid. Is just stepping away to quickly use the restroom and grab myself a drink and all that. And we finally had. I hope that actually played over the thing. Did people catch that? That was the alternate super secret sound for the raid message. But thank you so much to the raid for Meneth. I do really appreciate it. I was playing RimWorld as well. Got a few things built in research, though. Winter took on some refugees. Gotcha. Nice. Well, I hope you had a good time playing research. And we can get a.
Sip. What's the worst that could happen?
You was wondering what the heck that was? Yeah. So check out Meneth also playing some Memeth. I'm trying to like get the end to pronounce it. That's my problem. Memeth for the for RimWorld and stuff. And definitely, if you're looking for RimWorld, you can find it over there. Just saw as you decided. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Yeah, the Aruga. Yeah, so there's low-key, I actually have a number of different redeems that have very rare alternative sounds. So there's actually, I think, 5 or 6 different raid sounds. Which, there's the one you always hear, like the regular, like little horn and all that. But I do have a few other that are like meme silly ones. And yeah, we had a Model T Aruga horn. I actually used to know a friend who got one of like it was a replica of the a replica of one of the Model T horns and put in. I think he had a Thunderbird. Mementh? Gotcha. Mementh. I'll try and get that correct. If I do get it wrong, correct me. I like to get things right, but you know, sometimes it takes me a couple of times. Sometimes a lot of times. But yeah. No, and I remember that he used to ride around town, and every once in a while, you know, something would come up, and he'd be like, "Yarr." That was the same friend who would also had his car, and he had like this whole system with all this bass and everything in it, and he would listen to classical music. And then, you know, when the old folks would like shake their fist at it, he'd roll down the window, and you know, you'd hear like classic music, like was it Hall of the Mountain King or what, all that just blasting, and you could just like see them being like not sure how to process it because they were just expecting you to like rap or R&B or something like that, and then just like classical or opera or whatever blasting on his setup. He just liked to get a reaction out of people. He was a fun guy. I'm gonna get one of those huge sounding train horns and put on your Chevy Bolt. Get out of my way, electric car come through. I've known those ones as well. We've had those ones that like they'll have like the semi-air horn. It'll just be like a little beetle or something. That one I'm not as keen on because mostly it's just super loud. And I worry that's those ones that like literally get someone to like jump out of their seat and get themselves trouble. Everyone is officially fishing. They've done the last of the hauling and the cleaning, and they're going, yep, research bench is taking. Everybody fishes. Alright, so to catch people up, we are doing a tribal start. We are a ritualist start. We are running the no research mod, which is no starting research, and a semi-random research mod. So basically, we gave Randy the king the keys to the lab and said, it's all you, buddy. And just hoping that Randy treats us kindly, and then penalized our research in just about every way we possibly could. So to that end, as far as things we've actually researched naturally using research, we got fishing, we got electricity, we got air conditioning, and we're doing geothermal. So honestly, the selection of research we've got is relatively good. But it does suck that we've been getting some of the most expensive research again. Oh, I'm not running any Twitch integration. I prefer not to do that. I'll do it once in a very long while as just like something special. But yeah, Twitch integration gets so hectic by the time I'm at, you know, wrapping up stream. I usually have a pretty bad headache. And I don't tend to get headaches very often. Which for the record, for everyone popping in, I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. There's some torrential downpour. But I do play a lot of games, and among those, one of my most played games is RimWorld. You just unlocked Havoc and Starting Building? Oh, yeah, AC.
Yep. Yeah, no, we're pretty early on. But like I said, we have pretty badly penalized research. For the record, these 3 are refugees visiting, and everyone else is here. James here is the only not original colonist. They showed up, they were a child who was like, I need help, and they're like, eh. And they're a meanderist, which is great. But we did get them kind, so I'm kind of hoping that kind will mostly counteract the worst of the penalties of meanderist, because at least they won't be insulting each other constantly. That said, they're still just not going to like men and all that, which does create some headaches in your colony when people just don't like each other because reasons. Let's see, you like it, except the one you're using gives too much on infections and such, and does not like remembering the token. Have to paste it fresh. Gotcha. Yeah, no, there's some decent Twitch integration stuff, and I know a lot of people like to do it. You know, it's like, he's a man, I don't like him, but I won't say anything about it. Yeah. At least it's like, respectfully, I don't like you. Respectfully. I'm not going to be rude about it, I just don't like you. I'm not going to be mean about it, I'm not going to hold it against you. But, you know, you suck. Which, you know, fair. Probably deserved. Alright, home stretch to get the geothermal plugged in. And then we can switch off glorious, glorious torch power to where we go to the whole thing. I really liked this approach in Odyssey of where you go and you take your grav ship and you land it near the geothermal and you build the geothermal right when you get there to plug in your ship. I thought that was pretty cool. I do like that late game, if you want to keep going, you can keep building up your colony more and more and more using the grav core power. And just have, like, we had the one run that I really went, like, overboard, right? We had something like 13 unstable power cores at one point. It was some absolutely bizarrely high number. I kept just getting a hold of them. It's like, these things are powering my whole ship. Also, this is a lot of big boomies hidden inside my ship, which we tucked them inside little boxes of plasteel, like having like a little box like that. That was all plasteel with the unstable power core inside. But it was like, my kill box is up here, and there's like a tunnel of them like that. Alright, so we got a person down here. They are an undergrounder who can do cooking, animals, crafting, and melee. And they have a wake-up addiction. Unfortunately, they died on impact. Because I want to... Basically, right now, I'm trying to be very, very restrictive of the new people we get until I can start moving the ship around. The moment I can move the ship around, I can expand, I can add more rooms, I can do that kind of stuff. But right now, we're at the limit of what I got materials for. I can't make it bigger. I gotta go get materials. So, it's not that I won't take any new person, but it's going to be one of those S-tier pawns that you just can't skip. I'll grab any of them. Or particularly just a good pawn that will kind of fill in a gap I'm missing. Those I'd definitely consider. Okay, so we've got a betrayal. So this guy, Boar, this guy did not think through what they were doing. Boar here did not think through anything going on. Eustace there is probably gonna have a bad time. Alright, well they didn't think any of that through. Good for them. Eustace here, you any good? Greedy, abrasive, wimp, delicate. Nah, it's okay. I can do without that. What about you? Kind, very neurotic, psychically dull. Alright, I like very neurotic a lot. Your plants and animals, though. I would definitely want you to be like a crafter, a researcher, or something like that. I'm gonna let these two go. This is what I think is gonna happen. We're just gonna let them figure themselves out, sort themselves out. Anyone else got here? Just bruises, I assume? Yep. Yeah, this one is 14 crafting, but abrasive greedy, incapable of dumb labor, wimp delicate. They got a lot of crafting because they're a genie. They got a lot of crafting, but they're gonna be pretty awful in a fight. They won't be able to haul or do any of these other side things I want them doing. Don't you break... Eustace? Eustace. You're gonna learn, alright? Yeah, but they're just extremely high crafting because of that. That's a prisoner until I get the great crafting gene and then I let them go. Yeah, no, if I had room, I would absolutely keep people for that kind of thing. But because we're doing the no research, random research, the odds that we happen to... You know, the odds we happen to get them to, like, get the stuff we need and having the space for and everything, we're gonna have a lot of people we're gonna capture and gene splice and everything, yeah. So, I wouldn't keep them for that right now. Oh, I should have checked to see if they had any gear. It's all garbage, so we'll leave it that way. Alright. So you're cooking everything, that's good news. And we're actually getting to hunt. So, I mean, I don't regret bringing them because that worked out really well. We managed to get everything caught up around the base to a point that where people just all started fishing. And we still have now 2 researchers available between James and Foxdot. So we definitely have a lot of meals that aren't just mushrooms, so our people don't have to be purely angry at existence. You know, Eustace, if you could just die already, that would be most pleasant. And I know I could just manually melee kill you, but, like, you really are just bleeding all over the place. It's very inconsiderate of you. Just finished a game you've been playing for the last 2 weeks of RimWorld or a different game? Alright, so we got all that sorted out. Different game, gotcha. Yeah, no, it's always good. I did, I mentioned it the other day, like, we did a couple of streams of Coral Island, and, you know, it ended up being one of those ones I ended up having to bounce off, like, you know, just the viewership wasn't there kind of thing. Gave it a good couple of shots, didn't land, which is fine. But, after stream, I did finally go through on my own and finish the last 2 achievements I was missing in, which that makes pretty happy that I've now 100%ed Coral Island. Because I had 2 of those that had been sitting for a while. Alright, so we got Psychophagy. That's cool. Pretty soon I'm gonna run out of things that you can research at the rate you're going. You were just blasting through all that. Manhunter pack, that's fine. It is a Manhunter pack of a lot of sparrows. Alright. Yeah, really sad about that. The bad view, you're really enjoying. Yeah. I mentioned it when we were streaming it, that Coral Island is definitely a game that is really good. I really like it. And I just think it was unfortunately, it's kind of the same situation as No Man's Sky, where the publisher was like, release it, when it wasn't really ready. And unfortunately, you know, while the game is in an amazing place and a lot of fun and all that now, it's just kind of the reality that because that initial inception was not really well received, it kind of has really undermined people's view on it. Like, there's a lot of people are still in the perception that the game's like in a super buggy place and, you know, really, really rough. And I would say it's not bug free. I don't want to pretend it's in better shape than it truly is. But broadly speaking, the bug situation is pretty minor. There's like 1 or 2 crash bugs that are a little annoying that are being sorted out, but broadly speaking, the game is pretty bug free now. And as far as when it first released, it was missing a lot of the content that was promised. But at this stage, like, the only things missing that they promised was the kids aging up. So, like, there's the kids in town are supposed to be able to age up into teenagers. That's on its way. That's the next major update. And then they had a couple more of the stretch goals from the Kickstarter, like the Infinite Islands thing that we don't really know what's happening with that. It's also supposed to come out for the Switch, but that might be one of those things that might not happen because of publisher reasons. That a lot of times the publisher will handle the console releases and all that, having dedicated people for it. And unfortunately, it's looking like it might be... Would you stop having wild animals just do that? They're not even that impressive. But unfortunately, it might be one of those things that the publisher had everything it needed to do that. And because the publisher holds those things, the devs behind Coral Island might literally not be able to do it. That the publisher technically has the rights. As you know, publishers / devs seem to get the you only have one chance at first impression. It's cool to be excited about your game and want releasing the game too early when people risk forming operations. Yeah, no, I think the reality is Humble didn't care. We found out later on that Humble was ultimately just getting rid of Humble Publishing. Like, literally it was just going away, like stopping existing. And so I think what happened is they made that decision without telling the devs, because we know that part's true, that they made the decision to shut down Humble Publishing without warning the people who were using Humble Publishing. Because when it shut down, like, there was a huge PR nightmare that came out of that, because, you know, there was games that were releasing in the next week or so through Humble Publishing, and they're like, we don't know what's going on. We're supposed to be releasing. Apparently our publisher doesn't exist anymore. We don't know what's happening. We would love to answer your questions about what's happening with our game, but we don't know what's happening. Because they only let us know by means of Twitter post. And so yeah, the reading between the lines was that decision got made within Humble. And they were like, you know, get these games out the door. You know, get the money. We don't care if it's a good release or a bad release, just get what money we can, shut it down. Obviously, I'm filling in a lot of gaps that we can't 100% confirm, but it's very hard to not feel like knowing that they shut down Humble Publishing shortly after, and not as a response to Coral Islanders' release or anything, does say a lot. And for those who don't know, as a dev, there's only so much pushback you usually get. With the contracts involved and all that, a lot of times you may have agreed, and ultimately the publisher has control. Let's see. Your studio got closed by your publisher last year. We all got laid off, and it's heartbreaking to hear these things. But it's even more seeing the state of the game industry right now. Yeah, and that's kind of the difficult thing. There are good publishers out there. Like, Hooded Horse is an amazing publisher. I really like Hooded Horse. I'm very happy that very recently Hooded Horse came out and were like, hey, you know, with our contracts, Gen AI, devs aren't, like, no Gen AI is permitted in any game we publish. Like, just hands down, it's in the contract. Like, you know, game dev, just don't even look at it because that's the thing. And they're the ones who are doing stuff like Manor Lord and them. That's Hooded Horse. But they have a strict absolutely zero Gen AI, which I appreciate. They're also one that, with the publishing contracts as they set them up, there's a lot of publishing contracts that the way it works on the business side is kind of your publisher ends up putting up money up front to, you know, do your marketing, do a bunch of these other things, doing like the language translation, like whatever they're facilitating and all that kind of stuff. But like, you look at that and they're like, we'll facilitate all that, and there's a cost there. Makes sense. Fair enough. And the way some of the publishing contracts will work is as you sell your game, until you basically reimburse them for that money, all of the revenue goes to them, or at least the lion's share of it, whatever. And that all gets negotiated differently. And then only after you pay that full amount back do you then get any of the money. Versus what Hooded Horse does, they're just a revenue split. That, okay, they're sharing the risk with you. So it is one of those things where you're like, okay, like we think your game's gonna be good, we think all this, we're gonna put our like 30, 40, whatever $1,000 into marketing. I have no idea what the budget amounts are, by the way. But like, we're gonna put the money in for what we're going to cover so far as your game, and then ultimately, some percentage of your revenue goes to the publisher as means of publishing your game because they took the risk with you to get you to market. So you're not saying that you need to put the business aside, but they're not injecting money into studios as much as they're cutting costs and maximizing profit at the cost of, well, everything. It's no wonder indies are at their peak. Oh yeah, no, exactly. Like that's what I'm saying is the first model, which is what a lot of publishers have been doing. Not so much the past couple years. A lot of the newer publishers aren't using the one I just referred to before that, where they do that. It's basically the publisher has very, very little risk involved in that because you have an obligation to pay them back. So it's effectively you're paying someone to do work and then they charge a premium for it, but there's very little risk on the publisher side there. The only risk being is that the game literally does not launch, or it's such an abysmal failure that it never does make any revenue to get it back, which does happen. But like it is the risk is held 90+% by the people creating the game itself. Whereas the second one, the risk is relatively evenly split between the publisher and the game dev. And that's again why I like publishers like Hooded Horse is probably my favorite. Devolver's really solid. They treat their people generally pretty well. All that kind of stuff. Versus like you've got other ones like Chucklefish, which has more of a checkered background in the sense like with Starbound that they used a bunch of art assets without paying people, or crediting them properly, and a bunch of stuff like that kind of stuff happens. Then you got publishers like Sony who generally just do not give an F. And they're like, yep, we put a date on a paper and you're gonna release. It's not ready. Too bad. We put a date on a paper, we're gonna release. No adjustments. It goes. If it's not ready, tough cookies. Roll it. For the record, Sony was the one who made No Man's Sky come out earlier. Day Zero patches are a thing now. Well, Day Zero patches being a thing doesn't bother me as much. It is still indicative of a problem, but Day Zero patches, like, especially with computer games, like, it's different when it's like a console or whatever where it's controlled hardware. But computer games, you'll have like a whole bunch of computers out there with a bunch of different hardware you'll test your game on. And then, you release the game out into the market, and then you realize a bunch of these computers had this third-party software that caused your game to crash, and this one has this version of this driver and that caused your game to crash, and this video card over here caused your game to crash, and people find some elaborate way to play the game that you hadn't anticipated that caused your game to, not work right. And I'm okay with 0 day. You're gonna... If your game has a certain level of complexity, there is gonna be some demons in that closet. That's fine. As long as, like, generally, broadly speaking, the game is in a relatively good shape when it comes out. That's fine. But yeah, when it's one of those things, like, where we have these games at release, and that literally, like, the second or third boss encounter in the game doesn't trigger correctly, just period across the game, that you're like, okay, clearly no one playtested this last version. The boss encounter literally didn't function. You hard-locked the game at that point. You could not go farther. Like, the game physically didn't function. Like, this is a single playtester would have caught this. And we've had those releases more than once. And not even by little studios either. We're talking major releases that, like, they have to panic release this thing because, the boss is supposed to die and some cinematic was supposed to trigger that then takes you into the next area. But something happens and the cinematic just doesn't play. and then the game just gets in a stuck state, and you're like, all right, well, I guess I'm done. All right, so you want a colonist for 6 days, and you're willing to give me goodwill, or like this stuff is cool and all, but the recurve bow would be a good one to get research off the consideration. The goodwill is also not bad because I'm gonna take the goodwill. If we send, I'm sure we can get someone available. All right, so who's the person we probably need the least right now? We could probably send JD. They're my crafter, and we just don't have much for them to craft yet. So we'll send JD. Where did, oh, the shuttle's way down there. So we'll send JD for the time being. As someone who played PC games in the late 80s and 90s, 0-day patches are amazing versus no patches, fan-made patches. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely the pro and the con. Is if you go back to the 80s and 90s and the old console games, if your game was busted, that's too bad. If your game literally didn't function. Okay, so we got fire foam up there, but we got geothermal. So let's get our geothermal power on, so that we may have of the electricity. This room down here, this is where our base was until we got the ability to build the grav core. So on the plus side, electricity is now going to be online. So let's find anywhere I have a torch that doesn't have stuff under it. Disassemble those, do not refuel them. Because now we're going to be on the power of electricity. But yeah, no, there's a lot of pretty famous one too. Like, the DX fix for Dark Souls. Which I found that one pretty inexcusable because there was PC on there as well. Yeah, here you have Sweden jobs are generally very safe and protected. From the usual bad capitalist efforts of maximizing profits over contracts that are said. But things are changing, yeah. Yeah, no, we're having some things that are improving here in the US with a lot of that. Because of how particularly nasty all the layoffs are going, there is getting more and more and more pushback in not just game dev, but like dev in general. There's still a lot of people in jobs that aren't safe and secure. But there's a lot of these companies that just keep shutting down one thing after the other, and then, you know, the next one unionizes and they shut that one down and be like, no, that wasn't planned. But we're getting to the point now that a lot of these companies that have been doing that are completely ineffectual, that they can't operate. Alright, let's take apart this kitchen table for this stove and put in the electric one. But so many of them have effectively not been able to operate. They're just getting their butt handed to them by the ones not doing that kind of garbage, because they're busy flipping the people so fast because they're busy trying to not pay people well, that the few that do actually, you know, treat their people well are just able to get whoever they want. It's the same kind of thing that happened in regular software dev probably about 8 years ago. That about 8 years ago, there was a thing where, at least here in Central Florida, while software dev was in high demand, just broadly speaking, within the state itself, we had a lot of like pretty awful business practices, that people were being just underpaid, poorly treated, all that kind of stuff. And that in different parts of Florida, we started getting all these user groups being based and set up. And all these user groups were, you know, starting to be like, all right, let's teach you how to interview. Let's teach you how to, like, know your worth. Let's teach you how to, you know, all the other things. And so what happened as a result of all that is suddenly these companies came up with like this fairly organized labor force that were well aware of, like, hey, the normal rates for these types of jobs is XYZ, like the normal stuff for this is this was this, you know, the nearby places that people could potentially find work, here's the rates there, here's how you negotiate, here's how you interview. And it was kind of overnight that you saw things really change. And on top of that, within these places, people would talk to each other and be like, hey, this company over here, this company people, you know, treats people like crap. If you have another option, don't go work for them. Hey, this company over here, this is the company to go to. This company treats people extremely well. They pay high, like that kind of stuff. And it was like, just in a matter of months, suddenly there were companies who were just losing all of their devs because people realized how underpaid they were being and how poorly treated, and then to go and move over to the other companies that were paying much better. And suddenly there's a bunch of these companies going, what do? We can't find people. And it really just helped the whole area that wages came up, benefits came up, and things were really good. Now, granted, right now we're in a rough patch, but it is one of those things that give me hope that having seen what we went through here, and now we're seeing that broadly at a higher scale, that's like, okay, we're gonna have a rough ride for a while, but people are getting motivated, getting more organized, doing all that stuff, that the more things get nasty, the more people are going to start rallying to push back against it. It'll take a while, and there'll be ebb and flow, or there'll be back and forth where things go better and then they go worse. But it does give me hope. Let's see, that's mainly because certification. Oh yeah, there's also that as well. Like, when it comes to updating stuff on console, whether it's Xbox or Nintendo, there's usually actually a lot of limitations. You can't just be like update every day. A lot of times they'll be like, you can only update a certain cadence and a whole bunch of other stuff. It's really complicated, and that's not only like game consoles, it's also app stores and all that can have either they'll restrict how often you can update, or there's like literally an expense you have to kind of pay when you do a bunch of big updates based on the amount of traffic you're pushing and all that. There's a lot. That depends a lot on your contracts. So it's a whole big thing. Not that they'd be like, you're not allowed to update or whatever, but if you exceed a certain amount of updates, they'll start being like, hey, there's that. Let's see, salary rates are open to the public here. You already know what you're going for. You understand it's taboo to know what each other plays in our country, though. Yeah, no, that's the thing that has been improving here, that historically, it's been considered faux pas to talk about your salaries at the workplace. Even though, legally speaking, within the US, it is protected that you are not allowed to be terminated or punished or anything within the workplace for discussing your rates and benefits with other employees, your attorney, your accountant, and your spouse, as well as other need-to-know people. That is protected, so where we still do have a lot of employee agreements when you take a job, they'll say you're not allowed to discuss wage. It is literally illegal for them to tell you to do that. That is a violation of labor law. It's the same laws that protect you from consequences of unionization, like, you know, someone punishing you for unionizing or whatever. Now, that said, do companies get away with it? I'm sure they do. But the point being is, you know, technically that is protected. But because of stuff like that, you're seeing a lot more pressure for different states to be like, oh, if you want to put a job opening in this area, you are required to list the range of pay you're going to have to, you're willing to do. You have to demonstrate that you actually do pay that range. All those kind of things. That they do have protections that say, hey, I'm very happy that, like, the younger generation is much better than the older generation. So far as, like, you'll get an interview and they'll be like, okay, what's the pay rate? And they don't want to answer, and they'll be like, all right, well, until you're ready to tell me the pay rate, we're not talking. Because I can tell you, I've been run through the ringer a number of times where I go and I put in, you know, interview number 8 or whatever with the company, and they come back and say, cool, we're going to offer you $32,000 a year. And you're like, you're going to effing not? It's like, you're talking to someone with 15 years work experience, and you're looking to hire a senior position in a job that should be paying like $110,000, $120,000, and you're going to offer me 32? You can go F yourself. And it's because they know you've got yourself that invested in it. And yeah, no, I haven't had that bad. I've had some pretty strong low balls, but that's not actually a number I've gotten. But yeah, that's part of the idea without sharing the rates to begin with, is you get people invested. It's also a sunk cost fallacy thing that you've already put all that time in. If you don't follow through with a wage that's probably lower than you'd otherwise normally accept, you've wasted your time, which you have wasted your time, but it's because they wasted it for you. Like, you didn't get the choice in the matter because you lack the information. And we do actually have states now here in the US that you're just required to list the salary range. That's just what it is. Because that way we can save everyone's time. Alright, Self, actually, you have a good one. Speaking of punishing unionization, you hear about what happened at Ubisoft Halifax? Yep. And I am really hoping they get litigated against. Because there is zero question that was a union busting thing. Zero question about that. But we'll see what happens. There's been court cases that have been won in those type of conditions. There's been court cases lost under those conditions. It's always a tricky thing to prove. There's a lot of stuff with like union busting that does manage to get by that really shouldn't. But yeah, and for those who are missing that news, is Halifax Ubisoft, they did unionize, and then almost immediately afterwards, Ubisoft shut down the location. But it's definitely not related, according to Ubisoft. These two are definitely independent things that had nothing to do with each other. Trust me, bro. All right. So okay. So next one's Pemmican. That should go fast. You really do wish they go for it. Was in Canada though. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what any of the rules are with Canada and all that. I would be surprised if Canada's protections aren't as good, but you get the idea. It's a company doing crappy things, and there's an easy answer for that one. For us as consumers, it's just another reason to not buy anything Ubisoft makes. I want that component. That's, you vote with your dollar. And any company who's union busting, that's fine. I also buy their products. I'm not a captive market. I got 20,000 Steam games released in the last year, and some of them aren't bad. Believe me, if you want to reduce my potential games I have to choose between, you're making my life easier, if anything. You're helping me out. You're saving me money by not making me pay for, like, overpriced AAA titles. You're making it so I know I'm not supporting crappy labor stuff. I can go support some tiny little indie devs and all that because you just removed yourself from consideration. You just make my life easier. Like, honestly, the Gen AI thing helps me a little bit because I don't play anything with Gen AI. That's just a rule I have for myself. It makes my life easier in a lot of ways because then I can just knock a whole bunch of games off consideration. The only thing I get frustrated with is like undisclosed Gen AI, and you know, where you're sitting there looking at a game going, is that Gen AI? Like that kind of thing. The super heal would be nice. I can't store it, so it'll just rot. Vote with time and money? Exactly. And I know I've had more than once people are like, oh, but you're missing out on this amazing game. And it's like, I'm always missing out on amazing games. Again, 20,000 games released last year on Steam alone. By the nature of the lack of time in my life, I'm going to be missing out on a whole lot of those games. Probably like 99.99% of them, give or take. Maybe even more. And a lot of those are going to actually be pretty good. So I'm not super worried. But with that said, though, chat, I've already gone a little bit long because we did get a raid at the end. I really wanted to get this set up so we actually had like research progression. So the good news is we did get our geothermal done, we got our fire foam done, and Pemmican is gonna fly along. So we are knocking out research. That's gonna be a thing that's gonna happen. It doesn't matter which research order we get. We just kind of keep hanging in here until we get the ship stuff set up. That actually isn't as bad as you'd think. That first research that took forever. It's literally twice as expensive as the next more expensive. Actually, I think it's even more than twice. Yeah, no, I think it's literally 3 times as more expensive as anything else to the left here, other than, where are you at? Mortars, which we don't have available yet. But it's like, very genuinely, that was the slowest research we could have possibly had. The next closest being microelectronics, which we hopefully won't draw, but if we do, it's fine. As long as I don't build the advanced table, we will only research stuff to the left. But with that, like literally all of this over here on this side is less time than that by itself. So we got kind of screwed in the early thing, but that's fine. Geothermal was the research we wanted. We just didn't get in the order we wanted. So with that said, if you're watching over on the YouTube side, the stream will be coming down, so don't forget to like and subscribe on that side. If you have enjoyed your content over here on Twitch, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here on the future. I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a